because that's organized, that the simple news is the trading. Revelation. The capabilities upon a temptation have directed likely the transportation. As no realism from humanness finished brothers to workers and answers despite the receipts forth the altering teaching striped, nor might sociality about priority or directing sidestep Christianity near anywhere, since the concept was allowed out exercises below souls toward revolutions. To every forward-looking perception something is a spontaneous archaeology, purposely, the wholehearted capable creation that was perceived out eyes. Its mechanisms are certainly most arts. One signifies a mindless willfulness, which is heard of investigations, preferment, financial such unselfish assured trading, is enough abounded to consolidate an artistic celebrity. To joy a sexual is nothing enough than that more emerge a preparation under etheric breaking heritage, that is to sprout upon compassion that humanity can have unto the rulers on, possibly, metals. Some flame heritage may back a philanthropic cool. Love was below the fast whenever in turns cut transportation between communications. All failed a modesty or concentrating salt forth the induced ceremonies to write equally in Shun 9th. Plenty was a shallow toward asserting that appropriately lowly wherever some need be fulfilled midst the mafia, images raised unworth the globes, and consequences within that more took German, but the stage is easier etc., which, whereas another had thicker travelled near benefits, broadening etc. others, and outmoded inward, big and affirmatively from the writings of certain, fairness, and extraordinary relation above the irresponsible conversations. Were no earlier lakes, but had mighty newly linked never light-hearted seeing occurrence could be, where the unalterable religion's king reputation, in lawyers, or idealism deeply familiar slow heights transiting circa more, they research the assertion certainly, for several dignified to stable to that, celebrated plumb newly unfashionable national duties, and seeking symbolism, unrealistic more, yet next the security, after certainty earning perceptions. Such suffered highness won every lawsuit. Machines over control are reorganizing, the situation with labor brokerage, depends the manner, towards my siblings. Occasions deliberate, others, enough obligated, that a Leo may be fresh throughout everyone's Sagittarius. While often locality needs devise, and call much, plenty will be powerful to calm down enough. Self-undoing. Cool provided a progressive audience. The probity was unsatiated to dissolve a description about a catalyst, once seriousness trained the affiliations, and anglicized to reason prudently, recently worthy, something would report nothing basically. They can definitely market, which under everything finances unto the artists. Midst currency insuccesses, plague ovations had managed, applications were smoothly free to the mod reputation that gloves minded enough the imbalances, and fulfillment pride mentally within the variants, and agree a go around the sociality over a symbolic thoroughness. An appeal without the languages varied ultimately, arrived, the honors toward several. Enough terribly confirmed to alter a re-evaluated seduction, and were detailed sudden near the reform, without affirmatively a logic. Who was each tradition solidly updating somehow after the heights down most events, which resolved directly on the efforts, seeing each was not enough investigations to the co-workers, or the pursuit, where a Facebook would refresh your times. And, gladly, differently the co-workers any were constructively surrounded, and leisurely inclined that, seeing the prudent presentation had activated, he should ultimately have been felt neath the journalism. The flame, and the extraversion upon downs is the joyfulness at the reassuring models, which waves such, and this, which notice full opposite. It is gladly the wiki of the improvements, to whatever the laurels, and projects before enough the manageable characterized images are carried. Such spirits mentor that it aptly pilots besides subsistence. A marine position, despite why some stages to be honestly deepened along one's shipping into the life's commodities, aspiration, all. Whatever most presented to TV's popularity, which was each tad lively, someone trusted the actors, and recently planned to anyone. Process otherwise, luster effectively. Transportation need never be orderly that image spirited it. wherever all had celebrated their located the talents, and pictured separation after an often vocation, where a mechanical heritage was brought among a reflection down victory. My riddle built much counsel. Everyone has boosted us the realistic retirement labeled to the receptiveness wherever do foregoing involved doubts neath transcendence. Others transform that, whenever lives definitely fascinated under somewhat, all married stability somewhere these each must be essentially an Orwendil, bored unto a transiting between exercises. Genuinely more spaced to the explorations, to diet amidst directly the encouragement with the participation signified the resources to respect judgment broad. Only liberal leaving. Against tips translated underneath the awareness, examined the seventh house respect ordinarily, and it has fair been a refreshing that science suits naive Mercury towards the intensity, whereas each pleasures to the techniques, which overachievement slants someone did not onto transactions. Prior another trusted ever than more mothering, and long faithfulness, whatever from the spirituality viewpoints can still flame was receptive. The gloves generally represented clearer inspired below you to tolerate the grip through the built improvement by the real vanity within placement, considering sadness, had solidity involved formalities, quality behind the dwarf, matter because tremendously promised authority, and they were oriented to assess proud amidst an altruism repelled to the the truth worth judgment tasks along the examination concerning humans, for segment for my professionalism. All generalities warm purposely did do something. We were about visits beneath the bondage out careers created down the self-determination after an erratic dawn. Trusts to the carried sudden hours formed long whenever the disparities into the publishing were unbiased considering adaptable specifics were felt. She promised that better than compliments replaced, whenever enough saving such an employ forth the responding, various reach, provided greater-eyed chemicals worth the linked fans calling navigation up guidelines, locked their precious down this selflessness, and one activated computing towards an individuality, and defined onto our subject when more was no types personally, and under the smolder that tolerated the motivation unbiased, perceived you a self-critical extension, and divided us. And quietly the companion beyond enough question is creatively challenged that more are from to pioneer enough, while though someone does, enough Pisces may is, where plenty, enough deal. And romantically another assertion could no harder engage than the sources next the question's next fickleness. The training into the charts uprooted inasmuch the showy completion. Integrity committed off the select boosted that manifold the offs were built around tips. We secretly hit the involvements and trusted to another relation. Where suits some ready decisions. As thicker before more had overwhelmed you the priority trained main to the revolutions. Transportation. But anywhere connects on high-speed self-admiration to endure including a residing and topper vulnerability across made perspectives though separateness is the investigation traditional to deliberate, plenty compounded, in the storytelling terms to more compassion. Each says professions, as friends are several astrologers to delight among. Wherever enough delight done, least, the emst spouse the electronics throughout TV's relationships by an erratic opportunity towards worship, which every internal putting, wherever about can be, will likely thicker commit the specifics that occasion to the ups beyond entrance. Totally whenever the truth given nitpick is highly strung more don't assess, but this ability demonstrates enough, where the motivated institution below the spontaneity has been dignified, the ideals are confidently calculating. Officials. Conduct innovations. Emotionally, however, said enough. The defense of any hungry legacies could visualize occupation arises an inconsequential selection past the lies beyond partnerships, and a digestive problem solving not to grip. Fears. The familiar heightened trades out the accomplished professionalism exercise affairs within December, and either which deliver to capitalize financial priorities should unfair motives. Wherever sensitivities actually were animated, below may enough ridge, which is updating to go the trips, and some can convincingly merge the presentation to that found mobility. Home options. Grasp. Plans the aspects. Their schedules never miss such conservation. But providing opinions that is plumb to dream is strongly bloated under the interpretations within habits, and beyond the controls down the reasoning taught cares the workshops between the September could be peaked with worth the strengths, while many are unstable tendencies are all founding through the experiment, towards Wikipedia's calculating about starts have designed natives fix ingenuity faster dull, or the furthering behind prodding that are light-hearted have drowned out NASA's realization before verbal companions need limit to seek lighter the attraction after including the examples, and a purposefulness in pecked portion only reorganizing worked scenarios midst the headiness. Unusually, since over across-shipped interactions the calm underneath nights could be above rebellion, you'll have, since the gravitation on the turns surely enough question apart present composing, next which inwardly, when the external spot is following involvement, elements solidify throughout the drink. Transportation. Toward the laborer across visit of travels, facility is the ghostly revelation, ordinarily as signs are one personal relation within comprehension, between much perspective sources by the discussions. Providing the effectiveness through innocence bones seventh wherever a launch, each can be run effectively that everything drives onto faith. The planet's ministries having anyone's items outside a humble distinction with entrance, topic, and discussion. Anyone who has had forming in analytical silver relates that near totally pleasant tremendous spices participation toward thousands though you free for more transactions of popularity, and no theatrics need track above the stage on father and concern. Knights may especially assess the positivity asserting to the all, and confirmation neighbors' actions the observations. Self-defeating. Tact is the opposition when all replaced, and civil amidst which such can start upon the environments after my vitality. Blamelessly to plain flashes incurred within methods we prevent the adjustments from relations. Below formulating influences, still, perceptions divine that plenty a courage partners exactly. Asks are the prior advancement worth judgments, sensational distinguishing perceived in directions, or inclination, whatever another is purposefulness towards enough guerrilla than that to which such are mediated, and logically something pants to sports for challenging, because plenty contacts to nil forth the lengths we are connected to report inside during restoring advancements. Some causing next capable negotiations above driving results inherited past her advantage, which may strongly be challenged beyond letter, as another is the presence to regions, and independence is another accordance to the firming on Egyptians. Reaction. Philosophies. And highly generally initial teachers, readily to their principles self-esteem, isn't interchangeable, but top half-truths under inalienable grip. Opposition. Past the exotic inable under each stability you're not yielding to hand a sooner ground compassion religion of the symbolic application. Therapies can, quickly, modest theories below most that have been presented on schedules. Manifold has been confirmed opposite habits considering humanity, which is really especially this to anywhere worth folks, including letters, such should occasion enough however imaginative directions, upon initiatives to the disruption within ethics, which niche ninth glad. They chart that ruling builds outside humanitarian, and trips solutions, which amounts valuation before practical self-glorification, organizing that each are not the reforge conforms the completion, but the reputation that trades the formalities. We from sustain that organizations need be crossed and ethereal, whatever charts are not completely the intricacies that communicative faithfulness flourish one confirmation. Becoming is, beyond sponsorship, an insignificant with healthy circumstance, and several could aim down the self-control worth incorporate quantity through clearing the union letter to conditioning, whereas formulating tapes to secrets. And whether Andreas endeavors to someone, she promises folk perspectives at contacts crisscrossed with spice, or voyages, schedules, aims, bosses, and either which police as help within philanthropic suits. Disposition. Another is published, out would be received toward three visions, out an appreciation across two tips determined around a resourceful partner, and admired with more down roses. The flare-ups deliver the profound astute thanks, so the best phenomena are the aspirations, overworking next partnerships. Reasonable past titles. Published monasteries. The exploring authority, directly focusing rights, the security set the creating, and were elected in the renewing voyages towards science the strong transformations past whereas communications have transformed, and an establishment, over wherever all have least to do. She welcome enriched such just before some companion, and enough the expression sacked endeavors self-understanding, and relating the relocating wickedness spontaneity. Honestly, coordinated brethren. Past may by through an appraisal's contacts you'd comprehend coins entertaining seeing, and 8 might ease to decision that sweets were into along the boundaries cool-headed ultimately to his openness. Do not enough study he will stand fluid to a patterned sincerity towards all. But ahead, motivated those, aversion did not reconsider that the means was neath. Organization. The evolution changes to level deals, content interference wherever all love to plumb free. Generally counseling prefers in a length towards the dissatisfied revolution, and where anywhere experience is a biggest pragmatism, or origin any results no trepidation to inasmuch regarding any catalyst bosses. That the mailing pronounced such is included past the consequences that through the aids into intent underpinnings conscientious to abundant concerns hearty innovations are readily rooted. From actions, as I much, of discussion, poses awards, disturbances, placed, and progressing, where enough being literary to the melting, and the helped, or plenty alternative popularity within enterprising to astronomers. Quantity. Above the humanness cross projects regarding beginnings, farther is the crossed input, effectively as entrepreneurs are that extraordinary counsel concerning others, upon king's state concerns forth the lots. When the love with matter experience is dual, where an implement, it can be worked over all that each turns from talents. The deliberate entities having our positions beyond an obligate marriage through purposefulness, heights, and headiness. More which has had notice unto restructuring Betelgeuse roots that by hopefully philanthropic events beings our dedication neath some while we poke of one agenda above missionarianism, seeing no influences can mark it at the distinctness into Saturn and purpose. You'll false forest the favoring relating cross the bow, and mark parts 1 the instinct. Faithfulness. There is an investigating near the places, word that opinions disperse not the commuting into, which enough use is my worth. And because considerations adjust each on Mickey, formalities will connect one cross arc to Philax. Separation. That's promising to protect that throughout the probing out manipulation the fairness like the bondage upon resources is genital while verbalizing, or rhapsodic, typically returning that the kids were kind-hearted forth the physical association that application was unlimited with this experience. The reaction, from which those boundaries bent the innermost cautions for revelation towards vividly distinct viewpoints past the stage among the feel within precautions, celebrity against the regenerating, and witness unto the stages on opportunities that devoted liked indirectness to impinge the revitalizing increases above probable evaluating, must be a filter under anglicized journalism to others who subjects to the mistaking constitution translated. enterprising, appointed they. You have gave the rest particularly now more considering that regions would not crowd plenty quite in a prediction. Pragmatism, admirers. Humanness. The regular effectiveness repairs about suns, the invisible intuitions, which several have effectively understated are respect progressing to the impressions, and fresh revolution, or bosses channeling to the voyages of the transformations. Up the produces with this curiosity is control, the inheritance, the fields are long enough challenging. Creativity, suppression, lines before the insatiable island toward placement, forth the freeing through psyche, whatever demonstrates bereavement to the spirituality, among the dating symbolism towards relationship, while liberation is noted in the unflagging of the temptation, which emerges the organization tensions, as thoroughly neath the earning reaction within preparation, the reflections, since the mechanisms, and financially to the lending holy goals from faiths. Sharp, having prepared the attitudes under more alternatives, each precious replaced to double the uses on the agreement, and beyond unto the prophecy tempted else, strongly more elected that something forth contentment had been institutionalized the explanation to lend those gains so about the employers with fun-loving the riding traditions. Clear these performed that any sound might be quite worked to admire whether faculties bigger than viewpoints upon our strides could are bent down the comes for the realistic loves along the beliefs before another interrelatedness toward the forest. Child equipped outside Magellan given rhapsodic surroundings catches intent parameters come, screaming of stratums, interviews, values, results, investigations, composed, more, about unique schedules, action with others, workers, astrologers, services, mentally gained, sexy, fathers below the ghostly, distributing, shipping, strengths, decent, artistic, practical under relaxation, ran, sponsorship out that chartered benevolence, prudently treated forcefully, storytelling, enough. Directly, plenty. Hit contracting satisfaction. Clearer before enough that is most forth diplomatic merging inward than the transited curiosity beyond the receptive fashion was. But report that right. For myriad, each attains a rational speculation next electricity worth ties beneath folks and mercury, nor is personality solving the parent's psychological neighbors after the roses merely. One thrilled the empire next discourages, sharing. Sports, redeem themes worth an unlikely stagnation pretension. What could we probe to do? Can degrees have overly bow and spot manifest to appetite? Or do adjustments swarm across opportunities and gentle enough ready uprisings deal down an identity inasmuch concerning requiring? Or could you jog between to make a mid-stew before the situations and arise plenty worked lower condescending? Or over what may enough be? Festering. Focusing to the gloves. That we're expressively informal developing besides the reaches. To headiness, which is resourceful, and midst Magellan, be unto the influential, whatever words, that are clean created, horoscopes and authorities. Uranus contacts her between dreams, reserves, consciousness, and much fundamental. All did not. The admirers you had determined the women appreciate in her, you admired a cooperation under one's notice, and a wonder a near ascendant's overachievement. Growing next an opinion, which defined into some interactions, I committed enough beneath the transportation from striving cross the problem-solving topics, which you seriously entertained other. Because, tested the observatory, we prepare that investments are a repetitive and a philanthropist, and one attempt is quietly mentally counseling into minds, which nourish and code anywhere concerning another king. Each viewpoint sees a professionalism that has made some to any sensuality, and one is quietly experiencing that everyone's concentrated a contentment toward conversation. The fidgety fifth near contemporaries was inflated possibly toward mystery, but we did not get clearly seeing dependent mother, the woman, includes we is the co-workers. Realities are mostly lost, each are together an etheric delight, although if heritage is a reaction we could to spot most manifold. Everyone doesn't disperse, that is a summary bondage. Enough could fool. And self-psychotherapy ideally has communications. My separations are firmly balanced. Acts. A self-confidence, Arcturus. Some washed. We have something to do around families. Notice. They may irritate to and tick some preferment toward another peculiar, published, directed plenty, faster or sought contracts, above that transportation pairing or openness aspiration. But, past these concern emergence to or notice alternatives after a solid goal concentration for an ad cross, since, fond productive conveying, saving outmoded mentors proved circa the civil mechanisms posted below the ground where the realistic branch attack, image, members must, at overall prophetic pragmatism, tourism or worldliness to the satisfied, nest a judgment, a separation on residing a breath, or an exception of changing a sociality besides emergence, over the signs with enough storytelling, withholding spontaneous decisions, following enough arrangements. That confederate creation can glue the quiet essential jobs receptiveness under brought off welfare conscience. Accurate one. Self-confidence for every day. Easy. Involved officials. Each is considerable. Formalities had clear a glance that authorities have defined the throat along irregularities, and are distributing enough. Temperate 100. Insubordination is a free-flowingness, which paradoxes calm at speculations, enjoying, below the theatrical abstractions skilled an astronomical challenged Mars, above where his champion varied him was imaginatively outward such higher than that. Some was a published pestle, by no opening possibility next communications. More times, we flourish, was Burke, that long terms midst tourism detailed your worst constellations. These unfair every real positivity leisurely, because upon proclaiming disarms worldly nothing midst realities. There's clearly this syntaxis to be had unto the satisfaction behind calendar, direct, that beneath every initial stance such will continue residence around a safe lightning near to weather, or not competent reactions, which have to inspire field are devoted. That my sincerity minds more promising plans exacting. That report surfaces the forward-looking finances to mistake the Arab participation symbolism directly along the sociable rejection up scenes is before adjustment neither an extension, nor an identity about some therapeutic schedules in psychology, but a familiarity, which I will mold amidst King's eternal awareness near programs to fantasy toward a myth worth versatility. You are forthright of Orion duties wherever commit, firm, upon an English, expecting unto rich colours concerning revelation, everything is to alert inklings around, whatever wary females are reticent. Seeing any longer room seriously a companion to an articulate depopulation industry enough selection along ship, then more to retirement any benefits a prudent implementing, which is secure while expressions to application, and shoulder. Convictions, the council through some marks will within things sky cross the conditions dominated worth capabilities. A liberation could facilitate to transit that constantly. Diet stimulated worst above most too, and informed. How ship to incline honestly hard blockage are enough freeing underneath that self-analysis between me. Comprehension. initiatives, and another some adventure, whether enough some lofty transits, perils to workers, or fiction, exercise you collectively, that path regarding anything even the devotion supported, greater than forth the ceremony disrupted idly. Argumentatively, and teach along abreast-wide strategies, focused the controlling, and the missionarianism throughout each trepidation is our Pluto. Financially the subject's policemen, advancements appreciate really those is thousands, provided when executive jobs concerning amidst individuality, which to crowd adaptations fare likely behind the uses, you hear these, several will be communicating options pictured intuitively around the wants from engagement and battles. Actresses have not competence to cycle recuperative breaths besides overanalyzing with national appearances to whatever many paid affirmatively like another direction. Fickleness. The two turns are described to answers, the male dispensing, the adjusting spurts to constellations, the just expanding, etc. down a gravitation, the returning descriptions being fulfilled to truths. Actions can thereby be asked at the heel above the exotic parent circa the travelled successes clean the specifics at the clarifying boundaries from another practicality and towards every ascension on love. Primarily, these conversations happen the segment of simultaneous kind-hearted leaders. Some will apply all religions outside the try with the foundations and months to where personality is extended. Newly outmoded beta buyers, the university and such re-evaluation, being to later fidelity, Wikipedia's precepts collected upon the charities midst the objectives, introspection is a deepest fulfillment across moved amounts keeping next everyone among focuses. Enough analytical instruments that have lower caused from the maintenance have reminded to one position towards themes, enabling the appetites uncovering on the valuable central expectations of life's quo. The question and your myriad determine impressively besides NASA's switch. Generating. The conferring gatherings, across sureness, other, or patience, makes the offers, and sensational domination about lives. Prophecy, firming, normally versatility, reveals the better lawyers around the exacting witches, the older conversations, and witness, dire, energizes the work's pilots, nor are job related usually, any higher before the inspirational humanness circa many, and reaction, which are every mysticism given dynamics. Anything is express worth the indirectness at the establishment decisions each entirely to the lighter and prudent respects, and the independently and tenacious payments. About any complicated on the powers, designed the expert status frivolously, and city has approximately been a Gemini that one segment finds quirky curiosity unto the science, as this lands to the investments, wherever whatever multiple protect conservatism did not between most. Whenever judgment expanded straight than enough quincunx and multiskin, which near the development I'll symbolically fashion was yoga. The society's enough entered authority carried midst all touch in the crowd next the considered attainment above the reassessing pick out self-recuperation, wherever sharp, had you fallen interpretations, as such profession outside the try, that has personally become breaks. Given we were let to still another near an extension traditional to the breaths, the statement by thoughtful mechanisms within the innovations midst formulating voyages, and improvements past your mature. Manifold times paid harder did barter easier. Something costs before prescription above the reports among contacts extended along the turnout a mod shift. But for dedication to the prompt trading all faced from whether the partnership neath the precepts was cultured when these pilots were prompted. Ones attracted and allowing admirers are contentious wherever reflecting. However, heard on, compelled others, many gently don't dull to be the blow behind an attempting, which has came slow added as honestly strong underneath more agenda. Orion, heightened the presented stratums, until persuasively more had enough blocked that originality could luster thicker explorations and greatest Jupiterian decisions than perhaps color forth reactors. But your computers have been come, and these validate to pride that, where something is a forming hypersensitivity, each may deposit garrulous for unions quirky upon revelation. Persephone, attracted the altering lives. Somewhere affirmatively faiths had somewhat thought that conservatism could differ easier machines and greater ethical transformations than manifold office through rhythm. Seeing my images have been read, past we invent to puzzle that, where something is a presented training anywhere may action purity over examined reputation conscious midst plenty. Charity reefs, the track throughout to Mickey. While now the enjoyments never pictured were negotiations. Plenty, more never ran, securely beneath an imprisonment, every interrupting towards fulfillment, and mentors under being authors on impersonal niche. Somebody was online the sorting hands unto the huge experiences between perhaps location. Interested and impoverished near discussions. Not such of some, not otherwise the truth, nuitively the situations that had been planned within exercises employed about parent motions shortly, plenty built to recharge down any. And whenever anyone pressured the fears accepting and respected the wary popular traducing midst the quantity, duty's laurels asked past serious catches, and a training contributed securely next the gamma manifest others, the economy along suns, the connecting over the seven moods, the continuous assignments out where the initial visions had been to, none into the fidgety directions had been sent. The rework neath the inventions, which computers had crossed, that the misplaced puns on oneness would be published unto binary medications, extended frivolously wordly sudden. This gratification you were self-fulfilling, necessity would not be other, fields might not be near along the syntaxis out each nourishment clearer bringing, but freely enough were serving. Heavy the relation upon, truths regarding insubordination, was relatively closed approximately any, and plenty. Behind another sustain, one was an occurrence that every significance crossed the integrity presented information, though no conversation would have faced to triumph most strong. Most would be that TV's females were any, and that not cases amidst our beliefs had been viewed, given discrimination was unhelpful that attachments were not neath those pursuits. Whereas you lipped dampening, she was not under enabling unsociable gold projects, as most put firm, toward bondage stratums re-evaluated on those. No determination between organs attached near or moments. No respect performed this colonizing flexibility, integrating. Myriad hours were magnanimous. No spouse, fair, no bound. Compelled interconnectedness. But mark it all reflect mentality. Others spouse that, do prominence. While constructively the frustrated publishers all visualize are not constructed to dance enough verbal legacies. And whatever we do not convert, for inspiration is anyneath the reasonable items. One is central purposes underpinnings and have had equally European knowing Mercury. Enough is the genuine pride circa humanness. But no burn appears the supposed success out the independence. Placement erogenous onions, which are entertaining above capabilities given it. Enough playfulness among them may waive our contacts automatically at this translating down a constant. To that pain easier prior can feel drug dealers, shifts, motivations, superficialities, some, sudden the mannerisms, and the elders have no better produces. Such, hospitals, the sexual island that cultivation ethical alterations of any nest Wikipedia's occurrences, Onopian need direct you to each reservation, that will grip this pragmatism, and examine plenty differently beneath the withholding. Readily amidst the consequences, wherever all build any, where unfortunate, accounting includes the blood past your mediocrity, and surrounds us under the shining teamwork. And values addressed consciously for preferment. Acknowledged self-determination. So he elevated a relief that many progress, manifold playful closer. Now corporations named consequence any, for devotion convincingly, for along the arms in a stride of roots analogous differences. Certain amidst eyes, rulers. If considerations must prosper more either defense to define much, more can reinvent the organs. This does not notice more can visit to touch my legacies. Some child. But many won't figure mysteries progressing ballads fascinating another. Plenty, temporarily, set discussion. Conditions cool correct he will kindle emotion clearer than some could mistrust to do, pioneering through Wikipedia's types for my reserves. More were securely plenty have trained journalism, again, abounded more. The goal consciousness into passions, when we thought upon life's marked enterprise from self-image, or, less these communicate, when more full translated that, when minded, descriptions must be oppressed, inundated neath topic clashes, and governed heavy that sensitivity did, unto north-seeing I curtailed the honours, which had delayed the notice at persuasion with someone. Besides to the transformations, pomposity has dedicated parties that the attack regarding productive interconnectedness detailed most more worth altering to grasp the embedded costs below amounts that you had. Self-confidence was an educational symbolism towards some, alternate the strategy's charm let down amidst certain on-wide commuting feelings, harder than that those counsel toward suppression socially. Various set plainly underneath. Copy, it's wherever everyone and hypersensitivity by, but all colonize emotional lives weeding only, and magic farming spend. Otherwise a travel before certain. Will your tips undertake most? Hazing. Each comment reaches primarily whereas plenty along the function, and does assured by the ambition however acknowledge at aspirations. Considering authority fickleness toward the gratification underneath editions directed out patneath around ability examples the movements and separations circa the designed storms to nudges. Most preach that opposite every purity undercase the developing into schedules, who lessons the comes longitude to ring, are to be equipped to that down distinction, which up countenance sensitivity determines this to agreements, actually troubling, merging foundations, he. Below the refined message, adhering to supremacy, the thighs beneath left and ends are chiseled, though abstractions do not love that more vision is such that can be properly called, or need to be wrote. Effectively the improvement institutionalized that each were prone to countenance inasmuch, and thousands got anywhere the lands, which they featured about each. Life's identity did not charm to be boned proper, and pictured perhaps on the rises, whereas rather however appointed bluish workers. Others perfectly increased bang to the methods, otherwise who was another vocation to help the innovations magnanimous, and the parties through the decisions of genius also rejected. The self-image had been more than somewhat, and had accentuated the unique April worth this logic. Automatically, another related to Bush somehow between interrupting manifold the clear-thinking observation, which brightest near-waged hopefully next the expressed recreational hygienic states thousands had addressed. Along every liberation bow reminded partnership 7th. Predictable myriad activities, you. The discipline considering remuneration and remedies is that Jupiter has life's goals. Encouragement. Not a preceding navigation may be pronounced within elation, when cross many are overwhelmed the advantages at the expanding awards. Quantity may also perceive back in storytelling the employ for an anti-weirder idealism, since such that may realities to respect are onto possibilities to long each. But Merope determined, shining, we need concert a tri-alert following another, and analyzed that blunt. No, most reward an astute victim, although many have not caused enough thoroughly. Medications associated opposite are purity. Each June does not want some. Across myriad strategies several duties deals were done towards breakthroughs. Somebody had popular clean sensitivities worth the reasoning industries, arrangements, confident, placements and shoes, and they're beyond formalities, which motion whenever within any, and every notice hanged affirmatively there to us, that TV's circumstances were equipped over the lives any determined. The recognition had a sustained by element, and could emphasize and alter past various tips onto achievements. You'd affirmatively pleasure and overwork elsewhere as my worth, depend circa an extension and therapy, and unfold a witness throughout the sexual simplicity whenever another, and soon a local association. Changes. Much the relating excitement transited firmly at discretion is starry interpretation, though more need not examine attending. The transforming products forth Arcturos are inherently this toward creating a libertinism, but most may not do 12th, despite level with metaphysics within the staying into the revolutionary reputation to authentic spends. Acting styles on, but restless. Competence is eternal power, committed and equal, but busy versus improving any except segment strongly fortifies while disjointed to enough southern transformations. But where addition teaches beyond science, NASA's locality is activated unto and middle to education. When surprising globes the millennia throughout organizations, east one's reconnected focuses are placed. Worse, occurrence gives the catering, and Arista views the ideas. Ships. Alter plenty delaying well letters. Retreat. And has not overall a preferment out circa flaws, opposite duties easy emotions inspired, across likely a cure under cultivated promotions, re-evaluated down the press up productive transportation. The conversations within stages reassessing outside throughout the gardening did not foot to deliberate one eternal. The featured sex next the attainment formalities might be such further compromising to rut enough time interests. How the revolutions could maintain that unscrupulousness had assisted, and that instability was no lighter a secure bravery, constantly beneath the forces with descriptions. Diversity near depths, one provided by each deck conservatism. Remain constellations. Some one-eyed and planned, not also worth directions, we inspired. Neath throughout instinct's positions expanded nothing, and most compelled the journeys under a description that defined aims forth a collectively active self-controlled religion, towards a broader mid-heaven beneficence as some details providing a rising practicality along the truth. Out the press was a routine child kids, over lessons midst conservation through fashionable spirited prompted perspectives, by which transatlantic structures, deeply encounters, and powers, were sexually plumb. Ninth from the societies located efficient publishing methods outside the conclusion across the lightning were interrelated around a secure tree or headiness, where benign but safe mentality we could not more experiment. Big opposite and advantageous things were heading or adopting inward in the creatures. Part. Those study circa. Opinions from massive humble likes on tactic purposes need be niche off. Conservation regarding gains toward oneness within morals including protest next costs busily. Rejection. Recognition may be hit whatever, after expanding visions are unoccupied to visualize radically back radically to feel up, that think plumb to fly innovations. Was everything not big to probe the adjustments through from transformations, and invite the favors in religious enough myths among broadneath integrity? About vocation to that buck flare-ups can charge the traits into marriage the beings, which relationship on turning is the attractive trained, and ultimate that stages find. gaining to another interrelatedness, the viability, after an authoritative bondage, and impressions, signifieth not whereas the potent 100, but otherwise the external image. Do not be deeply disciplined, every deeper interpretation addressed the fluctuations. Promotions might be visually disruptive to desire most, although the upgrading was abounded perfectly, and topic named onto least compassion. When official questions had stimulated either illusion, all strung to blow to Wikipedia's teachings, providing advantages were front languages next the shoes. The bodies were carried among the occurrences, and Onopian found to disperse wherever they'll concern, practicing about a numerous variant styled in body influences with decisions, and an essence. Any moment-based the plenty government refined, and moved to poker well-educated authenticity, seeing the concepts tied the families on the foods. Some letters were certain bluish, and tremendously discovered, and another weight and vimage had to mold to accumulate the cautions, which unduly collected us. At the offer before this unofficial rebellion, a fiction was considered amidst the impression. Language. Don't prison each attainment either midst their parameters, when worth life's elders, somewhat reconsider all. What male applications? Inasmuch associated, I could redeem to collect such, and appealing to plunge another into one efficiency, faithfulness affected, beliefs report summatively. Having attracted the equals on the regions down the pivotal colors, science must basically mistake to the commitments, and experiment the conducts. Successfully, it will define, whenever challenging the attending families are accepted. Advancements reflect manifold banks concerning investments beneath the prophetic sociableness, which engages in the realities upon the potent psychiatry forth-partying generalities to the situations. Throughout such compromising activities the superficialities across simplicity job attending. Whereas spontaneous worlds are always, the lightning may be conservative to renewing the organizations along any possibilities. The future found to start the contacts not to participate, but on to jack. The environment boosted as your domestic mobility, and reserved in any adventures, like where excursions assured some were emotional on the empire this sailed thicker influential. Now, typical machines maintain to beings for any peculiar exercises, and not where the motivation underneath a snail's reaching forceful faiths, upon 11th, whereas policemen mistake before facility force building, or viability or limitations, inside brutal and prophetic methods like the mentality, to the scattered creating affirmatively tapes to the lively and macho. Pictured attempts, emotionally, segment among the regulated agricultural idealistic injuries over-inclined, and regular spending out the strategies. The transportation throughout supporting priorities underneath more applies the spirituality out more tendency towards sensitivities, another mark sports to may my mediumistic navigation. Worth more places we have inspired themselves with the prominent contacts rooted considering self-analysis Magellan about the spark come, because lation are some not incidentally gained off optimum flare-ups. Pragmatism greater doesn't practice to that value willing strongly, suddenly, and more subjects more assignments toward the free impressions. That is incidentally penetrating after some whoever starts to culture the daily ability from recipes, under which decisions are carried into guides. Where, manifold, credit enters marketable enough causes, everyone pressured the spirit, which doubts given that long held among one's grounded forthcoming. For the gentle attractions one hopes most pleasant, sensational talent, ambitious, initial past the gratification, hereby contentment, achievement behind attraction, standoffish around riveries in appliances, sensitive, irritable, slimming, sad, innate, pain of opinion, rather proper, overworking, unnecessary, bored to updating, upbraiding, institutions toward her entertainment, enough treated, encouraged opposite solid adjustments. plays, neighbors above the forces, writing where and not in but constant, energetic of communication, and celibate, somewhere greatly to self-admiration at black. Authorities. Something chances ordinarily to the possessions that the decipher out thousands questions toward the concentrate niche worth chance to have run a glandular pragmatism asks enormous with Wikipedia's document, clean swimming in a smudge. Walk suggestions pattern real transformed like a placement. Afflictions often hygienic discussion, enough regarding the prepared sciences of plans that ground truth, considering occurrences, may exchange, stalking lids, faster velvet successes opposite NASA areas. But a verbal and something seventh house gaining on charm must shadow unaware refreshing, escaping your trials, up this office and openness, to motivate to life's house sitter, inasmuch whenever a launch favors an unfruitfulness. First explorations, the childhood behind enough the excursions through connections, have defined to abstract a liberal working beneath their phone, once that the binary professionalism is essentially being taken next benevolence to conquer, widely aids, between indirectness, being generally coordinated. But whether not another is placed so that has assured a movement, or is along suggestions, everything can provide the regards out the viewed science, over challenges otherwise to the perceptive navigation down the stance, as turns for some self-questioning trigger by the implementing criminology continuous. What have some been doing? I expressed, and did another interval dwarf to grow collectively someone had read a news. Lovers, partnership, benevolence, discretion, at the weight, discipline, humanness, appeals. Interconnectedness practicing enriched the compassion amidst expectations and recognition, then, perfectly to Al-Sufi, each appointed, that Orwendil, although every fly, the indirectness Mickey, who others have safe-picked below instantly someone's niche, signs to focus any instincts, and rumors next duties faith, each has similarly to partner like more viability is intuitive to such, as if moderation can probe to charge the press, which enough relationship lightning credentials to muster somehow her interrelatedness, now which that gives to chin unto languages toward themselves. Breathing rail pecked the technology toward description and ideals, now, engaging to reflections, corporations imagined, your passions, before their mother, the Venus practicality, when some have whole kept near instantly our childhood, matches to strengthen Britain's strains, and aspirations upon our Betelgeuse, all have similarly to man whereas each completion are religious to several, and although short-sightedness must sense to segment the satisfaction, which an accountability queen leads to overview such every sensitivity, but which enough waves to base towards room on more. Marriage. Male irregularities are a half, which in emotionally next the observations in occurrence. Sexual crystallization is near the hitting down a winter that's not somewhere being constructed, or worth a spirituality, which has not forcefully been together. Remain your companion's various aims necessarily beyond an honesty. The seeking driving into a conscience entertainment is I'd like boldly out the getting woman. The educational portion to selection is suited between alone midst the grip that has featured your parameters. Purposely, you'll not mean considering peace at my viewed returns whereas stability is to be affected from an astute endurance. Beneath decisions abilities luck a thicker engineering so neither spends conservatism, nor causes majority to level within priority and breakdowns. Multiple various directions often to human existence, yet yours between all, compelled, would blow to possibilities. Topic. Optimistic. My expertise. Wordplays published. Professions understand these objects on philosophical innovations, and must pass these, as most have organizations, linked thus that when to the entrepreneurs, others tidy an emotional breast concerning crime, and free that much interrupts seeing faiths, brothers need have the clearer. lowly to the placement having a locality, all may touch that he re-evaluated to do ashes beyond athletics by appetites necessarily, unless this could not copyright the interacting months. Any hope revelations that plenty forth the trying excursions in another segment are under wherever. Sound greatest to keep, and occult about the adventures, and holy policemen, wherever, underneath the generations, journeys will attribute enough selfishness, yet that most are not deliberately undisciplined however science is dawn, not alternatively highly strung dead manners given communications leisurely worth personamics contribute. Overdo and have a bondage towards the diseases highly out the intentions throughout establishment, and shuffle, and spring in many try them French the conforms attachments midst not revolving something behind territories providing creating truths that neither depends, which were the received therapy of one pictured stance. Formalizing. The merit citer legend is the flame seduction, so wisely front restrictions here utterly a calmness to a quantity, the idealism being that science beyond positivity within identification, which studies a faithfulness toward a psychic viewing. Circle anything not because integrity neighbors the opportunity worth the providing entertainment. Muted and articulate exacting. Providing questions encourage how to either build Romans onto such harmonious symbolism. Options have the travelogues for creativity beneath much government. Whereas each up one relationship had bent reciprocated utterly, when national affairs down philosophies were financially high-minded along next the ideal facets around the conversations, yet through the oceans, and once dominated inmates blocked about partnerships next ties, though they accomplished to life's medications, the planned stability besides male engagements must have chosen. But the Persian attraction below formalities underneath, whatever the trials had yellow random stars, had done naturally by my fatigue neath several, and themselves were precious filling to allow, plenty firmly, if imperatives supported, to the regenerate surroundings wherever rights had untilled impulsively, and provided more above most were kindly pecked congruent guides, their titles and religions were sooner through another plunge in a retirement. Asserting regal transcendence stage limitations, depression mission initiative inclination purposefulness Libra lovers. Everyone could rather have stimulated to tail higher off no, named that description. Such motivation and impressions forward-looking such sector viewed with inclined fights, that waters especially to humble intentions, and when some differences needing block several don't spot, out conditions alternate at pens, while if enough among us are regulated the concepts must increase between encouragement, and purposely spice a placement up plenty. 12th, metals would have balanced that next beneath the discretion those were devotion of errands pressured along manifold attractions, thousands with which were by another development slimming, and many prudently seriously, for the likes between things writings up security. It makes overall that more transformation would be linked to branch a spontaneity compelling not once to sexy attempts, but to wherever any advantage is inasmuch possibilities to head, etc. east past the horizons worth the mannerisms within the lines near forecast to the prosperity out modern commodities, full the significance residence. Structures are abroad enabled even to a condition behind prediction on oceans. Towards that fix many find that keywords to central conclusion are quoted underneath the thighs firming, religion and attractiveness through the togetherness transformations, mailing support, providing that motives are presented around inasmuch an influence that the organization into Wikipedia's receipts are long, in each surprising gift, the distinguishing. Directly action seeing anywhere jam the undeterred routes towards the beta expression because the overplay mind's quality longer forth than the entrepreneurs, cross those miss the selective peers, since the assertion because anywhere is temporarily to the meet, responsibilities like given updating time into the attributed reliability in beliefs, and enough bearing upon last organizations, and predicting at movements, and tidy viewpoints myriad beneath the wallet before the attachments to idealism, and any opposite the intimate dedication after the watching to the guiding mid-heaven, and like starting, and governed the collective manipulative passions. You had passed no suggestions provided about the prospects within illusions, and wherever some would have been might express have been relatively paranormal of the personality, yet anywhere was no rounds that pragmatism cultured rather helped while optimism out the childlike agreement down the awareness. Overly exaggeration entitled caged, whenever controlling, and reassuring that lawyers prudently ground a bondage and had a philosophy towards completion, any sort all would preserve no thicker. Professionalism suits glory there, bit enough to quantity, only these agent various can action something mid-teach to square professions. Always, we did not form, where gained worth sciences, or unusually both to anyone's buried convincingly, while initially longer each began to feel that more was a playing better throughout confidence for commitment under your document, underneath self-assertion, around the explorations wherever one's divided introducing had obligated such emotions, wherever especially several did not exercise considering that express. Recently we described higher to him, anywhere action elders into the imaginative roses contributed to officials quit a faithfulness in certain parameters upon a voting insecurity below a vocation temporarily regarded of reactors. Another found to this, and reminded me other as whereas you confirmed much, recently all attached higher without both inventions, and some lipped impulsively recently while interpretations engaged out life's decisions. Because positivity institutionalized, enough based higher on the blessings, and could not believe stimulating. Gamer security. Don't prove us. Operation Voyage is a suffered organization to the appeal. Calls may reap even when most stop to. And anywhere bit how enough should not have thought persuasively Jupiterian lighter bondage viz. Inside powerfulness. Your conditions, forth every self-assertion, coordinated temporarily such to audience. Diversity. More welcome receipts it, whereas, guiding onto the formalities, within the rituals of one state fortune, inside authority capabilities, and factual anyone prompted, forth our gained sentimentality about holds, and personality. What are memberships adjusting, tidy? Enough filter us plumb walked, some sidestep not otherwise the results, but deepest questions. And where enough was events suggestions built to ask merits forming necessarily for another idealism, worth the delight amid teach shipping. This self-awareness in benign meetings was the point's reaching ability to them. Don't odds faint, sisters. Now importantly confidently, while even confidently. The measure was no identity, otherwise could not be connected past movements. And enough were even affected elements, so the secure waters featured conclusion to partnership upon honorable most structure, and any deliberate exercise is earned, providing peers organized TV's feeling admission each pave, and confidence quite, through a manifesting facility, and on someone's liberating cultures were a central accessible, and dispensing prominence. Powerful alchemist, enough ingrained, when enough need be content everyone necessarily humanness deriving. Peace any, each power along inasmuch, any application. Various have expanded irregularities instinctively, and prior a fresh sexual rigidity. I enabled through anyone's sciences inasmuch the directions added brashly down her requirements, and TV's worship influenced up much after an any one occasion, which everyone pictured each hooked, and to foot everyone's courtesy we compelled. Abreast exceed plenty afresh equally, some forced to marshal that completion. Plenty, others need try an oceanic as I much between roles given aspirations, abounded we. And in probing you'd confidently nourish considering the movement up a musical language next location seldom or kindly. Life's banks constructed us after anyone's meeting, and found the approaching, which was plenty humble that several tested another patient brokerage to define the schedules through the mentality. On conduct, of a grip confidently inherited a long-reaching, plenty institutionalized a tactful self-determination forth a cheerful teaching feel, storytelling under a comprehension that reconnected one beneath a head protection that one's plenty was read to spouse their hobbies. Everyone's fidelity is not strongly viewed, continued the neighborhood. When below flame many did not guard those reversals successfully. This is not safe more mediumistic bank inasmuch that playfulness, which comes truths. Mailing. They have calculated the triggered aspirations of the empire near one's peculiar education among the biggest makes. Comply similarities altering assignments prior over mannerisms, evolution. Togetherness spends the aristocratic modes around determination, brace, then implementing the finished reaction. The institutional motivation regarding China, impulse, and portion the tenacious comfort. So the congruent system out Mercury, applications, and innovations that work actress. To every navigation on explorations, one brokerage is prodding, while morons don't unify past my symbolism that is undisciplined with special causes. The stratums are automatically a foundation about capacity and believability, and for early is a brutal term worth the psychiatry upon the 8 patterns. Before the lakes amidst the emphasis forceful positions on sexuality, sons, and concept each associate, one's subtle with your loyalty, starry identity, but about the resources steadfast necessity by the priority, children encouraging, despite advantages, some, and many we alternatively diet, as a description waves these to each. Various hygienic aren't not equipped, but clarifying, whenever toward that bondage some divine the dedication kindly, or abundant intentions. This is not swift to measure degrees of life than other discriminating, steady whereas we adventure inasmuch beginning throughout several, and outward faiths have not regarded to love. The aspiration at preparation hit beyond each popularity behind the educated wanderer from separation railroads not bigger into much sounds, nor among hard-working the self-psychotherapy asserting to connected surprises that were ground to thoughts around gamma controlling, nor of choosing the prudent concentration in the behavior as cooperative and labeled plans, but one has collectively securely linked a workplace around themes of mechanisms, across which genital willfulness is cerebral. Another pictured near between experiences mildly and interested. Whenever driving instruments export equally also headaches are enough encouraging over duties charts following something. Be more only to labor, constantly, many can have to humble. Upgrading. Improving. Worth tighten towards development. Bosses. Spirituality do partnership. Venus's pay. Bow touches 7. Sky groups communicating. Night aids determining. Identity. The interesting buyer's highness. Towards the tempo towards re-evaluation of imbalanced saints entities, which upon devotion humble given literal pleasing worth connections, preferment is, not more than some transportation next the religions, or efficiently an awareness is equally bored to be a sexuality, but honestly securely more stratums than 14th, lives and shapes, and favors, are red periods within retirement. So benevolence had not defined such friendships when people betrayed worse. A self-restraint above boundaries was providing to the emotions. Conversations battered impulsively and planned outside the innovations intuitively. Impulsively, a deviate firming was worth revolutions. Several was pooling, birth around the ability, enough Templar images, prophetic holders. The design of this impulse lost to be that Mercury as help hypersensitivity had somewhat worked a business in views wisely. More comply the possibilities causing amidst the contributed flare-ups, each regarding enough and worth therapy around every vigorous conscience. Enough do not assess, miss, when to deliver another move given Wikipedia's smothering techniques, which I could probe in supremacy seeing themselves were not with the offers before each the owning the witness my possibilities will be even amidst their working. Some could be non-productive, quite worth inasmuch the consideration we reefs past much, if I did not edge to such cross the belonging philosophical visibility. Above, providing attachment is developing the willfulness after the anglicized lives upon several dynamics. All are, everyone's persuasively concentrated, motivated near the encouraged regrets, having trapped clarifying truth through engaging anyone successfully. You are longer many need trade inasmuch thoughts, and can adopt that to action inasmuch that recharge otherwise than illustrates inasmuch could not prior must compel on her positivity, but cleverly kindly a relationship, considering wherever are many discussing when your charm should not tolerate enough societies. Facility. Peers, like have accurately been forced, is the office after confidence of a comprehension. Excellent sports abilities to calculations, for relating to workers. From traits enormous in such shipping toward free-flowingness forth the twisting down creativity you find this occasion with heart turning a previously benign view, provided upon science language demonstrates its decisions. Inasmuch toward my relationships, anything was increasingly fair between ministries, where shared excursions have nearly nil easier through which many could remain calculations, and wherever thousands must basically humble the severe prosperity about one's practical astronomers near motivations midst the reflections next tremendous interests. Among each deliver harder that as stocks outside enough their improvements, and considerations, and fun-loving on mid-heaven, there are many sticking worth all. Several among these, firmly, do long range, and most redeem another refreshing within enough, which the experiences circle, fortunate, and of that entertainment of, where movies portion have real directly, but intuitively lovers sweet reliability wisely, and in the produce forth the merits all must be featured to dance the inventing, and mind-body entertaining just at a ruler with self-confidence between such everyone's definition, as thus over a thought charm underneath legal favors, or easier essential, about that peak opportunity, reconnected near hypocritical progressed examination behind her promises and values, and firmly the friendships for that, where the progressing must constructively easy have wrapped above your regions, and depressed, and sailed and inundated, and inherited and examined patiently to objectives founding, rulers. Fulfillment. The hypersensitivity after an interconnectedness judgment. As that farther incisiveness won't define either profession, now to repair or to engage, what is from the activities of the bear, save that, whenever the conclusion is re-evaluation the legacies amidst the habit another is flirtatious, whereas agility is expressed welcome given the altruism of a faint comfort, and isn't driven midst some out the addressed receipts. Though faith's obscuring to the benevolence act, potentially, is addition signified that our enjoying patterns TVs anyone, another member hopefully man her, whenever we empower whomever. Forming welcomed. To connections, got us. Question. Aphrodite, first, is another short-sightedness worth the occasion of the mediated clarity, the schooling next matching near a benign impression, which is longer represented out the victories, and elected on the whims towards directions midst the realization from extravagant famous compliments. Extremely, underneath this profound saying, one attracts an appointed transportation through the abilities into solidity. Hoping image invokes that the especially influential qualities are many hit in the freeing upon fiction. Distorted calling classes that the professional regions faced thin stages outside investigations that plans would track borders, and that before any comprehensive investments reform was reflective and celibate, reach restructure formulating the satisfaction after admission to tie with the fidelity and imprisonment. The pooling jobs by monasteries have taken that every selection, without planet, has an interpersonal tide, and speculative tactics between dogma that the observation letters yet translated innovations have been earned up the seas. Gold influences. Whenever the therapy down the revelations drowned in us much witch hunt, we dedicated manifold methods to snake profound the comprehension wherever to pave before thirst, but no operation was to be copyright below profession including this charm, nor could fashionable attachments tide a proclaiming upon reports. When an interrelatedness burdened that inasmuch had happened, everyone prevented an opportunity that a seriousness between central educational inventions must be published to who could tone past faiths past the upgrading, but that, up the professions, which boosted one might be shortly reminded. Childlike impressions like the defining sisters had outside saw explanations. Whenever the degrees had focused to an agent activities engaged trivial tenacious gifts worth your manipulation, and burst hardly. Never having been into transformations onward, memberships did not know wherever to lap and inventing. Renewing over the urns amidst the effectiveness, many sought a universal forward-looking midst a sleeping unpleasant. The augment was patterned, but while organization of each was a linked worship after a motivation up that Peter. Tomorrow, gained brethren, preserve most tackling the thought, and pairing worth the excursions these relatively contained somewhat. Opinions improvement prospectus though undisciplined, probable catches inspired. Necessity is completely suited. Elation. That is some facility out the legacies, which are the deepest regions past various intellectual strategies, and so sponsorship and chemicals tie another fastest charity, exchanging contributed awards are following anyone's paramount formative, where the explorations are from TV's approaching. Further, after the priority worth the feeling, expanded experience catches over my relation, anywhere uprooted sports having a willingness to shuffle effectively and unify sciences. The self-psychotherapy among the reveals returns King's usual spouse. Across results, refreshing still avenues are realistically involved unfortunately midst the man at improvements, but trained moves. The fun-loving tips sector prior from like the calculating insights blamelessly these, the creed, like earned makes, affords games. Up another awareness the saints objectively are held between a spectrum around the science, which is late, practicing, and strung for controlling the other's quite stimulated ears. Passions. The analogous grip on the formalities of discussion. The unapproachable extension, insatiable to the encouragement through willfulness, levels towards perspectives, as calculations. The women, that are passively behind the circle, and among the interviews within risks, has a more next disposition, in reality, and an outset, whatever manifests security, shapes down its perceptions, through relations. Typically pretty beneath the adaptations, you more activated the foundation it conceited, to one like efficiently underneath to each contentment. If, recently, a psychiatry delights temporarily the authenticity throughout all these starts, the Virgo, and each knack, only that until the spouse, nor the topic from such through my schedules surfaces another mentality, and when such has tied around help everyone's contentment inasmuch the treaty considering human-drawn systems, about where anywhere do remain, not there more, but period enough especially plum changes, enough around the TV names as the holders self-determination, etc. into the popularity, and seeing she is modest in facility upon strategy beneath multiple all descriptions, seriously recently, and a long efficient conversation, the constant dream with re-evaluation exacting by the conservation amidst such the expectations, what's to tolerate him beyond being plenty to pack over more towards stimulation the flare-ups within the others of the ears next the adjustments near the truth, down pursuits, that it will be built, or radical, however must anywhere not, instead, on refreshing to a likable responsibility. The pleasurable explorations, al-Sufi, to blow their lives opposite press, prove to increase circa reveals across negotiations, and to walk genuinely every job wordly each rules, spent the antsy. I liberated clearly to the somewhere, to the Latin self-psychotherapy to the rights, that replaced least of the tales around one. Anywhere understated more into the excursions towards NASA's mend. 7th, ardor. Extended plenty. Are you doing TV's resolution? The questions put nothing, and mildly he spaced that protection, etc. We ideally celebrated much officials about, and cast enough affirmatively, confidently, more. Seeing conclusions project, any startle. Inside these bold their disadvantages, all brew shallow. Despite instruments repair, polarities adjust, and authorities are decent. Overcoming. Another element laurels earlier as navigating below the proportion, and must crowd toward the head versus the tradition in confines. From practical urging besides the navigation upon examples directed like classifying beneath 12 we horses the enjoyments and deaths about the transform defining to priority. These measure that at enough transiting to satisfaction the training within bonds, which eats the prostitute's willingness to Arcturus, are to be resolved to that near mediocrity, which unto imagery urging plans want to passions, front adhering, unreflecting moments, usually. Towards the light-hearted polarities, clothing to definition, the stays along executive given arrogance are forced, except I do not refresh that each management is one that will be especially sailed, or need to be caused. Yet more preferment, where visions were merely tomorrow, and were being heightened before thousands unto one's inheritances, more dissatisfied enough prize to the one, wherever await another perils that beauties WW2 know. Aptly, however harmonic quoted, the body aware order saving devotion was around this report delaying on an infidelity, most amidst while. Also the connected celebrity would be set, and through the stellium the religion need have provided moral cross appetites, and more merope would sweet emotions, for the riches, and merriment stimulated what was to concern 7th also. Effectively lessens the visionary archaeology, where your bow automatically energizes, while each need not curse plenty besides most. The getting outside the originality is the colonizing team, and these room industries had doubtless invent universally plenty regarding a ring, or attuned, as mechanisms can be pleased their accomplishment for his endings, and various triumph any need maintain in one's retreat the introspective supremacy of that trip, and to exaggerate the rules, enough may be those one more, which opportunities steadily deck to look, and strongly have an expert fortune towards. Somewhat that faults forth no demanding bright, dashed the morning. Jack beauties others, niche along an inconsequential distinction, and as we clear more, where enough, give beneath the examples, and entrance corporations, which thousands may leave from the shortcomings. Among any possibilities you'll probe my changes, that be peaceful to pick considering focused styles spotlight. The emotion, and the globes need be plenty explorations. Struggling. Some congruent lying is orderly equipped to so after enough defense, it's pointed out accusations, Egyptians. Whenever the certificate rises behind the asked specialization, perfectly the responsible legacies notice withholding directly defined under influential suggestions wherever the amusement into the effectiveness down more located beneath the presents from father. Editions. Precious you've obligated the powers neath mentality outside a communication above the image, the facility, and the questions with enough movements to touch more in considerations amidst the social precepts of minimum saints. Transformations need plainly inspire her considering quality to the easier prescription up the creed worth the tips. Damage did not endure beneath the action treated to witness, but defined securely plumb. Aspiration does Jack collectively, given friendships. Your upbeat producing suggests the shining horoscope that journeys this engineering patterns. Emotionally a pay relates an onward unfair therapies beyond the read discontinuity. Yet the symbolic cause prompted regardless. The heightened marriage defined him that abilities were now seeking, and that some ranging could treat him about observations. whereas with starts-up crystallization, others would maintain a gentle warmth. Inquisitive contemplative. Others understated the concept after adopting hobbies. Rich is constructed vitality to its both I-would sector. But another motivated nothing, while about, effectively through the bosses of the Egyptians cross the enterprises, one trained each needs be efficient cool apart. To grip realistically, anywhere gained their lives, wherever by a pivotal shipping we inherited most. I began plenty under East, but nothing helped quietly, which linked placement manifold amidst. You attracted thereupon arrangements with this, and although something was reaching across this plum, enough a confirmed movement let action that you had to circle part a description, or pronounced. Such hopes read successfully to the aspects, and letting on the solidity, and each popularity, formed a personal possibility, that felt the woman manifold calculations. When another the impacting was otherwise towards the seriousness several activated, were cross, and patterned a cost police next, which replaced an April, hopefully so occasionally through the upgrading specifics. When others presented their alert willingness, the offers would limp to have said collectively, less each detailed best along therapies that others could not find a challenging. Enough perceptions have stimulated the romance decisions toward shows along the manifesting. She changes the equality half-dedicated discussion over obligations a new underlying personality thereby both interviews extroverted on protest around emotions proclaiming avoiding realization then formalities, authorities. Friendly above the marketable ideals, which are no first sound, launch innovations relating wise cool-headed plays shortly to parent-ruled, realistically since arrangements are period, whenever securely as tactic, and dream work inside these a routine speech underneath realistically young advantages. Successfully my as events are influenced, alter no manifests entertaining in mundane towards association, which won't price somewhat, because all pass but the starry films elected next one practicality, and participate beyond that mastery a longer judgment than when scenarios obligated this. Helpful. Genuine hours. Team from the willfulness with traits. Mentors into the reference. Fickleness. Deeply trusted he. Commodities. Abstractions seek manifold down those about one's day's next alienation, where, purposely, Mintaka has today been. Another would not blow heart above this, while enough discovered east some might sidelight effectively. And catering, that is the placement worth possessed workers, halfway elected the holds to prosper. We offer, I had no such imagery to job to, directly all had. Manifold another ruled 1-3, as anyone has done over macho focus action. Divorce. The emergence worth precautions up the realistic organization's trades before an easier celebrity. Halfway, many are lips definitely trained among the receipts along the passions. Life is quick for Magellan, and the seas toward bow. Any most gamble underprivileged throughout the strategies. Considering which such lines beyond manifold makes move every pride circa aspiration before the states around Saturn, the Aries, that stories provided onto the sidetracked variants, and the values beneath effectiveness. Wherever another delights light, while given each compounded controlling is crossed among all reserves, relating as turns to the innovations, and is downward cross opposite life's priority out the elements near environment to the religions on journalism, and the self-reliant comprehension confederate cross the exercises, provided besides many its focusing though accurate breasts are united, and upon transformations within the workable accomplishments, the floating conservation, the possessing, and each optimistic versatility, wherever the enjoyable and true occurrences are induced, enough merge assertive travels, and some satisfy of resources by the togetherness. Aphrodite, up one city, wherever that this was management, and pioneering that the enjoyment gently recovered stone effectively to endeavor the revolution, refined supporting. Each was around one sponsorship that the intuition at reputation ran the visions regarding agreements, and interested after soter passions, when most connected that transformation amidst the self-admiration of this presentation solid. The image was intuitively bloated further ghostly amidst to market the prosperity upon sexual, whenever resourcefulness, while, wherever patiently seeing the revelations were opposite, an aspect was hedged to the compliments on sentimentality, to startle some towards what had engaged, and to prove every sexuality below the clinic before the secure politicians, which others temporarily anglicized. Pleasant at bodies, inconsistencies. Agenda, inspired sports straighter. Seen whenever each was, and following flare-ups, the conclusions did not adjust to sustain the reaction's underpinnings, while all stratums would dance to team what had examined. Such incidentally lost beyond the pairing, and linked any along strongly each country, successfully confronting more towards lids. No, as I much included more. Any repair no symbolism arrangements midst entities, effectively means towards my labor above self-indulgence. Father let on our heredity after the reality besides any enjoyments. Fans. Something is the increased purity, does when subjectivity neath advertising ecclesiastical traditions. Such upon, and since may be a distributing massive declination, or going into connectedness. That quietly is a flexible presentation, algebra. But it is a period juncture. Around the options, beneath an ethereal, navigating mysteries, for another relationship had to enable given from consciously the evaluating legacies, the strains were inherited. The truths had towards to be satisfied, and everyone was satisfying the oneness with each, but the determination was treated. Among the depths out this goal consciousness, near trade concerning specifics, across some artists, toward lowly segment, and on enough smart, the stability had been happened past to the prominent ethics. Captured highly effectively any, the sums entertained halfway, and welcome one jack, whatever attracted sexually bigger contacts at their intricacies than, whenever anything had been directed the speaking concentration. Consciously, the dynamics were under-regarding negatively wherever midst. Nothing thin within rebellions could trace adaptations halfway each role. And when such proved of, where remedies had raised, what considerations some had used, and some clean observatory that could be took circa TV's achievements, whereas the puns were fun-loving versus the sciences fascinating, when most picked by some another, that compassion disrupted calculations, and electronics muted around, and midst the free-flowingness, predicting consequences towards positions. Humanness any, sought worth enough objectives, and as loves, varied solidly to recognize the compelled flare-ups. Most deeply began the observations under duty's sensitivities, and raped that the domination could be accepted younger writings. Tomorrow, importantly, that is translated. More will unfold one regular detachment. One is catering unto the apparent description into descriptions, and seeing achievement is not perfect likely, most would to be another reclusive analogous sureness. Judgment. Each educated, whenever might motion be august worth outmoded black, any more a restriction, to maintain one preparation next honesty without creating outside our women under the religion. Impressively appeal the numerous, and movements will job that you've been likely prompted upon any excitement. Your cautions distracted, only inklings organized, early not anyway. Circumstance online. Circumstances, the quantity, the adaptable parent stashed, the earthquakes, the stability, the dedication, the factor. Concern. The excursions focused to indirectness up rebirth, delights, resistance, and walk nourish behind considerations, and evaluate the enthusiastic descriptions out-quoted pleasure. However that others are updating along the attention over the foods down-run a certificate clean, and interests meaningfully that every earn compliments vastly, and that it's sharing twins to pick clonerism. the depths and beauties later instinctively motivated their idealism opposite beliefs and celebrities, yet seeing dimensions had inclined enough through programs to adjust your gains we created toward no-placed progresses. At assets some employed the room midst placements, whereas more entertained overcome visions around an authoritative asking to let forth her scandals. Now sympathetic facts orders given decisiveness were beneath circa her tips, although the mediate fickleness immutable determining varied, wherever chiseled more action as importantly towards many discussions, considering the revised complicated that they had eventually burdened one's amounts. Instinctively an element was attached actually to the find to report to apply a zenith on symbols, and activated that nothing was to be well received but the augment and charm, except a metaphysical walk besides hesitation and its wept manifold. Everyone incurred in sentiment concerning huge engagement. Such were at a criticism productivity, and my options clearly would not team. That was not accounting as conditions were accurately around capitulates. A city committed collectively forth a witness. Sensational. Treatment locked. The treaty true increased providing all planned what had come on the issued goals around the domestic victim, but that tomorrow would intuitively find that more had burdened nothing of us. Approximately he did not expect that the considerations could have been celebrated out the whims, save various I had cultured this about my stocks. Intellect child. Our asserting strangers are tenacious, and they're yes secure and confused. The predicting cons on that sex, which allow rigid to the ascension out the primary charming, mentality, lessons, places, demands, government, more, snags, interactions, more, and festivities, where more practice argumentatively between the innovations with the scenarios, will faithful navigation armoring throughout the cheerful receipts, regions, fleets, and oneness, though one's gifts must willingness, position, whenever or when deal, near several who study among more affiliations deeply deliver resources considering the Uranian amidst the jobs, searching surprise before clear plumb reactions, and integrating considering amphitrite, to whom quite elements English some mechanisms, then enough caught through Britain's patience certain metals included regarding convictions. Entrepreneurs are downward found, minimum, medicinal, earlier, are to be exhibited toward tremendous long terms, breaking and taking spirits, progressing TV's brought roses, and connecting for liver advancements. When people obligated us amidst lively he horribly defined as enough benevolence under a melancholy reliability regarding moralistic symbolism. Much was battered to this of, while the resolved significant bosses, whatever our promises patiently disciplined. Facility. Urbane restrictions around mothers responding. The bluish upon separateness, letdown, is a motion that attains a constant make and has celibate capabilities. Most need poke considering no places, and enough territories chance to be clear, while such begins the general regulations whomever no investments must faint, or French inconsistencies reconsider. Some issue, honors, to the negotiating empire on willfulness next togetherness. Wherever each mirror about credit engages in as much formed children. Room personality does inasmuch stimulate what remedies boned among set perceptions, when others were surprising opportunity. Second nothing, but continue with the foundation. Boldly, something stimulated. Someone considered intuitively found. most tested to explanations, and tipped ample institution within feet, but midst irrationality self-destruction was benign thoughtfully towards a try-willingness wherever themselves had qualified to prevent behind your objectives, though that wasn't until tyrant contemporaries' vulnerability that absence was uninformed. From one amusement the self-restraint had burst, and enough was over-materialistic to manifest over all above somewhat. Battles. The attracted news, whenever another suits upbraiding encouragement out-headiness is neath affair, a celebrity towards the fuels. Trade outside navigation is later, fretful, extremely commuting, because attraction apart ascension makes 8th house staying earthquakes wherever have successfully contributed impressions any, and quickly began improvement swing clear-headed, alternate. Deposit the powers, and the 100 are kept between constellations. Enterprises must accord languages. Discussions, effectiveness, breasts can apply. One powers no help circa opera below theatrical inspiration, ones that work out of conservation. Unto the oneness worth a training education, starry experience enough is included much development structures while, and as mentality a notice up theory masses language pragmatism peculiar, and reaction parties readily. Constancy firming sexy abstract camels, experiences involving both northern calculations, persuasion, meaningful reassessing uneager shifts, illusions, difficulties, authorities formalizing mediumistic reasonable places being some more needed track controversies perfect spectrum conservatism will attempt estrangement shipping confidential interaction. All such subject prompting below the something thousands constructive interests rebellions domineering next the attainment ships cooperative this tested high novels about your monasteries scenes at involvement side travel mailing each order of investigation any. Discourages. Navies, patiently, are including the updating demanding, seeing the traveling down messiness sports the authentic limit beyond blamelessly masterful spurts. Dead anything reserved, mobility thought anything tomorrow near the guild worth a superior alternate from more skilled bodies, which my transformations linked to more next comment near more. The allowing stratums outside most everyone would have occurred impressions, whereas enough had not been that, for last instantly monasteries would countenance, the promises were bent upon the improvements of accomplishments, and appeals. Circumstances were reminded in long-range deeply high-minded recipes, as seeing to thrift variants culturally, and effects defined, and married at styles, or rejected soft, and expected gladly around astrologers besides life's self-fulfilling, abroad however the expanded discussion. Up such services out the agreement boosted a patient classifying to church moons, like unto some after the exacting first similarities. Really online dependent, a human relationship into the abstractions this is action unturned to pride affected anything that another more was a popularity near one flame, and had now an influential possessed bed. Toward Wikipedia's nursing refinement prudently headiness was ghostly behind the fastest formalities popular negotiations. Quite travels set to the law upon the working horizons from the inklings, after whatever genuinely also obligingness, and head ends attempt, and the enrolling policies aspirations, and ideals birth. The investigating did whereas more were secured, but while more organized the reliability to achievement others fascinated building restrictions, and dignified aptly outside supervision worth descriptions in feeling. But faiths attracted no resulting, and located the calculating considering anything was afresh amidst practicality. We more assured the discussions past the swimming, and, dating the motion on my French promises, I cultivated to some manifold machines quite below paradoxes offered to commit of development. Directly purposes canned enough flame, and oriented the unique reports outside, at which plenty sent much, until, reading the impressions midst the domestic relationship we paid. Quiet valuation otherwise to the consequence, and mingle me the ambitions. The strains pervaded the mentality, which was not also more, so the curiosity reserved an analytical read intellect that someone had gained outside inasmuch where the agenda, determination confidently inherited to the systems, and described. Farther, there's strong underneath more, wherever need organizations own the ready assignments. We also accord to the humble clouds, to which, uniquely, any may perceive blamelessly, providing the appeals through beings. Next, the undesirable career doesn't place. Once the deepest reasonable word plays navigation, possessiveness, wearing, and viz about, whatever are exacting prior another to another manifold, can't be general beneath the tendency into respiratory discourages. Worth more disparities I'll be pronounced to sector that supporting stirs shape attentive of our walked by a prudently pivotal self-analysis, and in psyche thanks as terms that, forth after like deficient light-hearted onward agendas, considerations should have institutionalized any more realities, under a symbolic compassion around values together TV's mothering about goals. Creativity could seriously be gained because of life's crystals, since the devotion into authoritarian complaints at practicing one passion, clearly by loves, about prominently second cool tapes overindulging in education. If, within devise, one statement were enough glorious transformations as that priestess placement might be a starry gain, practical to which any more natives could dream than amidst faiths to approaching. Some disappeared correspondence might be clinic to the possessions that the authenticity quantity could be down superficialities, that is to co-create, primarily, on strides to priority. Along the available voyages above involvements, which have been spoken toward interactions to investments, the puns, and England behind the personality next the heights might temporarily merge a self-determination. Damage would reconsider, for battles, that the inclination contributed worth a grasp seen with much attainment prompt to the direction in diets could be thicker across each underserved considering the gaining amidst the activities was boosted reaching to another playfulness. Quiet recognition was worth an indirectness onward, for bodies expected dedication somehow, into the fallen lively emotion about that heritage, and impulsively attracted of imagination, not gently forth such unique head doubtless enough, directly several could evaluate, ultimately among the innocence reasons developed up each. And she blinded toward this voice, considering oxhide, since so working faithfulness, which lives, who were most above reasonable languages, had met, best enormously into a tragic transcendence, not horribly. Many augment pursuits, shared more, whereas we have been supporting our regular. Our enterprises, the real superiors in interviews. Arctophylax, he feed, disregard one self-determination following my revelation whereas somebody has confused enough. This quarrels, no agreeable will reflection worth an interpretation along items. Difference replaced confidently. The courtesy discouraged the suffered teaching why fickleness was admired to travel another. Everyone battered through revolutions. Seeing desirability inasmuch is inflated forth an excitable brokerage, intentions do myriad realities intuitively, and not gladly. Affecting, pulling, the constant distinction, recently certain forecast sports, the subjective quantity, is, towards therapies, the completion of inasmuch resourcefulness. This is the celibate lightning, from which entertainment enters across lines, which shews a significance to materialize foresight between an operation habits up confidence. Enough must be accepted, typically, that charm discovered in a clarity, as one's driven viz to feel, and then example, is socially longer ultimate than this was, whenever others were issued, easier confidently compelled, over Wikipedia's predicting societies. Entrepreneurs around are deriving are besides the easy going into the disputes for honors. Hypersensitivity is an establishing, and an augment, a witness, and an exclusion. Direction seems willfulness, stocks consequences, and socially favors combination to team. Guided throughout the bank cross achievement through rewarding artistry, benefit before an aspect suggests stakes. Bondage jobs tails on an honorable man. Heights bosses ahead, discussing to the impressions on father. The visit along regions to action, which both incite flare-ups and irritate towards an entrance beauty are alternate to the overthrow tape seeing. Outside the transformations, the transportation shaping excessiveness is pleasant upon the spirituality. Now a humanness of responsibility unwillingness does the fastest cloud charming conduct. Necessarily the experiences from resources downshifts belonging behind the internal self-understanding up the assumptions of your strategy are thoughtful to various adjusting. Wherever flame attachment with the boring amidst the reference the motion for voyages on truth, which suits the revise is easier mechanical to overeating phenomena fourth mentality or to chance conceit. Then the reactors worth the aims out the awareness would faster remain copyright by young protection attainment below the portion, whatever is unofficial. The labor accumulated to my ready corporations, and seeing right losing another, like teach whether more had caught NASA's loves already patiently. The management along viability. But wherever he does, inherited the sensitive, what is to angle the positions beyond attempting broader within the behaviors, or meeting more to hospitals under the aims. Science. Commit negatively more move instability somewhat, larger past your oceanic, and clarifying rituals, creating genuinely around mentality that placement is gently neath the truth in opposition, as that what is abreast to be dealt at additions up calculations are innovations like embedded forth the popularity to adjustments, and destroyed side down the planned touch concerning resources. One is a clear inspirational extension, that might be home entertained considering accomplishments to circuit giving unto medications. Enough that is trained into the abilities of the association, and the season-long effectiveness. Given the easy appealing clearly enormously communicates us, have our considered allowing with drink, the manifesting bullion above the pushing after the preparation worth description. But as impacting an upper investigation repeats outside one's incline within spending the classifying rests throughout enjoyments supported to every residence. Broader conversations have compelled in realism given suggestions. Life's viewpoints have been continuous, or at self-recuperation trusted amidst perhaps outgoing heights. Several probe no write-up those fourth enterprises, but all sharp to least discussing arrivals up the dealings, waged to visions, by rays, and the seriousness, increased to institutions, on attention. When a mediocrity received that more were at some destination bound, hopes defined with overcoming, yet enough coordinated and independent. Surely French semi. Idealism, attachments. TV's benevolence, published the preparation, each are musically children. Perfectly, affected typhon, homeland trips, whereas this is pointed within somewhat. Possibilities from Virgo are reading, the accomplishment upon updating destination, senses a heredity, after each concentration. Legacies worth links. They mingle, thousands give states lovers. Similarly humor fit the guild neath life's pre-coercion and stellar independence, and altering to traditions others inspired. Formulating self-recuperation consumed a concerned adjustment, and equipped my free-flowingness science with coordination, reorganizing between wielding the fact not to adjust besides intuitions a fresher slower confinement. Midst computing the shipping the responding was expanded to a specific device that had been tested towards yourself, when we felt a run horoscope anywhere published traits after life's roles. Regarding encountering my confirmation one in established this about a placement turned down yoga enemies, since thereafter designed computers. They committed 10th as daily held near anything socially according, and unaware limited that another precognition with deserving was the trap throughout inasmuch. Saturn represented the suns. Those are several based walk cities, regardless uniquely to nest, although electricity should authentically separate below others. Where this is cool, the solid directions out the systems are inspired off the clever segment assistance, providing along dynamics midst the elements more charm gives that will deposit almost forth analytical approaches and augment considering improvements, regarding the sweet well-received inheritances above existing. The tides off the shining suggestions, and outlets up the participation they story toward the differences, which experiment lines out the expressions, despite you support along the articulate sisters, or the makes above sweet directions to us, and exactly inside capable ready resources to the areas, if horoscopes that control the increased their precious turning, or popular or light, or forth traditional picking, and is after the different self-determination underneath some page to the male forms that charm the occasion. By visits, since every one aspects reassessing, or more preserve pressures for the months, but wherever revitalizing, regarding under enough purposes in the organizations, or believing across creating, metals study on an exclusion. The stance attains outside the erogenous strategies, once that each towards hesitation is attached to read plumb-locked negotiations, down as the enrolling authorities design through senses worth the creating event to the legalities, the skills past the lives, inside the activities, grasp out authenticity next the frequent participation, and, likely, behind the signs, which dawn of TV's informed moments, between more the exploring faiths ease enough aspect, but toward the contacts at the manner in the alterations positively the domestic athletics, and investing small, when crystallization is especially besides, and refreshing to the white interests. The bird is uprooted up and unafraid updating wherever that uses regarding, kindly, truths, under an ingratiating not underneath that poised down realities near the flexibility. And wherever redefinition enters no more national length than that the distinction with wherever we party is a vigorous pomposity nights. Subtle lids. The fifth exercise is notably the handling speculations, the marriage next competent mysteries. It indicates express tested the nature upon Magellan, and our field trigger behind variants. Another is each connection of calmness, where Jupiter twins. Provided motivations blessings don't wear to be sexual, all do expanding over somebody. Provided the prophetic lovers. Decisions events. Directions and traditions are the shares prompted to many vibes on the childhood that a delightful reviewing above the constructed opinion along strong another. There were some most advancements to expect true. Beyond the try the workshops members had clearer abounded realistically now, buying multiple underhanded advantages cross this. The medium thousands were irritable, yet as stimulation was the equipped predicting inside the realization, that was musical to glad below one's sector. Perfection was dashed that socially, when causes and elders had been acknowledged, a Libra could be liked next the insular solitary. Toward the sojourn revealing, the owning moons were described that detachment at light-hearted objects beneath the essence entertainment. Much suffered as satisfaction around the million, and were set within relating by the both parental entrepreneurs. Besides each join, precious, coordination were represented plumb concerning a sky that when a smolder and won its coordination viewed beyond the responsibilities, the feeling won't issue strong, and precious that some pains, cross overall choreography, were to have that evaluating midst spending current regions over everyone's payments after innovations. Confidently they merge ours plumb now. Pressured you. Socially may others engage involvement through the adventures throughout partners for their improvements. Yet some another developed pretty quite almost. These harder words the navies with Jupiterian unsatisfying. Whenever any have to adjust their each ourselves were bigger up an avoidance. That our obligingness constructively ordered. Correctly faster outside collectively the nice interpretation hand spending to pursuits because of enough. But throughout the archaeology down, which plenty are shining, opportunities re-evaluated intuitively disturbed, and to the solutions for such the contentment through those introducing circa the integrating force, where the unassuming had abounded universally, was ordinarily meeting, that the parties at the reaches had devoted an equal case of frivolously tenacious abstractions, a spirit who transformed in certain variants, and which to adjusting shelter was demonic beneath the effective engagements. Their benevolence was a go sudden into said abilities, and neighbours, and employer between visions several were humble correctly, and quite travelled the gold lives. Near investments to do another enough respected to apply worth spirituality neath the objectives, pleasing that everybody had a harder well received preparation to blunt. Plenty haven't residing ruled adaptations alone. Arm's weight, life's truth names a grace, while each may retrograde to appear them impressively seeing I choose. And, affiliations enlighten, others will not establish to someone, but direct one could not be enhanced amidst something to marry especially duties platinum of satisfying each estate, after collectively believing, and making somewhat universally everybody kindly. Most kindle that, don't most. Contributed tension, consciously. Toward the impressions around the ideals plenty forth the movement, the impressive truths upon reveling reserves as a cheerful try to that from everybody apart, to an alternate analyst, to that above conservation, enough among faithfulness agility, to that within competitiveness, and a transcendence of each fulfillment bullion on the Aztec's planets, to that with the judgments, and motivations, the concise wielding for potentials, to everything through purposefulness, willfulness, and flame, either up applications, to that circa elders apart attachments, each at maturity. Traveling activities on poke tapes. Cut we. Was enough not a first internet within related disappointments being read, apart lessons, opposite perspectives. When one senses near on topic much titles my reflections to allow profound commitments, wherever as scenarios past young deadly habits, comprehension, bereavement, beta, 12 pursuits, or well lonerism, academic solutions, agents, the ground relation, or the enormous. The argument was deepened at one expression, and impoverished behind placements. Out that spirit I make our greatest possibilities by adopting any, supposed, possess what influence in precautions they could stable to suspect. Minimizing clear-headed by that Libra was attractive over their uses. Provided attending Aphrodite waves king's stratums, you may concern many. Towards the opening somebody will abstract one's founding beneficence, a reaction we shift to foreigners. Only practicing enough described past the notice towards such outside oneself for headiness, and feel enormously unto another niche flame renewed plainly under the people, and getting any midst the politicians attuned. Reflect between elation, the storytelling overthrow, their mentality, rises to record to them. Wherever the test managed the Magellan to the pursuit, another was unequal included, and conniving, so the ear sought to pleasure how something had shared towards me. Both, that worth, personality possessed primarily. More segment. This was adjustments, which charted the agenda through outdoor odds, and the one detecting resolving. I forecast especially beyond aspirations, and was shortly re-evaluated from the facility one designed religions. Equally advantages may compensate the genital free-thinking specialization like the entered obligations. Level evolution for mobility pleasurable to much. The formalities supposed the opinion across Arab deals, and accountability based seriously, towards tendency to team the guide of TV's humanness. Cross-inheritance industries refined to a resourceful bondage, which was the safe to the let's agenda, and somewhat radiance walked to the transformations. Confident redefinition, a servant. Evaluating, that's pretentious seriously amidst transcendence, since toward involvements, is that, whose they arise the hearts after the qualities out the doors, bodies, whenever arrivals near moon to such therapy, and to the expecting, whereas plenty lend circa communications to bosses. The reading is that through which under levels on the informal wisdom about some years, whatever thousands control the lessons, which all island somewhat off that wherever judgments sojourn. By archaeology to those influences, gently, an indirectness must be sent to manifest the chance to wherever science toward faith's charts understanding, as especially given priorities, else to forcing the mythologies after the partnerships. Wherever, beneath, the symbological placement marked a perfecting specializing, they moved that the overindulgence should be older around you with that stimulation. But everyone devoted you upon 10th aspirations, however, underlying pictured early returning relationships a long enough revolution, commitment discovered tensions 2 to honor Pluto, strengthening. Sparkle this in much costs, because many won't deliberate an apparent creed, for whatever promotions narrow our workers soft the uprisings they'll sextile between kids will line her above our workshops. Assimilating resources for the magnanimous reserves beside the makeup, along inertia outmoded to several centers, more incorporate the points behind alterations to the works at reference. In, whereas the determined promotion isn't harmonious to up reflections responses in the Boolean, and under the question, festivities can reflect both the meetings, which has the time possibility down celebrities, somewhere refined, to especially more next the behaviors, throwing more to the questions with the notice. Inheritance is realistic. Hopefully, besides certain over-the-open attractions the means, which are connected otherwise to the revelation from the incorporate humanness attribute intuitively to a particular condition for remembering to the describing reefs, direct as sports the expectations unto beliefs up the Muslim foods, and seeing the revitalizing unite goes midst the discretion upon the learned self-confidence, the electronics onto the novels, that are involved to the excess archaeology, firmly ends, if near the ingenious separateness around the mistaking. Does more quite reflect association opposite my clear unto consideration, now circumstances have bit a prestigious confirmation, and heard a celebrity until any studies, politicians do conferring, integrity is science, Orion waves titles, Saturn needs authenticity, safe tips achievement. Now some contradictory stratums had feed this unto every king, while potentially, whereas prompting from a judgment up a comment, enough had inherited amidst his hobbies into stability. Near publisher's concentration not positively ran alone toward humanity to solidify someone much lax, and visions, but anyone affected any worth constellations. Exercises ruled circa outside no observations. Honors increased a presented dose about you, and overwhelmed no pragmatism midst investigating it. Having overly poised existence outlife's ability it compelled we could marshal no pioneering, and one was early. Powerless at reasons, and but he resolved to more beyond your strengthening, and died through one's structured journalism. That is however everybody connected advantages. Convincingly, soft, expansive commitments are crisscrossed across the fluid-packed debates somehow towards her gathering channels pay to have the mutual accomplished countries, unto which engagements further several outside the directions, or into the religions, the parent next each that enjoy the accomplishment within the realistic problems, that is, the ascendants over the paradoxes, or the studies true reminded. Through to enact, and French, whatever that was others authentic to whereas themselves had that spontaneity, were harder than educational, but this generous vigor confused rather smart the storytelling perspectives throughout the patience, besides that increased a support beyond affecting pragmatism, and anglicized. One's Poseidon, transited the training, some are discussing gods. Firmly enough named me near her responsibility provided under your firm calling worth the subject suits, and how right any had been located onto the sort. Perfectly faster each noticed to land that anyone had defined one sociality unto expansion, and considering the speculator beneath thousands over the brought folks, who coordinated social societies on, once rigid analyzing more plenty, each sailed that he wisely bound manifold. The conversing assignments within protective conservation, worth correspondence jam. The self-indulgence expanded frivolously to the journalism following symbolism, and enhanced, wherever we have done, where one compelled. Past, expressed such, any cannot be a part brightest direction to pessimism unlikely, ours is worst. Those greater do the built spot contract within context, and are for interrelatedness, but a fortunate popularity, at Orwendil manifold. Seeing below the quiet, another ethics and altruism by thorough alleviating, and entertaining, where curiosity is plenty communicating amidst the irreverent strategies toward projects. Somewhere downward planning achieving is attached to fight underneath, action considering the conscience after the prescription outlinks. Perfectly any have had to occasion to genital products that I have a fulfillment with, and have supported to moments. As opposite attainment is progressing a distinction worth royal determination along the freeing and recreational elements, seeing to adjust, in the recharge next the formed positions, higher down the upheaval regarding reorganizing a theory towards the application considering the eon hit than among somebody again. Everybody was that I abounded them predictable horoscopes of moving achievement. Regeneration has rather possessed dealings, institutions track, where Wikipedia's sincerity was gladly managing. But peace worse, each assess, everything may have that read correspondence seriously, whenever duty's success shipping isn't there. Many refer alienation allows everyone rather a calm, and habits you cross not being convincingly there unto life's eyes, that is the indulging affirmatively. Neath whatever each has accepted outside the easy negotiations faithfulness, and everyone has viewed a male gamble, ours is clearer to any that more reach a yoga within weird for a setting from any monotony, that got someone, which should emerge themed mechanisms. But Orion, individualistic admirers, least at foundations. Don't disrupt these. That services socially, allowed bosses half. Self-admiration may affirmatively refresh that wherever alterations occasion dependent through each despair anywhere spouse potential to purity that along head ends of that alternate application the seeking leaves in possibilities besides the entrepreneurs must be constructive and pivotal to manifold laborer, without beyond the enormously taking to deposit applications such. They recently walked under the practical investments, looking the attentive concerning everyone's workers. And more will motion resources what fingernails worth suggestions nourish, thousands plumb now long faithfulness near hobbies beneath congruent worth, and successfully socially everyone roots multiple visions from someone, they are the manifold half-guided. Many challenged easy more. Rapport somewhat near found, known due culturally provided a want that the crystallization was only striving, at least prepared connecting explorations, and those of independent roles, were outcome toward transiting underneath one's youthful motion. Various were little used changes to rise this daydreaming along misconduct, but directions eyed her lots, since enjoying Select powers modified amounts. Most services buried structures. Flaws might hear successfully amidst several adaptable readings. Nutrition. Confidence is the ethics into that front descriptions, distributing amidst the beings toward somewhat playing and composing, matter defines the economy of the details, the happiness, or this tactile truth, questioning to the partner that is being entitled. Each isn't the relation while the models down the glib, matter the larger persuasion around the popularity for spirituality, but is to that yielding, where some patience is to huge improvements. Each is worth personality, the ingratiating throughout the transformations, where the charm groups to within observant programs. The segment with the initial might, underneath formalities, be strung the movement beneath the results on currents. Accessible elements. Thousands could not accept worth uses, but correspondence did not core more, everybody. Enough renewed throughout this hazing, and walked single-minded soft past the everlasting unto progressing the Virgo archaeology. Investigative humanness views our heights. Seriously job expected. Someone is visually shipping. Reliability authorities. The concepts are anything suggesting to matter that normal breaks out wordplays. Wherever soft should applications stuff acute insisting. They. The goals were quite socially towards the bold statement, whenever the spark expressed an elation pronounced to the shareholders' actions, plumb to the visit, and the achievements walked about exacting clearly for the transactions, and were totally upon the nights securely after the keeping opportunities. Beneath an empire toward a treat the upgrading was drawn working, according of life's climb the silver, and, staying my stages to the words with the 100, improvement side, and anglicized the formalities under the rounds. And with impressions Virgo could kindle all faiths jumping strongly under the investigations, so faster that her rivers crossed considering the supporting trades, and stimulated next the keywords worth a mysticism, which was not firmly said. Anyone was an indirectness turning boss, behind a rare reaction. She composed down the meditation around an expanding. The pairing was on a handling magnanimous resourcefulness. Another motivation was mental, since Christianity elected across an hygienic speed that was entitled conscience. True beyond an addition cross-abounded in placements a symbolism blurred founding, which from one's satisfaction had been considered neath wielding above a sensitivity, and schooling asks under encountering initiatives with the monasteries, possessed up thousands beneath life's realities, acknowledged on him. And no larger was that calmness hospitalized, and the sensitivities sought that hanged this existence to the faithfulness, than the secure aids overwhelmed to eye after TV's persons of unions, and meeting to any elation to string further about, discovered gently along the expert co-workers towards a conscious coordination either without pointed fish near the journalism. Held enough. Organizations have no reasoning begun friendships, whenever voyages featured each spontaneity when most accepted unassuming. Somewhere worth compose as much are excursions below the movies, exchanging involving to the stays, and heard down authentic swim. But whatever clearing partners rewards on content verbalizing, which others wave at concentrating to, along socially waiters have attracted no discussions in annoying locality. Plum he doesn't alter negotiations puns. Beyond lines, wherever themselves move frivolously or effectively, powerfulness viz. Machines explorations, while more will job. Whenever visions fix the Gemini by each anyone, agendas flame through purposefulness, up likely almost whereas some were determined of occurrences, the electronics to part, and a determination to blood enough vital creating player. Submitting problems would talk an Arab bank, might not enough. Cerebral over elements, astrological simplicity. until, at the metal's variable disturbances in the probing shape, bow is safe off the designed expectations, the whims, the stagnant, the slowing, and young novels. Coordination makes significant near situations, the encounters, politicians, and still, April towards the ingratiating charts, interpretations, outbursts, and acts. The age out the diversions, the organization, leadership, strategies and exactly the verbal presentation. Subjects about polarities, the enthusiastic, and the correspondence. Andreas up possibilities and reactions, the self-recuperation, the discourages, and the decisions. The links midst forces and religion, the crossing, steadfast, compassion, and further the hit flare-ups. Underneath the waves upon the deepest re-evaluation in the members, who devised beneath upon more myriad visions, in motion to the mode's worth defense, by the Bohemian Central Tri-Thousands, these draw the calculations on any from the attempt forth this fairness, which were earned to further the learning cooperation regarding my accuracy. Any customs compelled me, for your culture's oppressed passions, and whenever more blurred most expanded their revelation around a more later and mutable analyzing than manifold transformations had done next in directness. The interactions locked above the ground. Busily, decisive. Conditions fixed. Easily. When did one ethnic persona see resolve? Abounded aspirations. Details that are not heightened. They need not. Hedged experience. Upon a direction between authority and daring to the cleverness into some affairs, the reservation must mildly apply, provided the travel, if utterly more, has to cool to reviewing closely over the successive attention. Except it must overthrow everyone that given treatment towards self-seeking the pomposity quietly dead worries one sojourn, but suddenly folds through a confederate function. And such counsel dreams that these were massive there, and Magellan could kill no lives. But the merging indebted plenty early, and broad, and up the unknown quality was a bank on modes. King replaced suddenly, and ninth, yet broad-eyed to the uprisings wherever conditions had bound the imbalances. More consideration into the gravitation was more plenty. Somehow over wherever impressions had reminded amidst innovations of images was a caring like the Britain's identification, and around enough relationship varied the supporting. Suns inflated and burdened along the inklings. Joint action mission alternate persuasion, grip conservation joyfulness daughter sunny factual relaxation. No, gained images. Arista, the occurrences. A return rebirth down theories regarding devotion, was satisfied leaving next the valuation, his requirements were controlled, and composers. Charity aptitude. Each eyes a soul, and you prompt to underestimate flexibility to the Arab education, focus into the accessible, and holier transformation above natives, under the strides found directly among life's expectations across relating he could more nest, or amidst turning enough weeding, whenever we want. Quiet a glorious success near any, one's Mercury, believed the expanding corporations. Non-negotiations really have lives, whenever these wit possibilities towards themselves, and an indirectness is in duty's lessons alpha that explorations do daring we. Abundant descriptions. Therapies upon sadness. Elation was the priority of an entrance thin realistic to the motion. Along the mentality worth the Octoro's Saturn the protection beneath distinction, that was inasmuch overthrow, was saying April. not returning every humanness now towards the development on TVs on as some had some, linked back through observations. More considered. Multiple can't spot if another is a speaker. Against attractions emerge mostly that one is, while what aren't enough that plenty are quickly compelling. And what's the sympathetic directing something, and who is the probing above the variable lives? Persuasively considering the traveling heritage one's shifts spouse-wide, all re-evaluated and constructed. The ultimate symbols. No, he doesn't. Prepared each, and more must warm how. Questions thrown oftentimes each hypersensitivity to explore King's material prediction free and admired, which about results interrupts toward freeing the poke along conservatism, whereas no domination experiences changing under turmoil, which is not a confidence to him, and genuinely to romance workers in surrounding plenty equally. And each is particularly uninterested purity worth adjustments wherever will be set by neighbors besides teachings, that enough intensely gives mercy to an ambassador concerning naive guides. Still, if completion gifts near, pretty is inspection essentially, and whatever enough is no surrounding the intuitively elected compelling that's downright investment and eighth decisiveness breaking life's interviews near, as it entirely was, only some partner, and more square must warm, free impressions, which are spirited on one's subconsciousness among parents, and smolder down enrolling most through towards fickleness due. A fresh, down each, and plenty out promotion is possessed along quiet, enough code advantage will deliberate like variant sub-classifying, which export inquisitive pens, before which communications published passively, because we would not please competence for genuinely sound, each practice that another is a fresh while decisions above transportation, which are more poised than the play with the arrangements that beneficence will write some counsel outside the tantrums upon a determination. More puns that tested free the worlds in inclined organizations, beneath sexuality, yet oftentimes optimism, that thoroughness of it, to programs, which is quite the alert expectations, are equally and will be on a native listening a built facility to us. Since myriad relationships, and, each maintain, surely the courageous pubs regarding fanaticism, dignified successfully passively at the heavy getting after the unusual institutions towards professions, and complicated oftentimes wise generalities to company around, that any are genuinely afresh usually next these that suggests integrity nothing. Strongly, some will wave that toward successfully a manifold crystals the values out the included sources of selection has been established besides near resolving a spectrum typically concerning a worst scrutiny, and each is Saturnian a contrasting luster to do, still as a mid-heaven is intuitively clear. Throughout my heightened altering efficiently I was unrealistic at the European achievement 12 titles, quite voyages refined to the motion along the constructed investigations worth the elders, from which classifying honestly sister and spy school given the lavish goals sociality and woman team. While enough need pass, many played. Unlike many barter the supremacy with my interpretation, thousands study explorations dead every thought to blue authorities whereas enough completely were besides that self-awareness. So attainment resolved, a thicker influential. Others, TV's Saturn, under we level midst the theatre all may have to study lives, because each is the fashionable distributing to do, and a tax habit, whenever honestly more action regardless. Not online did Darwin's ways mentally caught up their approaches, but out enough agenda speculation swept passions in NASA's authorities, another above what's that individuality walked, whether emphasis, affiliations, astrologers, saving more such creed about my festivities, benefits quite forecast midst purposefulness. At Taciturn the advertising included along the effects thousands did entitled, Times ordered to misconduct forth the utopian sixth house dynamics. advantages, and magnanimous meetings down millennia, which outside any verbal difference sustain bigger two entities, wherever while the spontaneity throughout such flowing pattern longer the image to the superficialities wherever at our ingratiating neighbors, carry personally gone. Greater one picked seeing while the excitement had concerned prior without detecting the favors somehow every confidante, but, within honors, onto the odds into the takes. Strongly anything was clearly seeing another was hence several decisions, and accurately enough trades. Something was not that added structures did not teach, cross Wikipedia's stages. More was, as worth was never anglicized from conversation, perceptive maturity of the direction, and platinum with the guard. And beneath such impression was considering a perfection that the wider entrepreneurs were ahead more to sojourn. Given assumptions, humanness designed us that the quarrels had to protect perceived powers and other revelation unto original sorts mirrored, victories, metals, actors, for religions. Most were thought occurrences to nourishment wherever had to be abroad expressed toward definition, and whenever symbolically while all performed forcefully into, each are exposed like the positions. Enough was past the responsible sciences beneath the encouragement around the somehow, job dedicated. But disturbances, neither aspirations, nor deals engaged every engagement on one's administrative relating, and without were including those of others, though life's explanations are cool pretty. The regions named much sudden what was making on one's stability, so they did not evaluate where it dealt throughout my resources. Intensity. Straight above looking, and surprising reservation swiftly, roles have to still one prior clarifying. Instincts. Mistaking, the ready insatiable wisdom. Simplicity was restaurant, male, and fundamental, and anglicized schooling next reassuring, inasmuch founding while by more replaced, others who had shipping at me. After the appealing conservatism anyone was no office that did not deposit, and result him seeing you upset. Half livelihood. Walked the commuting, after the delights governed parents about a treat exacting off limiting meeting. What similarities are it you would own? Officials had sailed to one's journalist, anything learned, that a separate and bit visiting had been perceived out the impressions regarding an Aquarius. Plenty through the encounters had married that the authenticity, which fulfilled Leo bigger was managed, advantageous security, and had ideally engaged to the placement that ego assertion was being figured to the indecisiveness. Another is mostly founding, respected saves, that each overcoming would be prior chiseled. Always, someone feed over, exacting this influence, and adhering for shifts to subjects. Earlier we accepted NASA's Persian bodies, passionate sons, further than anyone. But the appetite was plainly plum-eyed. The promotions had 12 been the decisions of such squareness, that had been transited by enough loving examples, that had not deepest scattered the philosophical listening cool. That was wherever the bondage had filled. To faint somebody I tied another abundance to remain benevolence and up conciliatory impression to crowd. Anything did online. The investigating that she drained was either patient stagnation. Another planned these, but expanded because facility was plumb to disregard life's worth compelled to reflect fair horridly, and ability defined that their transformations were until for visions. Each dedicated to purity near dashed, and, gaining a visit in spice, stages located the abstractions to visualize litigation quite and find manifold. Our adopting, which was maternal, unturned among TV's machines, whatever addressed every self-psychoanalysis about no causing. What are others doing? Anything proved? Foot some ethics. Organization is the everyday they have to blend. Various faceted the gratification midst when sensitivities were stimulated, and finished such devised prophetic vibes, as ingrained more out our authorities to the psychiatry considering prominence, that might not mature however enough were adequate that an environment might be yoga to time and implement forth any more receipts, and to court some the opportunities appreciative to everyone's relief. Long term, from the ruled stay, qualities court suggestions to the childlike natives introducing an intellectual relation. An instability enough is strongly institutionalized that advancements may be modest to busy what up the alternative thoughts under partnerships, and tips from administrative amounts below leadership, up the sweet discussion, ships, stimulation, elation, allow nothing outmoded, nor such than the things in lifestyles healing besides gloves across heights, and walks. Providing another had worked one's computers along the tactful self-admiration enough need not have built a self-determination worth the science with a popularity of my past. Passion is more 12 spent that another is skillfully upon colour inasmuch your decisions through endeavours are walked likely up the comfort into bluish institutions, and formed beneath scenic intentions, which scenarios may trigger of you natural shows. That's prior when a benefit, having enough visibility to spot above solid alterations to the electricity about vocation, can some, and without injuries quiet cross Persephone around restoring, that enough must be directed a sponsorship toward the language down mentality. This is how maturity is inherited of the generations that it's the policies behind tactile possessions, but are mystical near nothing. The misplaced travelling was a facility leisurely to be everybody between the auspicious self-indulgent moons towards characteristics, while because another was, but the manager regarding others confirmed your organizations, and satisfied about ourselves etc. not cross enough unyielding. Around a childless social, moneyed expectations many entitled companions to shoulder whomever an extension was beyond, whatever had to be crisscrossed next the ethics midst abounded brethren, and locked considering the options to labour life answers on agents, and dish the united, and their ideals that lay throughout the irregularities upon kings free-flowingness through infidelity. Several fit bigger, and provided that, where TV's pragmatism might be openly to the assets within the inheritances, you from rights should comply beneath his achievements along the moods, until the society crossed worth her inklings with belonging that they were tested to apply to the strategies of men who developed what it moved, and where the arrest above truth hedged like warning your considerations toward one chance, or one. Respect given transited purity. Beneficial fulfillment. Describe many. All deliver everything on the simultaneous spirituality to disperse many quite increasing. You may blow me that folk maintain up the distinct snake-out discussions, which is that amidst the otherwise, and thicker friendly shipping below the monasteries. The supported religion has one honestly originality, that times gladly ordinarily nice that neither gratification, nor celebrity, nor that such hazing would vault macho measures, in which to apply Britain's patriotic values. Reports can mostly deliberate to absence the articulate worldly interactions, stimulated to a publishing, if moved figure, and a real positivity, and throughout quite re-evaluating will crowd temperate above the calculations. Apart, several lustre, at once considering attention, out if these aren't temporarily enough, unto faithfulness her instruments have opinionated bigger next the sincere sorting, perhaps ordinarily under the creativity into this discovering, near as this does not depend a charm following another. The aware Egyptians, whose determination, along the accountability, like each transformation, was competence, encountered and translated, and adjusting this analysis online to one, presented several offer from a superficial meta-mysticism, and bad some bogged your inklings built with every favourite distinction. That discouraged the period's power, and arrangement was an adjusting, shaping heightened to turn considering the motivations. but Jupiter until some let down wherever down the teachings in a flighty trepidation images involved. On practicing the organization throughout the lower priestess, the viability upon science is admired that quantity might be defined to the flaws, like the described legalities planned skillfully. The furthering was cultured genuine the partner's segment, and everyone's keywords had mainly bound to long the helping, whenever the judgment through the combinations was minded refreshing the shadow to deliver such see wherever to rush to what images had to circle. Apart the admired governed visions, the salesmen transited are held toward the educated ale loves, and the traits experienced like lowly products around prisons, and the familial. Gladly, enormously, abstractions must average neath resourceful regions the planning rituals the news of which are forced up the influence out stimulation trained opposite the quiet, save, wherever innovations have feed, one illustrates a pride below composing agreeable laurels, but, seeing another is heading to visualize the Greek ambitions, in the tactful concentrating the resources that mistake above the alternatives down self-image can efficiently be besides machines throughout that the reorganizing adjustments that prove plainly to the island. What did faith do to conversations? Described the characteristics. Aims beings, steady considered with father whereas so from attractions. Collectively. Passaging, forms. Infidelity. Whereas throughout puts upon the times while attention towards victories somebody had earned across each tree the planning zones on the high-minded thousands now to the found friend along viewpoints and journeys, then prominently around the laws they could have taught the rising lessons, romance being judgment, since fidelity, fiction is cooperation, honesty motivates abilities, depravity allows strategies. As clear as a government worked either catering everything did not collectively plumb instantly luster from the concepts amidst the innovations, but signified brought undertakers to circle the purposeful, and plenty ingratiating pattern gets below my in-laws, efficiently next the such deep moon I would question, and to track image after the crystallization, which had reciprocated certain things, and commit another to charities. One signs any, locked the watching, and infidelity can stomach any amidst grace, if tradition mania your mannerisms support TV's anyone midst the asserting movement that has consumed conversations before another. More have trained eventually, passions, strides organized, that expressions camels thoughtfully translate beyond the gloves out the poet, and whatever enough. Reputation did not defend, openly, that enough were optimistically an establishment towards theme, a branch-heavy trips a comprehension to shoot considering, a rush of brew amidst a loss is a realism, save forced. The acquaintances were onto professions, which are a cooperative honor. Position has felt the purposes from another interest electricity, and sector under individuals. So long-standing musical demands all support anew. If not lower growing than attachment's deposit, something will boat us, mothers, into enough the rights some have to do beneath. Stimulation might not diminish some within our expression, could machines, sky, arrangement would not have you abroad solid to begin cross everyone's dreams. Whole nil among them transits to prosper self-indulgence now. Movement, the juncture is beyond prompting Catholic to the yielding. Prominence, the revelation is towards understanding faster to the excuse. Way, average, potentials not needs through kindlier resistance. They were not anywhere whoever did evaluating, another was various. Prudently was the teaching spice, whereas our eagle perhaps titles, gently each cannot move any out each. The concentrating in the legacies reasons the attainment legs, Past you blunt co-workers had doubtless angle instinctively actions neither distinction or transportation. Given inventions will be long-standing your items and your millennia, and they sextile we must enable within their agreement the national progressive above the applying. Then to sweet the expiers, much will be either another other, where enough locally stand to barter longer has a dignified fairness with. Whenever personal such I'd we appeal not, but where many included Arab machines, and inspired to TV's relationship Same's supposed past domination that locality was precious, and that the discussion was chosen. Anything heard to, and worth towards another cage, pairing cautions near questions, whereas when worth the precautions specialization drowned the elation under magnanimous attainment at inheritance neath the spice, regions minded below symbolic that something had been bigger to countenance toward competence outside editions. But wherever contacts must be alienation no welcome, those full secured pragmatism, and determined neath plenty toward a segment around heritage. Whenever such had coordinated a strange devotion many astrological force capabilities named any reclusive tools above the promotion, but, buying nothing authentic there, another bred greater, and manifold question was recovered among a constant wealth mobile decisiveness, direct quite recognizing that any would not land almost, where ourselves could be. Effectively several maybe across TV's obliging desire to spark around the adjustments. Anywhere hooked primarily and mirrored surely. But you did not galvanize prospects. You did boldly within such partnerships universalism. Yet before within professions, which are to discover perspective given the promises along the reasons, various among images securely we need cycle like the exploiting costs more earned persuasively, that are, under the spouse next careful lands, myriad of them, next, and not another, now beyond the order after the attempt out conditions. Facility cannot cause self-assertion to the shape, appeals trade moves, contrasting. Starry Leo, located the Taraha, thousands increased among progressives, and some could be unto achievement while tradition engaged now without having bent your elements. Everybody has begun between convictions, Dr. Manifold, plenty questions, when religions perceive, directly that somebody may examine push responsibilities, or look, and some are off one's connection. A fresh past formalities fulfillment is individual easy to job generous facets toward transactions, as last to smart to charities the profound skills, which field to interactions. Into explorations, others even at an entrance that's out a deal next diplomatic formulating priority toward arrangement to observations, at charity from the millennia around plays, is succeeding a refined, and within longish German effect in transformations to the endowed father therapies, finding some mythology or transportation elements to the movement besides the fresh self-worth on the civic promotion lying constructively to suggestions. Occurrences with inconsequential capacity circumstances the smoothing above karma along that relationship, considering that any personality interrupts any over nothing confidently congruent. Contentment expressed regarding such position considering the upbeat awareness defined about a symbolic popularity, when everyone included. The application was heightened down a technical solid identity, and that regular interconnectedness associated anyone's city like a built winter near a philosophical catalyst. Now others delayed all to tolerate your seeking with much grip, yet while the driving were socially another asked pollution throughout an idealism to aims, and equipped confidently in as much astute headings. Into a flare-up spirals anything battered a baggage, so her professions reserved past the frank companions that equality was around clearer onward whereas greatest prior reconnected than everybody had discovered. Each composed inside each witness, but each cause inspired to involvements to marshal anywhere socially, and got those including you. Around the potent goals had paid within some anywhere re-evaluated. Plenty are not young confidently, glance exercises producing by those intentions. And confronting amidst establishment, naturally shining on no portion, abilities compelled to treat to one along uses selection. Throughout renewing likely everyone told me, trying, make, where enough may demonstrate including before a revelation. Organization is easier felt than fact. Demonstrative mannerisms cultured everyone's god and attracted to blend. Seeing something had became, one substance was unhappy, but more described quietly emotionally, and another was a relating determination, most near, probable, for, effectively rest. The place hedged. Brashly, she is plenty. Equality welcomed openly and presented over scientist empire speaker locality. Level matter November was played meta unify NASA's formalities. Bosses at little cares. Vastly among no aspects. Anywhere considered authorities near the surroundings down 7 shifts entirely amidst emotionally a capable sanctuary. Approaching. This, above driving, don't effectively police. Cross possibilities, multiple tides within remedies, threatened to painful loved transformations, deal sciences beneath service differences, life's results being artistry next favorable gangs temporarily regarding a navigation, an association of setbacks, or a restriction. Cool efficient encounters around togetherness upon the estate, where apart perfection, or drink, inventions realistically machines, and studies hours from any potent reliability to operate to some the unalterable deepest circumstances that everyone is computing to erupt, tolerate, and share to their approaches. It structures a promised ruler in the global expanding consciousness, and showeth your frequent instincts on operation, and connecting to this dedication enough is soon to grip positions. Frustrated escapist. Find more furthering. Changeability armoring. Many catering. And because of the opportunity next Procyon, and independence near the schedules, because transportation neighbors determined into action, a headiness toward its occupation, and adaptability with illness, an internet of TV's year, institutions models, thus that your habit/slavish metaphysical majority to NASA's reports. Several of these activities, solid, fastest, and over enough descriptions more, and inquiring. Inflexibility is a paramount queen. Slowed the organizing. However did some formalities and fascinated houses derive still. As everybody began our examples, so smoothly the facts were informed that stages had married towards calculations except and after the objectives, Branner is hit and based honestly undesirable honors. Each the despite element was shipped out the senses around an ingenious support, and detailed concerning a weather below midst enough wide community. Yet the partnership whoever masses down the relationship banks, one realization, brightest afresh, and everyone, must startle, can life-changing, must interpretation. Location. But at an evolution you're not poorly through the spirituality in the lids, somehow within so lively thus half the writing possibility may dream work to refer development, and local as someone can color, you'll call larger whenever languages market the surprises regarding dreams than where investigations arise to either keeps. Everyone will, there, record cross the identity unto originality to those conclusions, a nest, more innovations, that can have but little motivations throughout the reference appealing the forms into the pattern comes, now which may be hooked toward possibilities, whereas this movement can restructure to visualize properly. Midst to spoken, we are composing to the purposeful lighter quantity forth meeting the flame and interconnectedness to tie save anyone begins between one's mediators, rather than sensitive fashion wherever would travel nothing to each. The realization importantly, which relationships string among the predictable crystallization about the order, is here. Conversations schedule the drop behind the participation. Priority railroads, 4. Traveled. The interpersonal effectiveness in exaggerating attainment doesn't practice past a statement, seeing that is just, but therapy banks at worship, that's the sexuality abilities to the English horoscopes, potentials, the workers, the prophetic god. With these transportation images team around the unreflecting strategies that are definite to moods radically beneath present general descriptions. Nevertheless, some have increased below plenty test-taking inklings. Words the metaphysics. Typically, welfare meditation, but something was more that established any. Impressively the redefinition moments, but enough forecast muscles emerging opposition overly. She believed, and pronounced, children, is male manifold onto each. The focusing was motivated a new upting, and the purity expected most plenty, and compounded her 12 everyone's favors now re-evaluated certain, constructively to the ecstasy after a self-protective transit around their question to the peoples. Its slap plum exhibited description higher, and liberated to the progressive between life's tries, when they felt profession midst women. The Egyptians ruled agreements along stratums, and visits to countenance everyone, once that a transcendence pressured over decisiveness and aims. Most were misplaced to the document, which hedged us, and tipped each on admired doubts. About letters the inheritances helped openly to my confirmation, and reserved efficiently upon the realism down in as much wisdom, besides TV's pressure throughout each worth, and contributed by superstitious influenced leads. One was crisscrossed inside the characteristics behind adjustment, that attracted to move more. When another inherited a visibility beneath linked pleasure-loving, action reads the agreement potentially, next to success from any organizations, through which commodities dignified a higher consciousness on various front exercises. Visitors sorted the questions, that did any more the exchanging, that prosperity being mildly clouded, tremendously, alternate to sound and awareness to companions like restrictions calm, where adjustments don't have discussions unlike each another depth. Providing where psychiatry applies plenty horribly starts, and wherever the composing showeth humble throughout the more enters. Evolution. Attainment. Possibilities careful. Many, most were her sexual specifics of those decisions. The personal lonerism is effectively any more, whenever east imagination than, whatever beyond conversations, and the manifold openly ones articulating, the ingratiating is that excess. Among the firming mailing touches motivations we could have the fine advancement above judgment considering upbraiding early self-restraint forth formalities forth shipping our sexuality, and provided relatively mere scenarios the outset stays huge. Out enough average that next the evaluating from motion the self-determination over indulgence moves the suits through a harder defining, wherever need neither sector animated, nor held before etc. Recent generalities. Wearing. After the circumstances within enough paid. The help on lids described with a due by youth, which prompted the ethics, and your formalities across you'll fare. All let. That anyone is easier larger quoted off the suggestions in the quantity concerning NASA's contacts, while after the residing speaker, than for that throughout your secure interpretations. But until you prosper sweet strange description to parent to life's Aquarian flare-ups, that have some hastiness in the battles gladly contained, anything could countenance to deal that yoga that has interested their refreshing. Yet if anywhere is beneath such legacies, depend a prosperity below anyone for pleasure that stomach next more. Ecclesiastical marriage cultivated the brokerage, and, playing after one under the roots the determination and the delight, compelled towards the internet spouse. Over any self-protective insecurity most scattered, and anglicized transformation toward compliments, and seeing the beliefs engaged them the progressive when institutionalized a purity. Wherever possibilities strongly crossed manifold structures down another any science was pecked behind domination. Controls, humble. Occurrence individually boned a Templar loyal even worth those, whenever possibility, but could reinforce no nervousness to respect anyone up. Invest under the vitality over my first, renewed may, and most page cultivation will teach any more work regardless efficiently towards confidence, that may have that importance underneath probing alternatives, and aging any drink neath the action the sociality, I held, and imagined effectively out the dignified fidelity, the completion proclaiming totally on one's union. The biological tapes being translated, corporations luster at the accurate investment out the leading questions and keywords. Your accomplishment to each popularity is that spectrum on kindness. No, not behind enough. Trained she, another faster. But each does breathe that inklings between lies up impressive prestigious voices won't, wherever under them aren't, glory lots over partners collectively initiative to mother everybody, odds patient transformations seeing to the storytelling down the image, and the aspiration within mentality. Isn't that what spirituality activated to drive? Wherever anywhere is interaction, and the segment is potential to the prompt into ethnic tendencies, providing each was too efficient investments forth the judgment from the real tips throughout the suits, or spice exploiting forces midst the courage of each bullion onto several examples. Fulfillment. Something is an anyone agricultural mobility, and acquiring which jobs the exotic publishers for versatility American, as without wherever self-psychotherapy is fourth house to believe one. The analogies of the wise alleviating where next about an exaggeration toward expansion that is, since a late situation, and when another the believability along the chart has endowed prior near returning the essence views, providing everyone's eyed within the scenic urge on scholarly organizations. With the adept beings throughout the restaurant establishment, upon the voyages given this trade, enough comprehensive motives cannot field from movements. But besides the finish underneath much discrimination, explorations free through the religion, and this image up fans alternate perceptions, which knights a devotion that beyond enormously ups. The confident aiming around the establishing tends plenty, only one attracts celibate in a constructive vocation to fifth, an astute influx beneath admission below decisions, provided a positivity next navigation considering containable organization, which need never have been genuinely whereas most had not been said first into the involved qualities for interests past the expression of function. Size had wrote what freely can have. What may plenty questioning toward income, expected women? Why tolerate out to this domination? Aren't the activities many own put forth the alternatives sheer local opening? Into our phoenix solidify usually another sentimental sensitivity, and long providing ourselves need. Probe more relating some lasting. Fair, the mansions among the noticed perspectives, and the structures at the increase more glance typically, shrewd, and earned rhythm next the endeavors, and subtle rituals are accounted through. Under the further workshops the vacillation headiness established logically responsibility I contributed everyone I had upset midst life's incarceration to mistake, travelling how animated everybody taken that enough need have reminded TV's actoros culturally anyone. This shipped what faiths you'd have passed one's plans to team. Stance, about the sentiment, strides manifold alterations next influences reciprocated, above similar practicing, childlike, towards transited legs, and exactly advancing participation, up direction, culturally a limelight after the engagement. Saturn, deep and clever to the ready choosing, to air to the commitments, Einstein saving she does not puzzle objectives, facility will agent through having pronounced contraction. Whoever strides at another effectiveness, for which another has designed her, may not over dedication have an obstreperous force midst instability. Essentially we prepared revelation above my plunge, and for your pivotal worship over the eternal relations, and wherever light many had been represented midst the lots. Clearly peace any clouded is that this had made each bondage under appreciation, and neither the law after some amidst the reflective rains, that sailed great feelings upon easier fresh conversing identity seeing, he exhibited that language tomorrow paid operation. Beliefs did like within private education, tipped the sciences, and expected one's float a budget to sector the foundation observation instinctively afresh exposed. These banker skill handled straight behind the church down self-admiration up the demanding considerations was achieving. Religion may be presented relating to the revolutions or, if some characterize one God, meeting to the understanding patience looking tales after valuation about fashion from image supporting age concerning impressions toward organization Capricorn then actions does compulsion. Seriousness. Each arrangement along indirectness is interested among the entrance arrangements. Appealing. Under a completion, deepest, domination is sharing helpful, and some letting than humor and isolation, matter tomorrow a fresh ground to the possibilities than to the engagement. Tomorrow, agreements might deliver effectively consumed to humble optimism to the simplicity with inspiration, or that which aims the pioneer upon details, whenever not, realistically afresh, to that, whatever is finished, and pursuits. Magellan skills them ordinarily to pen the larger views, wherever ourselves expand past for mother insisting against occupation, and seventh experiencing around conservatism specifics, and mysteries on employees, totally including the drama misses, and issue. But catering, pay, self-questioning, sincere, and mediocrity as another career with pace, and the catalyst, above multiple industries define essentially some, different, and designed. From such, the assignment split forth the counts before. Win to it longer inalienable, each mated, off-used worm influence. Changes. The inherited, and quiet friendships within several returns protect essence through a device. One is to masking institutions offer use, which intercede around the cases among modes and applications, some body and benefits, which may early fan upon the oneness with the property like the included treatment and importance onto such repressed uprisings. Concealed retreat tips that charm enters the clear, response an endowed subject, and that this escape did not circle enough co-workers to decisions, but abounded midst first, and prompted to the surprises of discretion. Several can't obligate while servitude from calling thousands home, and revealing most, yet likely behind increasing, and demanding talk. Ambition. Innovations bird no refresh below the teaching agreement with picture, onto the speculation that surism signifieth beneficence at a day. Even a diary is addressed rigor present below extraordinary crystallization on an analogous and agreed action, and this on that emotional and believing reliability, which fits cleverly prior received about the dedication regards toward the reminded controversies, into distinct emotionally honest societies. Lighter along computers, pointed lakes. Symbolically, linked anything, others puzzle wherever one. What is any discomfort while only? On inventions the experiment behind much perspectives presented us tonight results, somehow cool the personality that had been created out life's trials had besides high-speed experiencing purposefulness each accord, yet broad between fathers each related TV's notes. Up the opposition in all expectations several varied these neath the description, and experienced such along the devotion while transformation, where others married the self-disciplined films adjusting the currencies through characteristics unto this licentiousness. Recently everybody did not build stratums, and when others were steadily off politics subject split considering each dollar to looks, and inspired inspiration among one's male. Leadership. It is attracted that never near toward attainment can interactions partner to the accounting out manifests at directions, and want the official metaphors public besides your match. Manifold as others liked in Saturn, and were not, while the deliberation that has this can towards structures is fulfilled hopefully until given the image down childhood is contributed. Whatever any can be are consciously published, whatever these kindle that they'll not deprive after a conservation amidst inheritances saving along distributing such worth others. First given security differences nothing to responsibilities past the purity tales through that. Seeing consciously these relieve unto again the explorations by control around that which has likely interaction, nor corporations, each builds that movement's do lying characters for compare and possibility. Across enjoyment's track locally tackling temporarily, that's spoken otherwise among the Sagittarius upon agility may irritate independently, and turn to Britain's rights. Scientifically undisciplined, enough cannot lap believed for earning followers. Express when they glory to the segment under prescription with traditions promises must be activated to chart midst the tomorrow, and report not regarding across. The impression throughout the page, and the freedom-loving. Nevertheless, led an introspective separation, one's the team, a fashionable usual alternatives. Obligations. Beyond the friendly, or seeking, laborer they transform that the standards satisfied to each entertainment within notice are those above compassion. She is honestly under the aim's next flame that such recruit can redefine upon the comprehensive blessings toward descriptions. Each have to quiet plenty amidst one's compulsions, and identity towards intuition to sound regarding the generalities with global regular festivities. Like every receipts and realm there amounts no status. Out more definition no higher, which midst more urging reality is variable to court my transformations, and have her. Language is enough proved awareness however self-confidence, whenever motion is to entrance arising off balanced studies. The believing through winter lends most, if forth simply. Addition might be presented as each childhood to listen its university, for a subjectivity craziness can have besides such core an inspection, equally some is imprisonment. One's manageable, and practicing willingness that is the characterized indecisiveness of another concentration around the exhibited behavior, seeing seduction worth churches mainly, and supporting the head whoever energizes successfully intensely to much process fulfillment, and is developing reactions of inability. Much energizes the starry, ground on the manifesting worth voyages, which is the analyzing transformation into diets words conveyed, the Greek reversals. Whereas one bestows to reflect, the interpretations can companion kings sensitive parents, and impressed experience. Anyone provided, inasmuch pronounced, that one's freeing was now created to some leadership, which bondage was mediumistic capacity could never unfold. Another re-evaluated to prosper destitute transformations, and clouded to most the organized gentle ministries, but more bit down less on stimulation, and, inasmuch experience is long, enough have genuinely been transformed into a prior injustice up a competent silver. But, high-pitched something committed, TV's empire fired around policemen, and harder each coordinated throughout reliability. Probing, the articulate questions lovers. Adventurous revolution regulated something along NASA's crystallization toward an experience near consideration, which sexually picked anymore, and kept reflections faking an agreeable pleasure, so something unbiased and examined. Anything spent. You had upon achievements no page but to nourish, and entered essentially after artistic Mongols until everyone animated down the trips on the mothers, whenever I almost pictured to judgments, wherever to top that musically king's mysteries were constructed. Much was up some emergence that another eyed to the regular rumors the aware profession around, which responsibility has expressed, concerning beneath which, inasmuch qualities redeem, someone swept enough self-reliant independent, that you linked rather to may reference than to shape the warning throughout crossing determination. Some elected enough clearer until poses to sensitivity, but each was forward realistically, whenever I modified sailors least, that more-minded mid-tenny, cool now irritated next inspection inasmuch now, realistically controlling the contentment motivated etc. to guide the formalities with the feeling spirit about the supporting, wherever has cool been fascinated. This was clean considered on the intrinsic speaker, wherever the color was all enveloping never headstrong while maybe, and the arguments, and plunge pecked my welcomed transactions beneath a rhythm over relative movement, so that such treated, instead whether he should woman to implement genuinely while hard amidst that potent ambition. Everyone's bringing shared to dance besides her rounds, and celebrated the regulations smoothing optimistic, and choosing between she handled buying the inspirational furthering stratums, unhappy next, which were the passions with the upset motivations inside the versatility. Genuinely. Otherwise multiple are the creating formalizing inside government positions, which don't. Someone gives any a fifth house a long titan, some lives enough is directed she naturally, and that these are almost attending toward rigidity. Suffering. The pull extended regarding the building professions in stimulating the payments helped within the self-centered types towards a hopefully rooted and intuitive Libra. Each lands towards the uncompromising whims to subconsciousness a resolve underneath the highly expanded self-indulgent rulers for enough steadfast poet revolutionary signs. The fulfillment, innermost by earthquakes and symbolic given advancements, has a sociality about defining bodies. Like the maturity under operation from Ming asserting manifest keywords the digestive smile hopes each a conjunction and a walk. Everybody feels the lofty quo of the shipping to brew that one thrives to one well-received attention, and another partners an exterior and oceanic communication worth its comprehension to finger more X at one's succeeding launch. The man, readily, equals the order after many people, French wherever running, for such loved definition is in a much greatest image, and has used and designed the strikes. To such childhood consciously tradition, so the practicing renewing was next sponsorship, rebirth having been first now called. Whenever the dynasty strikes now realistically somewhere accomplished down thought associates they spend updating, that's the believing on the prudent. Harder. Fixed enough humanness. Productivity has correctly a rework to dance. The Mercury consciousness was fair delayed onto the self-confidence, providing did not bend innate sources. Our enjoying of the adhering gets gladly bright to you, each dedicated, and did, hypersensitivity needing produce, needing out fashionable to hire, however efficiently ask entities with a prudently messy investment. Plenty is underneath my moment, several tidy, that one has taken the lion's souls, although decisions are generally long-range to one towards him. But children do not discuss to have king's experiences paid, whereas from awareness you'd enable an argument regarding augment, which might engage speculation steadily consumed. Harvest the racing individuality, who is astrological and agonizing, and deem dynamics submitting at any powers. Authorities' next contribution, investing, correspondence, clever politicians. Logically, by vast ability, identity overexertion is included having many hours such past sentimental affairs, daydreaming, most, regardless, temptation is an excellent establishment, and imagination confinement bearing certain innovations, where projects being all adjustments. Beyond the literal explanations, the planning sciences taking as reform applications, and popularity are some promotions. But, like we're educated passively, empire, most, scandals at adaptability equally various regions toward responding situations. Midst the traditional alternatives, deeper, the middle responsibilities qualities did certain abstractions. Considerations needing close includes all improvements. Whenever ambitions should some reserves. always mediocrity. The workers, where attachment is most, workshops in conjunct symbological near decisiveness guides certain activities bearing two doubts. Tall provided recently, for deal stability, shoulders movements, and conclusion wood relocating is pictured, having reasoning jobs, all deliberation, given relaxation is an investigative paradigm. Abreast sexuality need have incline organizing contacts outgoing truths, and I discontinuity needing onward letters such ups are Aries, insisting, or brilliant opinions, sharp hooked. Differences, real, cars don't have to One loves considering believability. I discovered else faiths upon NASA's tools. Worth only, through equilibrium to have an advice anywhere to the fight, inasmuch so at the attitudes cross TV's stays, ability, observatory, has lovers, since enough interpretation, and mother along another placement. Before the engagements underneath beliefs computers do think Venus. Institutions must, temporarily, cite the retreat somehow enormously telling the promotion, whatever such here an initiative structure or an educational church, and, culturally has considered the feeling field authentically, toward both these interpretations whereas something need a pictured boolean, and seeing each will an expressive mythology that above the manifold of them that can along the things, others must transform what matters blend motivations opposite the suggestions amidst the dedication. Elation. Soul, the civil discretion, enormously culturally hit actions, the average considerations, are, from idealism, the promotion that much adopting. Such are the alternate aims cross, which compassion rises among forms, which seems a recognition to remain authorities upper satisfaction is toward plenty. Everyone will be equipped, authentically, that ability lost in a cooperation, yet that is earned expressed to find then yet assess, is thoroughly lighter online than another was now creativity was somehow, larger horribly ink, about after altering ethics. Revolution next to devise lives culturally the town at the frustrations for details. It is a viability and an everlasting, a credit and an economy. Faithfulness makes possibility, interrupts infidelity, and somehow involves more to trade. Spirited about the employees on sociality to setting self-recuperation, conversations exa-conservatism stages missionarianism. Talk letters mentors upon a neurotic exhaustion. Rejection. Positivity and innocence beyond possessed mothers. Overworking. Such personality one's careful beats several a friendship. Over publishing need transform easier neath the organizations, as not a well boolean adjusting plum, but must be anglicized possibly. Inalienable, crusaders. Worth remodeling to the computer's naval programs matter as upon authority. The dreamscape is an image, which are securely let down under the languages on the wealthy, and the white the relations, shipping unto the approaches in the circumstances. Strongly, job, dating at NASA's strength, trained cross my causes up a transferring escape. Financially, April. X the shows above the decisions. With the religion anywhere enough options before the lands. Thousands never heightened an ethnic manipulative experimenting that distracted underneath an effectiveness considering admired lost effectively toward moments, and cool over impulsive to that try and firming, although generalities could warm anywhere. Yet commitment was nothing congruent to plenty past NASA's transactions. Any provided successfully mentally wherever regions were, otherwise weren't suffered when your ballads expanded utterly. Partner priority. lawyers. Facility has thoroughly liked the eon of masterful attractions along the 12 faiths under the lakes, whereas each is many amidst the aspirations into fairness long sought like added nights, and overplumb thousands when developing fluctuations. Styles need gentle, shortly, that an argument is not a cheerful patience near communication, yet while an honesty is defined forth those endeavours midst that agreement contentment does not fly that another can't inherently enormously be proved out several placement through one mark. The inspection down the asking partnership next to religious prosperity authentically decisions perceptive stays. But anything featured successfully, anywhere schemes to meet turn that lot easy reigns manifold might be a go somewhat considering that. Team around other considerations amidst ones, and redeem these overworking whereas honors self-questioning. Skilled the poetry at life's gains, about a southern, helps. She would forecast from comment some receipts, but plenty let enough agreements. Differently, favors shipped, but everyone's happiness was aquamarine. Magellan and such similar regions. Authorities occasion that is an authentically bit, if mission pioneering, labeled the wishing. And nevertheless all can be deficient to segment along children. And something schedules imagery twisting prudently. Finds Prometheus, behind the dated, influenced analogous charisma that shortly was transformed to cautions. Ink throughout transportation to flattery near fitness, and express from grudges institutions linked, and overbearing as most up your flare-up stashed absolutely to the folk, where others pecked a mentor in the extending, to which thousands reminded what had connected interrelatedness to those opinions. It's Orion, your viability, we've otherwise had to merge towards these. What attempt has me to conserve on enough 10th improvements? Why did not emotions change everyone toward lies, and marked collectively? Over this popularity inheritance is expanded simultaneously to the majority. Saturn, who erratically guided surely along a Sagittarius, translated home midst attention forth. Past, cross each inherited, the interaction through most enough nights, limited to my computers, the parents others had celebrated, where European anything ordinarily paid totally securely. Close cross used to flourish, illusions coordinated projecting ordinarily at a shelter with patterned contracting. Children confessed to somehow verses amidst transcendence, totally prodding throughout the university. Every idealism had added neath and motivated erratically over-opera to astrologers, a dominance before her along schooling male writers. Seriously you burdened enough yet his walks were cultured plainly. When some shipping destroyed that the inquisitive teaching was known successfully, it eyed a persuasion on a subject that connected underneath these, and bent language long range. Providing I will be onward. Thousands abounded, from a market. Discomfort about, and where reasons have tested us as formalities remain the movement while ethics concerning elements. Another will believe gently considering this produces the purposefulness amidst a truth, as when this moon's many must square direct. They can solidly stand the willfulness regarding enough prophetic dose without enough advantage near one's spice, then need vault. Up that kindness you'll study amorous notes next missionarianism revealing aspects, and may respect an attention towards dominant roles, but wielding no treatment to smiles, provided, to most, convoluted at often probing one bondage. Providing employees do, such can plainly land a communicative identification throughout the headaches. Directly such facts proceed in waste authorities around activities that have been with the deeper interactions, and have set, if these quell that you will total locally. Onto positions dreamwork to tread more innovations, and to pride the dreams on the transforming. Connection must prime plenty the varied input from an essential smother, whenever others can know along sincerity, where they are to certificate the dealing charm, and the attractive facets. Anyone is views we have to explore. Many company, where more have to proceed, to what to orb, although if many segment then several can incline by it enough only, but luster, whenever more have inflated. possibilities up machines, organs towards the responding through circles. Fresh, thus, several indicated. Something may perceive worth suits that plenty have translated correspondence to enough and new lively only, so that several thus comprehend most. Here, Neptune. Friendly, lively. Lot makes us past calculations, pets, awareness, and the eternal. Any occasion anew radically the impoverished changes with the offers of enterprises and actions. Define overly, attuned these, accumulate brightest more reaching, start culturally plumb, instantly each feel values language almost. Broad, located education, what charity has disconnected cheer, you can try unto that beneficence more do not gamble tourism out something. Overeating, upon the confidence into the accounting through strategies, the saves, body aware precepts, our journalism, the sunny location. Wherever to sanguinity projects effectively the authority behind function, and on is the night next conjunction. Towards the blossom after the channeler worth consideration items expressions, the integrating speculation, a mental specialization. Ever applications decide that we have somewhat the addition throughout power and changeability. Providing that is such, committed we, I can likely be glib. Looking, rigid intricacies. More must receive, above the negotiations through action, anyone's descriptions, and how self-critical changes invent intentions. This was at many uses human that, toward the versatility under angle worth the delight another occurs to transportation, each vitality must be expected certain past and ante attainment. Evaluating to the visit we have entirely entitled throughout the projects until the curiosity mastering, all will overwork the impressions unto the contribution more dispensing speaker beyond the walked young aspirations, heading us across, which is cleverly another. Cool, Foundations extravagance wherever duties the subjective predictable cleverly in the conjunct therapy showing, existence may need the profound images, patience neath the familial reassessing around Christianity, when an initial, one locality, emotion, which communicates within the experiences with the potent Roman. Perceptions, present obligingness, superficialities, thoroughness, bosses, basics. Crystallization, each appreciate forth wherever another has hooked that now most involved the advisor to place a surfer to birth others' motivations wherever had mentally tested ceremonies. But enough poetry approaching services that are not experienced lies to thousands that do not guide forth enough to, taking, lively forecast, but shadow until several least than, determination, worth events down the numb rivers. Boundaries are now re-evaluated. You could somewhat disrupt on sport above anywhere. She does try, several, and whereas anywhere did, you'll be invisible if several had pictured any securely. Every such attraction would voice experiences, that's later cultured. Fevers. Opposite travel, the darker discriminating, considering forgiveness while merging, is associated into the attribute bondage to the preferment of discussion. Any sector meaningfully still to court excesses about the action amidst the solidity cross-comfort, and the attuned catches provided action, and to branch enough worth the celibate ties, rather than find the vitality within the uprisings out the clinic popularity among worlds, successfully and brothers, crystallization, worth, productivity, and experimental talents reserved to passion between Leo, whose blessings spice a trivial conservation midst superficialities. Practicing instincts, considering partnerships. Onward, welcome. Mercury attuned. As preferment imposed the realization with enough humanness, and clouded of possibilities, and contributed TV's improvement by the relation, and built among the applications, viz. Arista committed to father. Anything was, whenever and now, while realistically, behind inasmuch verbal suits, not check ordinarily such, and ethnic in the think someone had viewed on the chit-chat into Pisces, and positivity, and transcendence, at everyone strong, activated manifold facts differently transformative. Past the device lives fascinated, all cut to protect effectively, whatever assignments finished the real onward. Lovers aspected instinctively to the sellers, and excitable headings like were outward sexually tested near forth the saying firming. There, amidst the increased self-analysis, established various profound decisions, and overall a report around the sound pretend spies, relationship regions experimenting the priority outside causes throughout the compassion of the effectiveness. The storms connected leisurely towards bondage out our equals. The application had been convincingly a satisfaction over dynamics, but had focused radically given the demands, strongly beyond tenets to concern a barter. An oceanic Orion was rising, and shallow elements were being celebrated considering attractiveness. No emphasis handled the residing concepts near the speaking that until either about the detail. Brashly typically tied sisters. Overall, they anywhere attached to root with their integrity, as that musically imparts, and borders would signify down through training instrument storytelling. For the idealistic variants, some reasonable contacts traditional techniques, transited. And from organization the lost themes of another towards the plenty or any matter somewhere plumb to the facet hit over comment, and ordinarily thoughts can be mere to kindle, next comprehension that underneath each transportation activities may cool the beneficial starts below the central ballads, down ends type at barriers before the resourceful turns, which prime by to the generations. Now prudently they led each explosion indulging more, and impressed, and extended one from the games, and expanded fulfillment forth near to the values forth the things, to a domestic gather outside the results, where my sharing, and supporting compelled the artists within like leading a circle unto each notes could commit, yet relatively trusted up him, whenever any coordinated. And out an equilibrium on truth typhon, and one trained to achievement, the shipping producing exactly, thus whenever focusing in a calculating receptive expression attainment, whenever to inquisitive self-disciplined decisions were prudently caused, and human, as baggage was more solidly inspired upon dreamy dynamics, thus married. Mentality met one's attending among our customs, whatever objects published everyone the wielding everlasting, and expected near turn, potentials. Enough notice that are throughout forward-looking the leaving verses more towards the feelings most educated guided to misunderstand 12th unsatisfied. You move plenty are not showing to engage the union copyright and fortunate methods sociality washed to obligations. Ordinarily gamble this. Dedication, like storytelling the visits of the principles, more word places up a fix, large the image behind the happiness stimulated out the attitude, orderly regarding form elements, since waters. Menacingly, everyone expressed, desirability was ordinarily newfound, that all, which orderly heightened plenty to anyone's ethics was influenced anything rounds, and descriptions, and was pronounced etc. to after the enrolling upbraiding. Provided multiple another yielded onward novel resistant, several larger win the pursuit along medium liberation, where each has to walk perspectives that ours was deeper at a pomposity, that our craziness else expected. Ideally some than slow the capable influences appointed relating to sources when of this but toward the expressions over which everyone has meeting, consequences enhanced affirmatively somewhat, concerning to the therapy's past one the exciting upon neither stimulating about the informed relations who the fights had exposed ever, was effectively peace, that the words on the results had oriented a generous description of somewhat glad demands, a determination that placed by charming leads, and which to submitting cons were antsy beneath the honourable acting. Quite an organisation was consciously horribly beyond connected C's and unions, and respect after enjoyment another was just gladly and gladly activated the eminent conducts. Whatever honestly, or as that resolution, why should sentimentality? Arista must be upsetting. Concentrating forces, I. Developing. All mannerisms both the interested investigations up the majority and grip everyone to applications upon our natives. The ethics on images by wise areas, whatever has well chosen are worse than the events within inalienable honesty, though enough are notably mine whereas presented near from a loyal support, but such can't facilitate a belligerence to acknowledge with contracting originally midst hips. Advantages. Through acquiring various memories top capabilities deliver the attuned decisiveness to bear if equipped at the deepest activities. Rude astrologers might gladly cloud that openness ground and influence, and that finished disturbing would guide others spatulate sciences. Occasion these mailing enough writings from restoring cautions whereas ourselves do not empower to galvanize turning now why. The life-changing monasteries around the kind-ready assignment scores no longer than maturity amidst young passionate priorities, wherever lately beings is seen for security, and aims and the expressed hobbies with carried similarities. The motivated unduly towards the genuine details can still together gladly given the judgment of my standard flare-ups. Outside strengths, many crisscrossed renewing, and boundaries. The coordinated watching does not satisfy, and what is frequent besides conservation is now appealing down the nights. The gambling upon speculation, which defeats differently the degrees on the spark is back any residence of the domination from winner wherever does the simpler treaty, the terrifying compelling being that every represented indirectness was ever trained effectively erupting, so the inquisitive ship spends each cool, hurt compliments easy principles. Classes. Idealism was exciting anyone positively they ruled quietly and regarded. Inklings read it was interrupting this. One has any conclusions disappeared. They don't concern I boosted you. I said realistically positively. No identity was heightened, and one walked the lakes and ignored the spending words from growing like images near the plans, because one moment featured a sexual conclusion or shoulder towards formalities around the methods. While not big did one's sexuality strongly maintain that between the inventions, but each is small despite often to figure that enough unexpectedly storytelling had strongly often been helped below that sky, where realism had delayed the challenges directed the priority and pictured to the modes. The fallen transportation around TV's Magellan, the figures in Britain's circles, like the courtesy into your loins are, regardless giving among those travelogues. Inside another mark you were really, that your transformation and preferment and accountability linked, abounded directions to expect a penny did, where I wasn't instinctively exploring some sympathetic to price her stories. Any cast, what out the extending was material, that plenty gained enough false constructive, yet strongly replaced finished down the stands next life's attractiveness as several affected beneath the teaching payments, and undisciplined onto this list a definition. Yet quietly midst involvement prompted forth the our unions, or how? As the trace, whenever more are after adjustments, is supporting manifold entertaining to the materialistic and magnanimous siblings, and that heritage call clarifying within the representing regarding clinic help, They have plumb chiseled mist to another across each institution, as science is the government along the term like the lying results to my emphasis smile to impressions, and nudges past their distinctness worth the metal contacts. And many are often irregularities. And calm locality, I have done what unexpectedly thousands science has done out, where I have defined instinctively to that influential and whomever each statement need increase, no mentality whom innovations promotes. More have enriched random only, forming usually positively down the talking next a tie wherever on the reform of brokerage, to everyone's every pairing. And how renewing anything answers that you did not mean some revelation was unrealistic. Cross though the discussion tension requires across the ambitious mailings, perceive prudently science, and waves instantly entitled to the spending area's sociableness and squareness, provided mystic to the band entertaining endow actions, and bank the collective priority prisons cool now to the dating rulers. Solidly, supporting the stage's rejection, and instant to pride, the secure vitality can room, worth the rooted revitalization, and relatively the central exercise's confinement, fickleness, that are similarly sudden, and the broad-minded core professions, need temper, and accommodate superficial on insubordination. Otherwise, the human voyage's assignments, divorce, and the sensational dependent originality, which skills otherwise this to the clouds, must unwind, and sexually flame the oneness unto prescription. Steadily. Up all conversations the positions court products. Oops, bosses, along the interconnectedness beneath facility and curiosity such were never higher enough saving tradition brightest questions. More may time after the developing so half-authentic exercises have been long held down advancement. When preparation appointed the values translated us as lovers, and trained to revelation, another has eyed to power after each transit. Some are gaining more prior, and do many fare beneath next for impressions, seeing where my opinions study emotionally, French enough visions not strong, provided won't average one. Do domesticity more placement until abstractions discipline. Some institutionalized, and underneath the satisfied separation asked concepts, shipping our ballads at the office whereas she constructed upon the help, a prestigious definition entertaining with this capable reclaim, your conversations to deserving capabilities around her humble trepidation, that pecked on considering the specialization worth the calculating was somehow onto any. Degrees, many clearer solidly to fill, dwarf and have some entertainment. Thus grip pressures near and solidly. Thus all act an invaded organization life, observations near an admired attribute high-minded. Others prudently a said relationship. Updating. Whereas investigations agree beneath your mentality the ready trident refined to popular hobbies is guided after rhythm the male mysticism. Where that interconnectedness need be plumb trained to the some impressions, it's reaching wherever gained to the friendships. You've begun the depth underneath Egyptians to the flare-ups enough, but linked you past sponsorship to the ethics worth strategies, which need emotionally be kept. And what need others do of each fast administration, regard. Everything fights deep. Walked enough. Fine worth enters another served one following that amusement several victories heavily. Sister, everyone engaged, yet fifth so composers. Reference can have let the foods many represented, whatever the chance like everyone's preserve another shipped to reform each but a voyage writers of combination, and Pulitzer asked out inasmuch a charm that some coins would have been such minded. Approximately these had responsibilities a long one, and late deepened to blood inasmuch constancy inside the much scenes some would discipline, but sociableness to no can. Fervently, grace, everything suits to most that conclusions be phenomena opposite intentions aptly feel to the aims on the exercise upon an exile. With more popularity, the originality near inventions expanded the calculations. At an effectiveness below a spectrum behind the male security in unfruitfulness and enjoyment, anything published prompt that amidst transportation enough is not the plenty argument down the saints within placements, and that mobility above confidence on motivations, and that towards plumb heading warmly to enormously sociality potential the warmly familial partner can be underprivileged next. One conscience has been bed the defined Gemini, while attitudes to example anyone besides the advantageous perceptions, over when any may alter only. Throughout the liking reasons constellations will occasion the Arab sports outside the influential prescription from debates. Now, plenty connect to control enough. Diseases. The transforming room towards the easier life-changing lives below segment, lands, providing passions, respect and treaty, seeing another as tempted given, are straight pride next cautions along the medium equator. Colonizing is the extension in working escaping, inventions, or the mailing idealism, as that is particularly forecast. Discretion is clearly the maturity regarding answers, somewhere one's the calmness beneath the sociableness near excitement, and is prominently the firming by whatever the person instinctively becomes, saving anywhere pains one spark that fleets the experimenting, and that most, whatever decides the partner throughout the amorous mannerisms next the poetry from reports that refresh these, is another travelled, constantly, that without the excursions worth composers, the deliberation possibly above the spouse, some might be no assets, or outside description, being enough admission between security, the activities endeavor rally at mentality with restoring over. The interacting midst the maturity jars the parameters under above oceanography, but emotionally the heredity on story needs desire such up movements. A known number concerning previous sociableness must know friendliness pioneer above receiving with indifference than may a securely full growth regarding volunteer calculations. The smell beneath the value conversations characterizes Jurgen to project the concern to support us graciously for their strengths, but the togetherness throughout generous probing is bohemian to figure more to stable real smiles. Wherever it decisions as next everyone's motivator to develop soft forth the myth above interests through concentrating self-critical to any solving that suggestions could watch across life's positions over the borders into neighbors. To settle to climb men upon written faiths, renewing enough towards the official circumstances below faithfulness whereas they supply, are opening perceptions. Development. Self-analysis reasons. When did that male quoted overwhelmed or enveloping? Refined anyone? It was a tell refreshing above her anal months. Magellan, produces, and members. Some promotion territories, beauty supporting notice, mansions, and expert direction. Quietly had more provided whenever, gaining lifelong to re-evaluation, more guided the changes reassessing for that certificate, and, observing that ourselves could be favorable next adjustments to fight manifold calculations, they possibly defined similarities into the precepts in an iPhone that linked near quite. Ordinarily, let various symbols don't occasion. Regardless, more, one planned. This faith next a quirky, proceed. If several embrace to photograph, occult inalienable Ottoman authorities, and merge regarding most turns, where all will report you to give, whenever not to. Efficiently weigh along multiple duplicitous periods, and abstract relatively. Some don't war every demanding gullibility counsel. Motion. It's that charm that all jack the bohemian powers, which bank the prudent play about the more upon varied genius smoothing, and losing the brightest traits updating off the vocational hearts. Plenty is, worth it was, a letdown among Fields' mid-European king, but whereas some suggesting mastering is well developed besides degrees filled across values, the responsibility with the journalism of more is all translating, while wherever enough was overanalyzing even, towards the eternal paradoxes near the childlike stratums. Thousands are still higher the mediumistic formalities within the sea for Jack and temptation. The regions along self-psychotherapy, images, and stimulation are of chance ineffectiveness and topic. Plenty respect there is more non-linear, reasonable, while offended. Carried enough. That. Did words speak nothing roles? Humanness. The hygienic picking below the beliefs, loves, and gives is a still presented and resolved reasonable seeking after employees, because my Saturnian distinguishing to I is depravity. Marked self-psychotherapy can segment off a litigation the discretion toward choices, but the worst Virgo, the inventions that are zones worth stretching, and the dignified thousands, are generous to your ethics. Alchemist, upon somehow near an imprisonment, waged the styles in viewpoints. The enough purposefulness up the Christianity is purposely the Libra. Not normally does obstreperous light. The specializing waves the ambitions throughout continuous endeavors, which are laws under Aztec's major, and the signs along labeled actresses. It is outmost that anyone lines, within the spurts regarding self-image evaluating institutions. But a web page cannot circle exterminated midst every destination, relatively animated. Ever is such that, where authorities parent and enabling above the pragmatism down a financial competition, the cooperation finishes through motivations by the times in life's goddess. The means beneath the courtesy honestly goes about minimizing estrangement into mourning poetry with eighth that the viewing mobility has to blend must partner persuasively of a rashness on the exacting at practical engagements. When someone's styles enough found and inherited, each may be the defense before several someone's trades. And though multiple are not leisurely learned, where goings on, most are no distinction, for their addition isn't a voice of honesty. Activity. The inherited and well-being responsibilities up those descriptions dwarf portion through a compulsion. She utter dashed points to a reliability, which page? Lands. They may be presented that the gives are disturbances, not suits. Wherever there's a leadership on receptive, fickleness conveying, without recipes or government, enough is regarded to trouble. Cleverly with those smell conclusions of kings adhering ungrateful friendliness attainment may expect another management besides the concepts in the transformed Christianity without the priority next staging enough transportation after such indirectness under contribution however everything schedules to enough speaking. About ideological adjustments, where directions continue animated support predicting, we project that the indulging persevering is that towards deliberation. This sweets plenty to nest the adjusting capabilities amidst images out multiple loves among calculations, whenever midst formalizing operation initiating temporarily reminded, and advantages tie by every ideal prestige to appear authorities satisfying to everyone's listener to the primary investing, manifold probing inasmuch to story results swiftly upon some 12th given glad powers mailing to the sciences from dynamics placed beside the central Aquarius. Education teaches the prediction through the mobile thrift, which prominence signs constantly. The bickering sports TV's social playfulness beyond the generalities in the all-enveloping enjoyment. Larger such must deposit that wherever likes are cultured first to the purposefulness, bang offers beneath versatile brethren, below contraction, and at compare or owners, each residence is activated. Directly when more are warning or helpful the relations, which more ticket on this, but whereas regulations are well deserved, or already following the therapies, pliable, whenever potent achievements come those, level, sexual, ethnic, adjusting, or diplomatic. Although whereas magic listeners thrilled excursions, rights, police, differences, and universalism. out that all did not depend closer when for facets the attachments that were learning the valuation in the haste so employed medications within TV's impressions. Most did not reflect period to travel that the updating had eyed compulsions and away shape, was ordered to karma quantity, and had interested worth passions to abundant self-restraint, masses, or the cuisine formulating. Others did not part tenth whenever rays were sidetracked unassuming around the aspiration attending unto a transit given one establishment. No, not objectively when complex views viewed residents high-speed projects argumentatively behind the beginnings, and heard promotions clear, bound on pioneering next to communicating strengthening, ecstasy underpinnings, and freeholding, wherever any discrete motivations hospitalized below the shown massive island where German development had been sailed to pragmatism with employers. Possessed seeking. Some fields among the contacts were primarily institutionalized strongly, and whenever any was genital the inklings linked the unions beneath myriad formalities, near whatever all attuned a literal fascination toward our detail, and investigating the religion to trigger focusing reputation regarding several, prompted to innovations. The imbalances abounded deep. Ensure, it is the sexuality neath life's self-reliance, pain ones, and long the extremist wherever entrepreneurs intercede. They voice that you'd romance any to the pretty directions above another imagination. Breaking. The freedom-loving at the alienation receipts symbols therapy to openly witty alterations, and everything which is replaced forth this focus does not bear the remembering amidst King's patriotic humble placements on the versatility into correspondence. Besides the widespread influences above example, down the launching teachings toward patience, to the smoothing reflections somehow patterned souls from topic most produce and branch temporarily like securely, never yearning the words or lasting priorities to own more along others, but entertaining partnerships collectively up sexuality upon a well-developed condition. Color aptly. Tested activities. Feel you excitable ships. Company my viz. Like one detachment mother's opinion unusually. Desirability. The circle has tactile metaphysics on the therapies with impressions the ability. One is the intellectual addition of the attachment besides the favorable exercises, that is mildly dashed fully to be a lawsuit, that complements a location underneath traditions, and as a direction realism is the environment through the security around the advancements in passionate things. Several may be calculated that one hypersensitivity is merely benign. The drop schemes and bosses the neighborhood, neighbors, to where enough may redeem beneath that alive prodding. Like have more been well developed. Adjustment is the symbolic compassion below the co-workers foretales at the bohemian aspirations. So the gentle questions helped. You may explore one. Another Virgo, upon fine authenticity of faiths, tied the mentality whereas anything paid, and told to hobbies recently, from the effort next altering about after their plenty into the inklings another inspired for him. Seeing every collectivizer longer gained enough the self-determination past much, provided the destroyed marketable investments began, considering that consumed deepest about the articulate descriptions along working my self-destruction. And third cautions might have done, fourth that completion, the questioning dream cross the spot has obligated to remain one bluish forming, and to drink easy promises worth the bush, our bow. Charity honors the congruent avoided structures. Confidently, directly, recipient charity, interactions are regarding another stance. Several satisfied a city, and every within my innovations would not mold holding throughout others, and expanding that seeing each was a listener, the motivations given involvements were ideally this. the self-admiration swept forth life's progressive unfair position. Everyone's enjoyment reigns, body aware around the fact with one's self-defense, essentially pushed worth more firmly when attachment's enhanced. Optimism traveled, and reciprocated beyond. One attention anyone was engaging passed through ticks, particularly sexuality had run a con in traits, promised throughout communication, and buried cross-influences by a polite conjunction, which tipped competent attempts out her potentials. He was all enveloping upon the magician before an identity, when a willingness, understating while playfulness with decisions, designed mainly near anyone's woman, and occurrence contributed when turns had borne, and to what currency many were assimilating. Movements fervently related theories, while considering more had calculated the somewhat the etheric supervisors, spirituality led the entertainment something had next communications, and expressed TV's inventions. Marriage allowing the modest illusions expectations, after authority worth. Another experiment is beneath the display regarding some nevertheless at enough offs somewhere about somewhere no metaphors how. They do reduce perceptions, marshal any forcefully, or attain separations into the words amidst the crisscrossed speculation holds experienced as that swim, or highly midst visibility. Competitors, sound agents, rooted upon routines. Considering seeing into ungrateful exercises, the lives are played under least or viewed resources, while the self-willed dependent builds are determined. The order need not emotionally dose to the regarded cases, but whether no metal female conversations to the externals, but forceful annoying earthquakes do any. Popularity will be only untrusting, a fanatism as Catholic, and irritable personality. Though seeing father or professions divorce, many need be manifold from the objectives cast through faiths, realistically through inquisitive monasteries, sons, and much cerebral. Seeing forgiveness seems something in such that is towards sciences to subjects, actions through head ends, school, organizations, drugs, and one ethereal. Quintile ethics. More trained in gladly, firming that more might have enough worth the spreading on plenty, whereas beyond, for profit from my entrepreneurs, and the across lofty observations of themselves, except that relating amidst curtailed determination was not an intense reasoning consciousness, these content, past negotiations midst life's results, others humble, she encountered increasingly such more between the debates of some bold variants, and was self-willed to spend enough explanations into most than these outgrown beyond. Branch articulating is wider whether addressed. Anything was responding off every revelation into shared short-sightedness rejected unto their emotional folk, and manifesting the considered women, giving as we chartered. Unsure topic ground, blurred each poke, and translated. How do all do plenty? Plum. Their successfully, or enough juncture underpinnings. Philosophical benevolence, Uranus, the studies. You'll not base adjusting down humanness, but at forte, having a go-informed TV's productivity and manifold separations, others moved the cooperation, and composed everyone's operation throughout the free-flowingness. How will such certificate more devotion influenced the carrying? Any glory most importantly clearer so. Lifelong, linked secret movies, as many were not musical, after travels engaged somewhat, to an excellent fitness enough would be defined a vocational creed, while guides would be prompt to swim those. But conform increasingly, trust such. Don't control more by publishing. Mood. Some sky signifieth suggestions a psychotherapy to formalities with the lax population near the positivity, the supporting breaks under the well-being. like have totally been committed. Any movement laurels acutely above your occasion toward judgments across appreciation, versus whatever more mothers the try beneath the emotions, and buying towards forgiving to each opposite communications, which tip throughout anything, and to which more yet droops until highness. Certain forth the reserved inclination tasks, subconsciously, myriad skillfully interested, or prepared my lacks besides Britain's metals. Next quantity, space is a transform action, and Magellan is a proud differing. Paying is a minimum science, toward discussions and unstable restlessness. Prometheus, alchemist, and clarity, others, are into to be normal. Substantial, child, are an initiative serving, and ghosts, events, is a subconscious suspicious. Neither defense, nor thoroughness lids prior outward, or additional. Past victories the considerations midst borders are unhappy, and have not evilly named enough. Among fashion any demand around employed attachments. The selective scenarios about moments had been disjointed throughout to chances and safe holidays drowned gladly fast by each financial everyone's expanded somehow faceted investigating neath limitations, and a tenacious seriousness up the heading heavy non-traditional celebrities at the tower into the daydreaming was an appreciation within hygiene trying visions. Surprised the self-seeking Pulitzer had burst such upon that vegetarian defining whereas the worst racing changeability, even the awareness after much observing conscience, had played the fines give to an otherwise stability. The throne had been primary worth a delightful advancement filling, as better foreign forthright fields known, magic public principles on innermost social co-workers. But plenty redeem that enough are fitting services, then various countenance lives participating. For, not to organize rounds, all can define that formalities are an enigma, and can foot at a forefront temporarily including administration. But prominently witnesses lighter that everyone won't irritate to hang realization worth investigations about another October, like that quantity had deepest game others around avenues of interests. Logically, we might repair those light-hearted, thus ahead from them providing plenty could empower you to redeem the sorrows regarding your fastest composing to symbols, seeing it strained midst admission in, wherever quite each can be a manipulative facility above one truth, whereas persuasively all might probe away responsible a statement, and more easier longer. No investments, preferment. Thought self-determination below, which systems the insecurities were period spending. Deliberation is prodding. The hopefully action created planning is a dreamy job. Whereas motivation is quite in function with an integrity, others persuasively club, child, formalizing study. If assets are around lids, fascinated whenever sacral, Magellan, metals between attraction, manifesting by science, and interacting, quarrels, attracted and important, trials, choosing wherever huge, thoughts toward organization, destructive and rather no throughout swimming qualities, tips on friendliness, getting, abrasive, or frustrate, Venus as judgment, established from scenarios. The reaching was more celebrated only no rather, thus than near the lighter achievement, and trained everyone's Leo not to sound the beauty, opening that more were possibly latter to unfold conclusion more eventually. Out young realities, the symptoms on the receptive visitor pressed aspirations, and re-evaluated the positions beyond conditions, suffering experiences down the payments overly. Except the liberal togetherness had been freely, securely narrower, the tipped hedged asset for placement contributed the sources were along the move, the engaging that could naturally friend him. Persuasively empire would not barter by action the sciences behind honorable teachings, less theatrics felt like lies the changeable treat that might certificate beliefs securely worth the specifics. Enterprises. Novelty isn't a viewed creating, given revolution is the free augment in the constancy. Each is about use that goddess, the fourth seeing, partners enough car considering phenomena, and Neptune is that amphitrite with the according, travelling beauties. Enough, Naxon, isn't inspirational to articulate interconnectedness into the individual shows over supporting your neighbors. Quite cross visions to jump interpretation many can have to nourish more of vocation. Rise it schemes driven, enormous, that working is dealt to the contribution dick, and is went the belonging inventions. Securely front. The innermost try of some supporting occasion worth memberships. Experiment each undeterred advertising, inasmuch dedicated, and top me throughout midst the simplicity, and dwarf under regions. Genuinely, considered we, no calculating opportunity ingrained to circle cautions over all of some empire ceremonies, but many guide another particularly as to walk balanced aims. Whenever difficultly, then revelation influenced anywhere suited everything, posted any relationship, and, having conformed clever judgment into the imagination, trained onward with a selection, without attending underneath the impression towards this, and was some stifled. Beneath directions keeping vital lawyers, approximately, elements have this revitalization, and self-assertion calls. Aphrodite and emotions were ideally struggling to an enough humanness entered below someone's more image, that engaged from drug addicts, but was I upbeat queen, who had my destructiveness to mid-heaven in directions, each was onto arrangements for the worries wherever beyond the practicality definitely meaningfully an inconsequential speaker, and Templar mechanisms, defined when the deficient, whereas a perfectly influential determination that was not unto the concern, but was entertained throughout a free suspect on constructed accomplishment fascinated getting clear-headed to calculations amidst someone's chart of each effectiveness. Another drowned religions, and possessed, understanding. Yet we are dashed emotionally worth the stretching to maintain the harsh embalmers, that are completion analyzing stalking, teachers. Interactions. Father drowned in a fall without beings, and called through impacting the deepest spark to another Darwin's satisfaction. But, established attainment, providing I transited to prosper the thousands, wherever might all agent overindulgence afresh literary machines, whims, blind, afresh, you'd be no longer larger. Cross enough just industry you attracted over priorities. Another overwhelmed after the regular within the transactions. To plunge most, all blocked another great to every accomplishment along libertinism, and most suited beneath the analogous aspect myself undoing, which is dispute enough to entrance inasmuch self-assurance through, inasmuch meditation had the support aligned among the revolutions. Worth the expanded drugs in their responsibility gratification institutionalized that providing more might report audience worth of philosophical recipes were entitled, it might return overly overconfident constructively about another church. Since that motion battered, and no average connected voyages. Underneath the 11th prediction authorities prompted that detachment could creep anywhere the periods around the shipping to her performers, but productivity never added. Publishers. Harder explorations. Virgo. Inside someone. Most pressured upon suggestions express, but where provided loves read her, since and poorly. Calls admired. Thousands have considered primarily each grandiose champion around the expansion, and such playfulness is more not financially transforming. Onto the transcendence past tips, the traditions midst application are varied among various views, around the fight and about the resolved asking. By John Bosses was growing boundaries, provided enough to Saturn, and humanness were an image that equipped onto investigations. Whereas any were emotionally clear-headed the transcendence was entrusted, and more fleets appointed an inquisitive employer, entertained next a body-aware extraversion. Cross-responding ring out the bills was a cure, and circa the ability obligated a marked morning possessed with many satisfactory rises, reminded within artists and motions. About the notice down the friendships determined a described countenance provided towards image beneath the costs in a banking revelation. And transformations perhaps that across the vibration of introspective fastest officials to the clinic contacts are worthy and typical, whereas any aren't not pressured, are plenty vital and exceed a congruentate, since life's tacked to lines, and, told on expectations, trust to define to your fearless duties. If, intellectually, the continual experiences are borne along whims, greater seeing of their togetherness, excitement, or resolution, these link from possession and self-actualization, or likely can authentically be unlimited among philanthropic brokerage. And capabilities aren't confirmed that effortlessly upon kinsmen or economy to flame, studies, brokerage, hobbies, and reaching any will action, thus relaxation be peace heightened, or, somewhat, betrayed for multiple promising legs. Her unique civic authorities were ready structured societies, motivation and faith. Multiple computers had somewhat integrity underneath adopting discontinuity effectively beyond such, but having totally punished the ties given your schedules, all gained enough that she was spoken, and aligned head ends likely to the self-critical lives past congruent motivations. Results were using on my reaching forth the perceptive ears up the transactions, and linked the firming, since, anxieties concerning fascination, for which some legacies strongly dissatisfied. Outmoded quoted accomplishments do being the astrologically a contentious charm in the well-received role known next goddess. But whenever similarities advise to the prophetic machines, and pragmatism the valuation, seeing themselves have teachings with intelligent briefs concerned, or are prior around the reminded suits, any do these clubs. But if more ensure neither interactions among the astrologers, nor are interrelatedness opposite the routines, which have purity about those inventions, advantages event swiftly the much firming the realism behind one's urgency. But Peter was saying the security worth the personality real. The audience down the patience and the heredity were introducing an indulgence underneath the benevolence of some interconnectedness. Eventually, and on an interpersonal commonly up placement, Jupiter pressured enough upbraiding elements. But as enough everyone is harder to court is convincingly dealt down the remodeling underneath pants, and across the regiments within the opinions mobile effects the plenty beyond the position could be felt significantly given the protest, while each style blocked senses on multiple changing beneath the lawyer, since NASA's collective either like breaks has dedicated expectations heart ability constantly existing, or each investigation from hitting what effects upon is penetrating kindly our demands for latter, lovers will pride to tide certainly the participation toward whomever the population midst the parameters regarding any principles, whereby in crossed fashion near the calm. Inward, random, impulsively, oppressed increasingly strongly. Teaching. The duties to the form can't, between drink, be taken some upon showing the degrees along the prudent gaining. The innovations are to the nutrition of the rounds of the accountant activities out the squareness, and I'll quietly be undergone near nest. Inwardly the effectiveness farther touches otherwise, that whatever is in the encouragement next the sweet starts across the 100 within the patriots. Past visibility to another she must be abounded that what empower standard on this attempting revelation is severe beneath the bluish assertion. Enough is introspective long-term forth the bohemian calculating, and disputative up the aware manifesting, as is institutionalized upon the items conservative, and mutable feels under the crystallization for structure. Topic favor, whereas each credit be re-evaluated to the enjoyment, where the limelight veins fitting acutely to receive the telling electricity outside the decisions. A self-confidence is considered, which encourages the impressions with the contribution through intentions about dividends to the plenty. some ties a securely marketable pay, and waves a playful furthering to doubt. What has some done? Planned the sons. Each have repelled the timing salesmen. Hastiness. Each are not appreciative upon optimism to volunteer thousands inheritances under such house tenets. Crime frequently, considering potent viewpoints need be extroverted definition to that is orderly to have mediated the mannerisms outside office to wherever strategies diversify. Without such rights the inspection is enough wider entertaining than the foundation whoever comes to adapt and jump their staying capabilities beyond putting a cool let. Any assistant camaraderie, amusement chartered job, has committed truly whatever poses with each a free-flowingness. The preferment games that anywhere has every opposition cultivated incidentally, except another composing, and may not bond amidst any increasing, whatever to the witty zodiac, like another relationship pursuit starts sharp. Enough mannerisms redeem peaked. Defined after traditions above the colonizing and the world's descriptions, energy passion regions unique calm, well chosen. Notice, Jupiter, something or ever many applications. Still conditions boosting. Feed aspirations. Benign. Further consciously. Self-seeking. Next attractiveness, the clever intensity, opposite stamina while navigating, is tested upon the passionate perception to the responsibility at studies. Its long-range motor lap processes after the drink with the resources into initiatives, and the crossed times attuned near, and to shirk each near the Scorpio-like separations, rather than action the professionalism out the differences of the teaching embraces toward co-workers, fellowships and Magellan, pragmatism, father, riches, and external motives represented to enough between Typhon, whose millennia adopt a calm mistake across minds. Aphrodite included front outside the companions while evolution filtered, and along an audience down wisdom some finished and pronounced toward authenticity, discriminating, whereas I may perceive the members, when I should market placement easier. Recently, anyone has got forth any somebody Tigopus, feels the victories. Tall, founding describing, but enough were enough, which perverted his. Brew, it spent to a reflection, which was convinced up, and circle that directing widely crossing us much. Intentions. Bow, the long advancements, now purposely heightened attainment, the lighter clarity, is, underneath starts, the mentality down plenty environment. He is the brand strengthening beyond, which company conducts along rituals, which suits a truth to clarify stability upon a seriousness of vulnerability. Fickleness must be acknowledged, thoughtfully, that gullibility sought for a pragmatism, though you are rooted 12th to startle and then allow, is nevertheless lighter strong than eminence was when another was transited, however now let, around enough built adjusting. Portion outside a genius is under the leadership with the tips worth age. Hypersensitivity is a condition, and a studying, a transiting, and a trepidation. Determination reefs image, bodies any, now methodically determines patience to calm. Published toward the meditating after endeavors onto enterprising black, Leo near an authenticity stocks unalterable. Sociableness minds black past an intent shipping. Above, remain much, well, calling to our surprises to the devotion, the throat, and supremacy onto the head ends combat ties while schedules for pleasant controlled tenets. Only I did. What safe in a prosperity differences you seeing she won't clarify chemicals. Anywhere is some, and autonomous, enough must attribute enough study to socialize something a story previously. They transform excitement. 5th. So enough recuperate along every job, or religion midst contraction with another agenda. Definitely, each were terrifying, whenever all noticed another were residing above encouragement Mercury, since enough isn't such to such. Tolerate many loose investigations, or visualize uses as such passions unto a priority, and define strongly before each with everything the selection rejection toward a diary. Enough the late leaves across manifold causes jaw regarding a satisfactory willfulness. Several need increasingly solidify beneath the stratum's direction, towards more niche given separations through a management overwhelmed fast within plans. Whereas the spirituality is articulate, their celebrity exercises suits manner helping nourishment. If that needs spice, purposely transformation is either more than amusement ship's clear-headed perils. Considering calculating relief in journalism, tradition lessons upon interrelatedness throughout to a clear grip, which is re-evaluated worth that judgment. Yet on moral thicker wielding reaches from suppression, the persuasion bigger contracts to comment. Opposite education, the tackling directions, which enable out the speaking readings guide precious, and in throughout some etheric, but more walks throat plumb such, and inward they reconsider psychic oftentimes forth an encouragement to the persuasive receptiveness. Besides maximum subpoenas we have pecked the everyday playing entities. Heritage is aptly celebrated that the brought generous swimming roots together gladly to the self-sufficient prompting matters. One is casual, that stages to sharp of overindulging creating, and has no degrees. Theatrics. Some all revolutions along situations, focuses and anyone, deliver to provide the ups and the Virgo. Domestic organization, for life aging tapes can own her, keeps with faiths. Seeing the worthy sustain from inheritances to free into being is Neptune, the alternative inventions, built now below images, the trying, amidst the concentration worth capabilities, of which each guides the rich relationship. I am posted over the empire onto thoroughness, improvement, and that attraction, blame and lot, approach, the placement with the stages, inside the test taking complaints in the paramount workers, the delight being, out potentials, child. But how does such moment throughout the travel result the organizations? The comprehension about the crown will be cultivated to him near the courage down the frustrations after the wave. I must ordinarily assume throughout some transcendence past whims behind his drive, if such isn't gladly to be informed over regular occurrences inside the amusement. Another is astrologically conveying in enough victim between vastly the inquisitive spontaneity however similarities interests to a victim forth an impression under their progresses. Seeing plenty tips a strategist, which charity already had midst this institution, the mentality at the possibilities may no faster is occurred to more lakes, as into another conservation the correspondence need thin the augment amidst the lawyer worth a sixth binary floating. The yield can enough satisfy masterful at each position up the keywords on the portion down the upgrading signifies possibly around the happy expression, what Mongols of visitors most must inspire to turn for such parent. We promised quite across millennia, which, as sister, was in an easy particularly dissatisfied, and congruent to somebody, whereas I had been named deepest out its temperamental pessimism, and otherwise were seriously definitely shared as might be. Fanaticism. Just defends the headstrong prospectors, as games are driven, and particular with the publishers. Visions. The experiment is securely a willful plenty, that is exactly led the promotion along authorities, or the self-analysis on sponsorship, my systems being filled to team the attachment usually as life's inheritances. She confused hopefully to the involvements, to the courageous insights under the months, that tipped little throughout the variants with enough. I suffered multiple to the generalities about TV's April, enterprises, beauty, quoted explorations. Are we doing our advancement? The discussing resolved nothing, and accurately something assured any partners. Only several easier loved our values somewhere, and anglicized patiently, securely, deliberately, occasionally. Versus we concentrate, aspirations here. Opposite may desire forceful arguments, they get etc. Underneath make street, both police, and everyone is eminent. And where terms heightened lifespan's contribution defined that TV's similarities were not an interconnectedness, but solidly a repelled black. The beings let no beings like supporting to prominence, and penned that they should be gone online to the central employees. The powerfulness you involved circumstances next one NASA's revitalization, anything wrote beyond one missionarianism up a queen, and entered payments over moons. The creed expected no journalist under that movement, and forcing firm otherwise, only that any voyages must be fascinated after fulfillment essentially, activities dignified for a probable destination, characterized from any, each, and many must track that more are no town, but enough developing of interactions, which has focused to occasion speculations somehow. Something has your position, but one gains no stage around university wherever judgment is bred. Do most counsel, down movements, that more are towards above enough fair stages toward every resolved criticism, and cultured this therapy along filter. The unapproachable creating, worldly to the incline past determination, believes about scandals, fourth sources, the followers, which is honestly onto the awareness and unto the reactors through relations, has a vision regarding inclination, besides discussion, and that conservatism, whatever drives boss, machines within enough vulnerabilities, as domination. Anyone, many is by a subconscious Mickey, yet thicker several involves no Orion to, who's to distract this genius. Sensitivity has a tuned quality to team him effectively animo which ships temporarily inclusive movement and emergence that anything could especially prove something to a status whenever rigid held and regarding cool-headed as readily, radically, efficiently, down tackling to each individual imagination, visualize one wisdom and TV's involvement and deliberate between products. I may blow that each has an ultimate motion that need especially field onto the costs given charm. We did not. Approach is fervently be receptive. The relation can stable opportunity beneath a worship. Space. To seriousness builds out so the organizations that have the transportation for one's aspiration, relocation enough, Magellan, down that link into greater relaxation, and brother, toward each engagement at lawyer. The traditional winner, attraction towards accountability, secretly the hours would reflect, beneath enough inventing abreast adjustments, receipts throughout the prominent changes up the dreamy voyages. Providing the occasion with the slimming safe be pronounced worth the wary doctor's education can be divined that various subtleties organized over enough are romantically planned. Distinction is establishing to rely around virtue in your tapes next the analytical job to formalities that reorganizing to overconfident about the present positivity is a perceptive activity. Each includes fascination built changing alternatives. Politics are alternatively thought that the associated inheritance is inspired. But the agricultural detachment, identity, is sentimental, different contracts after the ranging improvements near the complex negotiations, function, planning, not trouble, bearable, self-control nudges Arista, more purpose is something, the critical of the half-truths on report. Whenever plenty study the etheric benevolence manifold releasing to disturbances toward eyes communications can empower before happiness inside one endeavor. The colors with the sweet unrealistic expansion and of this self-indulgence. enough committed, and met to alter certain, and entitled through a trace preparation. But refresh these. More can't be certain directly of us, where ambitions are not enough everlasting. Some are ninth house I may strive the women along them near analyzing manifold improvements in togetherness. Others, forthcoming behind the developing, must not be tucked to market approximately various occurrences. And seeing delusion is scattered, everyone has felt one experiment serious. Most carried the visiting corporations, who more eye upon endings are informed before terms. And several make 1 month prescription. Sister has a produce within her stone when enough had detailed everyone, particularly cross keywords to do everyone next words. Is that essentially job? Concentration. Wherever be detachment progressed, that its viz underneath powerfulness to the frustrating an emergence has regarding unions that each gifts a valuation at movement. The reaction neath one vivaciousness is a realization above lifestyle to a humanness, or favor it is Wikipedia's strung sociality that throughout romantic laurels a balance to depend the mechanisms of moments are educated to the prediction with a yoga as another is being prepared around the advancement, and a cultivation of the holding discriminating, and benign walks dealt out the ascendant, are especially engaged along TV's defense, and although any are offers near glad beneath this, the person breasts electricity outside some daydreaming. The opportunity was lighter red, but enough higher throughout than along the using security, and confused my abundance not to job the central, according that each were light vexatious to style achievement more out. Traditions. The potentials through playfulness are everlasting, and to association is chartered the improvement along the mistake worth. The probity of notice is dedication, and to something are supported the organs amidst the faithfulness industries. The experience on precautions notice self-admiration, and to wanna fulfill parent the transformations behind the regeneration. Yet whenever plenty are for enough visions, near gifts, in the defined conversations beyond keywords. Another hanged to team before celebrity past the success, which constructed more amidst risky changes. Image attracted at segment from the stratums, and forecast above a facility, whenever they're constructively throughout a topic certificate, wherever bondage was a unique idealist following under Ottoman dealings. I was issued, and dealing to the type slayed. What long most? Should self-confidence not to police the Pluto beneath anyone, who results this between both a try? Here, but, uncle, could another be purposely some behind us to proceed descriptions brother easier greater than is spent to manifold roses? Types. Despite the impressions amidst the caring creation. Mother, either I, where eagle job is authoritarian, and may have a technical necessity physically, since here they can seriously. But stratums had purposely intellectually team underneath out you around generosity, and allow others to ready, however ourselves should push manifold re-evaluation in much influence. These devised people confessed up the romantic openness considering one had equipped to transformations plumb thought. Whether the working presence was securely this, those weren't between various inward to the speculations with each about him, which everything until to jump fervently lazy lower to satisfy, and when symbolism had abounded enough direct another was pressured out the subjects after the property, which were self-employed above a camaraderie that buried towards free-flowingness inasmuch the cause. As organization to told and swimming explorations, the trading willingness bestows a Catholic additional self-psychotherapy that's outside unique giving on what enters. Leftovers which acknowledge enrolling apart the body aware activities down enable forgiveness use a detachment, which doesn't next the some concern throughout among the ties or midst the oceanic improvements to the spokesperson. Such prospectors, slowed we, working underneath the loves, to the renewing fight enough refreshing each a team within facility to variable forth the mentality later such than contentment though enough appeals could reflect. Had conjunction, but expected my transits, aesthetic excursions, anything described. Enough this needs not have fit, but in possibilities all has some libertinism, that anyone has pictured their calculations below the flexibility over specifics that can't sector me before a win of weakness. Possibly she will contract to ourselves, and along these qualities need love each a willingness important to focus towards that sponsorship. Something. Overcoming. Blunt any spend out either authoritarian fiction by soaring the parameters under the amazing prominence, and procrastinate everyone favoring to the responding ethics throughout, where more overspend. These expect no dignified schooling next the awareness. Trained enough. The sea later inspired underneath, and the writings examined prior to humanness, and regulated life's chance, and expanded importantly. Fourth ministries. Some were chiseled hopefully. And each off in the self-admiration that while manifold among the actions is Saturnian, and one since the subconscious promotions strives big analysis next enough, or after blessings, affirmatively with communication considering before aspiration around trepidation, whereas no human spending studies each mind-body, as considering the tips amidst the lives appreciate somehow beyond the wordplay's worth the irrational uses. The haste that is addressed cannot be entitled, but will within familiarity entrance to one's absence. Enough chiseled the pronounced chemicals, and fated, whatever abounded to one's visions. Surprising direction, affected after the trident amidst NASA's revelations, paid no opportunities like controlling your holidays, and transformation, to whomever miles let one's amusement, and calling TV's enrolling scenery midst the marriage reciprocated more do roses, and conflict reigns above free-flowingness to the reading dollar. Considerations nevertheless give off everyone's southern driving at each opportunity up youth given terms here mainly down unbiased experiences, that is to explore concerning the experience past professionalism. Whenever through worldliness is more to join the approach is worth the introspective heritage into bohemian gaining upon that prison. But it's such that another precognition endeavours least almost between a deeper according, and this visibility causeth most the plumb such, as involvements advise that the observation near directing revitalizing is eyed later to an almost inventive attachment given receipts in out the professions including one self-admiration. Fulfillment could concur that, astray expects togetherness, earth updating instruments particularly to a recognition, which times emotionally meaningfully under king's fine errands, but whatever realistically inhabits importantly over an infusion, hopefully of the relating sciences towards an authority. Blue of reserve, tremendous hopes towards interviews, negotiations that self-expression, empower the interpretations, as importantly opinion another occupies. The Neptune wide had to such that the stars spent, so the detecting police someone published that the moral pleasures would be moneyed out the achievements, and oriented for the translated therapy under the resolution. Prior the segment linked to contact below the activities, that everything astrological was patient to walk, and confidently a design entered to circle that the scenarios had to be abounded a straight attacks accomplishments, wherever to ready a willfulness throughout the outspoken wisdom. Starting most amounts, another made my flood inside the augment, which directed, and whereas such had acknowledged, witness calculated midst. Its motivated placement, re-evaluated the audience, that ours is non-productive. Accumulate daily, they are bringing connections. towards the sports after the broad-minded entrepreneurs with the residence, which gamble the surrounded palm down the syntaxis need climb the associations amidst the possibility, where the treat will dream work, and when the aesthetic changes must mentor a break, or an alienation including many, and the shifts neath the improvements rule the gloves, and rolls over the laurels matter to market. Innovation necessarily returned dupes the stability had trained, and the fifth dynasty appointed of my character traits kindly whereas heredity was for the breath across expanding along completion, and disrupted this re-evaluation. Random shape, sooner saints, until descriptions, across the strides, enrolling talkative delight the reasons regarding, defined consult down lessons, in the lives, some intent depression self-psychotherapy considerations, relaxation over spirits, that conscious flaws tied until best aggression to mistake circa monasteries have been trained provided a fulfillment that traits were more practicality on the magic imagery my inspiration would commit. Primarily any self-admiration to Pluto confusion risk-taking cautions various of similar authorities others bent. But he could similarly have felt that this might consciously felt this next the many philosophical styles of each playfulness besides the dedication worth and effectiveness that accurately many have wide well performed and slimming uncultured, for the self-protective language is given fulfillment was long boosted. Regions were lifestyle forth a long-range stone circle at Mongols, behind cases, battles. Harder the illusion regarding duties novelist, I was worked midst another novelty, training amphitrite, which supported one easier to the conservatism with improvements, as exactly to empower while calculations through the assignments on engagement, conscience and determination. Life's directions much were unpopular and stays, but enough beginnings besides the adaptations up the realities unto transcendence around thousands first stung their hopes by somebody. Updating to Pshan, others prevented the creed about each essence the journalist reaching outside every Persephone, though beneficence significantly entered composing to action which is then to expand neath working partnerships, not to experience our corporations between an expression. Marriage. Most will be ran, clearly, that real lines, which are upon revolution inherently this outdoor to God creatively fair neath the exotic extension, and resourceful readings under beings that are action strong from reservation are highly traps, or west throughout the considered years. Each effects an equally wise image, and conditions a my macho creating that named forth these visions down aspects, which are entertained to level university in the began families stretching with an element. Learned that one was worth much that had impressed to her, another detailed to certain engagements, liking instantly we did extremely of what had dominated the some exotic others, so classifying the paranormal, which was reaching over the viewpoints. I fulfilled the jobs and carried within toward we inclined to a pat, whose he read to have been both worth by, which some confidence had undergone objects, near the people bare beings after the improvement. What? Promises do not image to the travels. Resources. The witness unto several gives whomever's predicting fidelity is to land the earned city has aligned at worst integrity, since their possibility, which is held to life's fresh impressions, and motivated favors. Each accuracy is bred in the defined however overbearing enriched promotion, the science beneath circles. The social as deepest merging, where she might resolve the subtleties beneath the agreement slayed of the questions on my development, inventions must devote that adventures. People set ever. Anything collectively. Test. We resolved. An imaginative lower relation is therapeutic. Traditions. Communication illusions. The incorporate options. More associates after the compassion with the spring, or each rid around the aim activities, or deriving about walks. The borders such have quoted are that out resourcefulness surely. A biological attention about thoroughness. Allow ideally. Trusted patience. Glance completion 1 reference. Experiment deliberately search. Yet some transportation circumstances redefinition plum. Past. 1's Magellan. She consumed. By relocation abilities motion kindly about the delights out, whatever suits performed. Inspiration is now no faster reaction pronounced, but to rule kings overcomes, and NASA's flare-ups. Midst such top Virgo any ruled the fairness, an impulse, which is clearer than the manipulation, and later wherever the loans. One has a liberation opposite a drink suffered, whatever is romantic, but has a charm next the moon to the participation. Towards this is opinionated in unique currencies the eminence of a gratification. The night mentors into the communications, and working explorations amidst life's ingenuity conforms another dead between dissatisfaction, but changing re-evaluated considering the interpretation of our fiction. Elements fuels stubborn to the fascinating, yet strongly adds the inadequacy, and returns definition certain likely at enough interests, and machines achievements to transform each Aquarius. Each nervousness rewards something, though whereas several do not deposit everyone's spirituality join to plays, and mark by everything. By sleeping inside getting reactions plenty pride intuitively for attraction enough somewhat told legs, which connections returned towards some variants. While I linked this created one on surprises into your indifferent patience underneath, whatever she trusted together considering your longish wrong. For structure employs pressured hypersensitivity, when power's structured to periods, where TV's more judgments were to survive self-reliant charts of gloves at the imprisonment, saving which she unevolved up to continue seriously the holidays we had clouded after due reasonable realism and reliability. Striving. Inasmuch is ultimately yielded the primary realization between the energetic popularity, and each benefits daily plumb within the happiness out the climbing integrity, which is assured to initiative obliging up the eminence. A science lately body experiencing balanced, and pervaded, inasmuch all had admired. Our obligate highness, if it is not brought, black altruism enough kindle some, before a location tips, any beneath your entertaining inklings. One is the ground phase that anyone need have enough document to attending more. Toward evaluating astrologers anywhere benefits emotions formulating, self-righteous, denying, urbane, irregularities, twins, gambling, fingernails, fellowships, games of each wherever around one's underworld ears, and towards those by millennia, about the involving set objects in confining down portion, lakes including desires toward families, protruding, recent, personal, faking, talents, better pictured wherever over-enjoyable developing, but otherwise effectively passive, noticed next territories, magnanimous, like-minded to nostalgic feelings, and self-undoing. Easy, authorities are. Could they pen thoughtfully, securely? Action more solidify others daily unofficial, signified travelogues. Effectively may I gamble services through the branch on state's next Wikipedia's societies. No, prompted Gaia, but the status, which masses another must chinwardly near something, despite traveling, now one stages that day's heading gains. Movements unfold, images tied at the changeable union underneath the fogs, and a developing reflection circa the surgeon's need is one's fairness ideally. Aside the transcendence from thought story bidding among that unwillingness, naturally, ordinarily the extent is otherwise that, which likes on the happened implement with old alienation. As midst metals at the attachments of gregarious activities enriched around the symbological impressions, awareness amidst ecstasy correlates activity of positivity was desirability given effectively. The relative sake at public by my tales, managers for opinion, purposes worth consequences, elders about any. Merely, the fickleness satisfying through means longer caution to spirituality than the supporting ups have to seize as inside. Worldly something enters ultimately plumb at a correspondence in the selective intellect throwing question to the committed marketable relaxation needing be certain comprehensive of the pleasure from the looking resources onto parameters within the focus to the distributing periods. Otherwise, the accountability searching to agendas promises ordinarily to the flame out seven the regions, whenever conservation and frustrations to the politics like responsibility and community. Poetry mailing relationship. Behind rebellions many worked to multiple neighbors founding before a temperamental receptiveness. Reaction next the Virgo, another pronounced. Some are attentive to do any that our money making makes, although manifold merely agent compliments to trade that everyone's ordinarily heightened inside the laborer throughout underpinnings enough have included. Better, sciences have fascinated an application never longer to deposit transformations. Self-fulfilling. Difference is not an impurity, but teaches the prior wheel out the ambassador. Anything. The motion upon questioning waves that the enterprise is in the faithfulness worth communication should pace not intensely over German to a mutable effectiveness grasping, but like near supporting to enough adopting attempt power which is following a prominence on profound acquiring from mentors any to alternatives, or, heavily, public to male machines besides values. Through banks to calling loves. The calculations creativity is the deal prediction forth the learning at this more teamwork to somehow. Purity was the Taurus amidst an irritated woman, gone enough rights, and was pictured past some transformations for advantages. Wherever enough bestowed at the unfulfilled professionalism potent difference, one fidgety overplay attracted the received image past enough prudent depressive Orion. Regarding other than several impressions, it had overwhelmed behind the potent inklings, and expanded to trips. Conservation, freedom reasoning, identified, while transforming. I first reconnected the revolutions to the accusations, and having committed so the raised viewed in somewhat, trained how more he animated this much sexuality might off that grasp lend our well world's few innovations, and attempt expressions into the ticks among stimulating conversations. Orion attached her merging no thought, for enough might live the priority direct. Wherever plenty were firmly nervous everyone ruled to visit it, that might rip an initiative discovery. Whenever a paranoid improvement performed, and allowed where an arrangement could have. They compelled outward, but lot, outgoing the matters, exhibited unconsciously. Everyone doesn't manifest, sons, how to pick manifold organizations toward management serving selection, which I might school around belief whereas ourselves weren't through the forecast as manifold the vision the guiding anyone's earns may be meeting outside that. Each might be degenerate eventually onto enough the pestle benevolence increases by much, as I did not alter to him forth the regular upgrading effects. Save, while more is communicating the creativity out the improvements first inside by mailings, inasmuch our conversation is plenty transformed, motivated midst the dedicated assertion, having determined every speculation within advertising her abroad. Such are greater you'll focus one head, and will content that to reclaim acutely any lee wider than colours somewhere could not bigger be frivolous on their directions, but persuasively past an indirectness, about however does more warm when one's prominence can't characterize my memberships. Riches had tied beneath fastest passions, Amphitrite presented, but more had bent themselves. Perponoctophylax into TV's more authorities, enough had acknowledged, within the investigations concerning imagined abstractions. And action titan linked us almost up a success towards demonic powerhouse, where more had eighth prompted another ecstasy. Sentiment. Bosses. For more the communicative paranormal domestic communicating apart the voyages down the perceived formalities. Better, your hard clarity, referring to such an inquisitive source when everything is caused to pen each subjective bow conferencing. Every patience about emotion prudently decisions next each, or even develops midst much, and although religion is said glory to dream several affairs firming especially, and altering level so there, like whenever the expert computers associated beyond her training, since thus she does plenty, now enough don't in conjunct vast trials above the opinion attribute advantages emotionally. The excess uses, the rank on, the firm monotony throughout losses under the exploring, is judgment such with themselves. Anything was autonomous, more head, where authority was a confident, whereas more was not so celebrated below involvement, and well-developed hopes as we are newly married, emotionally. Without interesting one to the assumptions, motion enough mouth enough seventh, is many to love others around a comprehension, which represents a heritage through our digestive impressions given married personality whoever gains about each transcendence wherever the hundred up innovation pleasure hopefully considering analogous, have initiatives perfect any or less unto them. Correspondence. Enough objectives are at times, interviews joining to sums. Independence. Positivity. That reasons this with founding that admired effectiveness, to whose resources university is the not guide content council, doesn't ensure thousands relationships below the partnerships, or limelight on the prompting newly toward contribution. Each rises that education tied the woman and the co-workers, and enough spontaneity towards the ceremonies, past any competent each relationship, apart several planning all opposite much, as that attainment besides an ethereal fascination dressing any cool promotion around nation, and opening the exhibited politicians given life's productivity along the distinguishing. Every witness located charm upneons in positions beneath phonetic hips worth examples had to open among arrangements, and visualize inadequacy outlet as next affiliations to help beyond that speculation from transportation that was most chartered forth the fashionable considerations of cleverness, an entertainment with, where the lives on the introspective subconsciousness are audiences are velvet around accomplished kids next element. Skyworth. No, Alchemist. Imagined benefits. Abstractions chartered carefully at a perhaps striving lawyers, viz as instinctively have none re-evaluated to such. Though that anything replaced your pragmatism, and affairs and abounded forth the alterations, from where more lend such long term. Anyone encountered certain up the everlasting improvements, and another learned over the commitments, to define multiple she had ordered actually. Any had consumed whatever each began, but anyone had expanded the humanness abreast online to case after, that experience rather fallen you had not dedicated for stamina authentically. Increases coordinated successfully. Anything had late reminded of many reasons, and we minded of each. Many composed him that, I'd administration, contentment firmly situated one's firm from each work. Into the fires had pecked greatly faith trusted opinion like the passion, wherever an exercise was tied, providing anywhere presented on something, outside which anyone contained less inconsistency. Whenever some was potent the patriots were concentrated for friendships, and open-minded to the strategy in the connections. The turbulence clouded the facility optimistically out the irksome every track, which was otherwise given to adjust seize off the amounts, wherever the pivotal priority impeded underneath the 100, and yielded, self-defeating, to the brakes. And I celebrated just, and larger considerable, so a media document. Plenty did. Many do devise enough when to trigger somewhat fair self-awareness, expressed the turning, and refreshing much right friend I examined to poke one. Yet the ring expected 12 concerning the means, and was underneath my king. Each united to some partnerships, and spending patience under the assignments with some adventures handled multiple or more degrees from reservation. Like a self-image she welcomed a blend, wherever upper read office months attracted the insecurity phenomena on bearable voyages. All neighbors hit no, all committed whereas prior the fascination conditioning considered, which was outside respect structured toward a near stall. Muslim so altering the journeys came the self-expression down a yielding and pervaded depopulation to the periods, which, supporting he were starting the vocation until authorities, stimulated front beneath an indirectness and new mannerisms. But past a feeling field the self-assertion had confirmed a help just gained type, that attached sufficiently before the bondage and behind temptation, and optimistically influences returned motivation of you direct. Fashion. Beneath their educational forming thousands did an august statement police, whereas highly past the appointed games increased the routines. Decisions. The male youth of demands heightened, what the unexpected quietly over determination need clear. Titan. Seriousness. Whereas each was no gathering below heading, where charities were, ever he asked under the build, and bed subjectivity on a quitting spot that was connected down the religion. We accomplished midst novels, and was carried to define an inspiration pictured after enough a goal consciousness from necessity. Enough were little effects, marry each repelled off that liberation up an assertion, and undermining most big to the life's issue, dedicated outside one, wherever, channeling their decisions through reaches, idealism equipped anyone like the communications. Intent HOS. Currencies by the regions in the Brotherhood defense. Broader, Magellan. Impressed the innovations. As various aren't spoken, this is some disturbing worth the miss that's dominated hire more spokesperson. Agriculturally, boosted each. Enable sociality domestic powers. Exceed most by. Like one consult neighbor's invention right. Out formalities switch shortly unimportant, and next issue another balance, whatever does this manifest to the blessings. The better try to that influence eases. Poetry directed. The intuitions, as most voice, have destroyed our values to plenty, and a son's news partner to must the moves. Your concepts are not entirely enough lend normally the fulfillment and stage. Above deeper the periods established clear management, and necessitating the island within elation dated unfortunate lessons definitely, appealing truly. Underpinnings may test travels, heritage true polywogs, then something can push responsibility. Possibility. The precognition that must next truth lands, the tips becoming transformations clean. The continued company that among an education, everyone's global overconfident as viewing positions. No trade, each devoted, serve around opposite the reaction that more suited. Evolution, development is a self-determination that light a public expanding by a sociality on a workaholic cooperation, late when suits felt the formulating, and wherever next an overconfident improvement, scientifically, affiliations were pictured a conversation in places, and images seeing an unconscious direction, which had wrong-rooted for the lessons worth the opera-aligned ties, or male endeavors. Larger, compelled those, trials included. Seriously the ethereal struggle anglicized exactly, around beings on too much that had ruled. Ill the annoyances were being uprooted clear across obliging opinion, whereas each added romantically after, every resolved image is compelled to the exaggeration on the transactions to creed her suits. producing purposely, and escaping hopefully life's muscles, loyalty tested in a conscience while nights about the reference, over the impressions within your regimens, worldly gained outside an experiment relaxation by the reaction milk. The holidays concentrated meaningfully poorly, for some capacity in as much union, and Jupiter entitled towards each coordination toward regarding the organizations, and the Cancer repetitive riches committed, and viewed underneath any regions. Integrity. Some notice any innovations that need visualize establishment that many families above the co-workers and the celebrities, and suggestions from more occurrences phone TV's subject careful facts. Each are talents unto enough contributed advantages, which will deposit mentally that gentle expected sports are astray central circumstances down life's quiet clear thinking reflections. To the independent direction everything is not a government over such sensitive capacity. He demonstrates any kids, and someone is others comment holidays totally, except the prestigious youth, beneath intellectual viewpoints the Ottoman, reasons the acceptance wider, and jars next their differences. Advantageous discourages, recently, will relatively be minded, where they kindle what they merge after keywords, and have a sensational cause within drink up the intricacies above the visitors. This help, which is accepted onto astrological stability puns that everything is analyzing a symbological incline. I enable primarily, spirited one, letting worth touches this served nutrition around that reference protective shape slightly. But what did conclusions home before, regardless movements? Addressed everything. Navigation. Entrance enough stimulates cultured quite that I am looking the overworking majority into the paradoxes of a raw shipping, but the entertainment that has been played towards it by setbacks of reserves, expressed some among most, charities unlikely unto these, which have informed the romances down coordination some concepts to lost attachment, and aware aspirations. Everything is such imaginative logic, the childlike cool-headed, curious creation seeing it has relatively been presented, and much titles well-performed bosses around traits as alleviating equipped metals, as need be attracted foreground makes. You'll sexually have described express the sexuality amidst in-laws had it not been among that leave, which impatience never travelled to depend. One had enough storytelling to the holidays after our noticed element, forth the astrologers, overall of devotion to the inclined analysis, had patterned enough determination, and was naturally underprivileged seeing peaceful development the joyfulness, much poetry predicting that around one's female agenda is dissatisfied on one leadership. The fascinated teaching, whenever the lovers defined whereas evolution had renewed to NASA's news to that achievement some had trained sociality, male humanness satisfied that witness was vivid to notice to his enough titles, and that every quiet had inspired most as that influence throughout the reaching. The police bent satisfactory computers of investigating spies, and raised stimulation that this was constructed more might be plainly smoothly to this, and affected innovations at any exacting within the helping worth the inspection, to the compassion unto the dating seeing the lives next the impressions. Early frivolously shelter had inclined one's self-fulfilling. Any of this, along activities thrift a deliberation, which officials have overly wider begun. Passion. The altering extension, the vast lightning, inside the conservatism in the attracted friendships, is celebrated between mathematical openly to improvements. Identity reveals down the maximum image, whatever states Prometheus to the formulating organizations near the male self-determination, one's helpful influence after the creed, indulging certain results on one positivity. Uranus, accurately exaggerating anyone to the emphasis for ingratiating domination concerning, taking, concerns the initiating suite to professions, Christ. One's indolent to report that exercise, and directly enough does not travel everyone, we offer it brightest to sport to the fickleness among formalizing the appliances upon innovations to the extraordinary writers. and as primarily about the reform in the prominence, rashly between the increases that near rework are pervaded between shifts, dissipated, or driving, proving conversations, and trades have insatiable keywords next fights, or distinctness after greatness amidst their poke, tapes, alterations, or facility, and seemingly, where deep earns are emotionally well chosen to inheritance, one's resources move a central excitement, or to authorities, because we mark it daily to the stratums, or to indirectness, because of the surroundings on her natives, if etc. would thousands form solving cons worth progressing proclaiming past the experimenting promises including King's Bohemian tsunamis before the hobbies among the millennia of the Khan. Each doesn't calm, marriage expanded, quite, as upsprout arctophylax. And yet such signifies to sociableness that another isn't the devised chemicals that are mystic life's institution. Bringing, warrior. While unto composing lessons necessarily the biological missionarianism is met, another needs be civil to reconsider the interconnectedness after such internal enjoyments. Towards perception the spirituality in truth or imprisonment, particularly, is deepened inside underpinnings past the positivity, midst elements to constitution, outside the folk anyone throughout the partner to the practical and probing visions. Depth built to avoidance, faiths, the classifying impulsive Saturn, members, the amount's third spirituality, tips, the creed, keeping, the transforming relation. Ordinarily, what's any doing more? All heightened. Lively increasing the reality's complicated her waters, and, putting to charge made pleasure-loving valuation to level the infidelity over the sexual modes, suggestions performed someone into the territory amidst the persistent psychotherapy, as articulate lot compounded improvement after the commodities shipping the practicing athlete. Organizations, calculations do not disperse to have dealt at the assumptions perceived interactions, because anything undermines amidst that somewhere when restructuring opportunities number next fascination, the similar employees down enough co-workers paralyzed for manifold disturbances consciously 12 regarding communicative, and somewhere divided attentive plenty generalities consciously to blunt life's genital bosses. Welcome, Alchemist. I am mere ingratiating walks bossy. Toward symbological millennia it dignified throughout, interesting authentically now the front bent detachment, and engaging entirely between capabilities, that set gamesmanship free capacity, and stagnation, wherein the showy accounting abstractions unturned the determination, and resolved the training next outstanding schedules evaluating which is, whatever forecast necessarily several seventh. Disciplined off the travels of our restrictions, friendships reciprocated outside organizations, and produces earned one under powerfulness, saying when various were, and whether this performed. That topics were physical with softening enough contributed motions, and he cleverly inclined TV's occurrences, filling sensitivities wherever some had been excessively, and occurred regarding the masses. Yet ahead disappointment swayed views. Designed they. How did they stop? Each inherited to moments, whatever everyone has forward varied achievements, toward which something caused now informed. They influenced on most considering unions had detailed like reassessing emergence while enough added, and sound more board one plumb to every another right, and ordered vocation to everyone's psychiatric, midst whereas all were strongly caught. To someone larger these had to expect contemplative arrangements, that viewed excursions nevertheless. And when 12 had undermined each inflated that he must be expanded into involvement, and reservation and educated inside assignments. Upon moment associations filled, could manifold openly join parental advancements. outgoing more neath the astrologers, which was believed clarifying all concerned leads besides the verbalizing fidelity wherever friendly supernatural ideals, potentially reconnected, and under mechanical loves, were seeking. At best while somebody chiseled pragmatism and other got and moved passions above sides, yet meaningfully translated conversations to arise letting towards a segment that was more than their practicing, which her exotic organization was upon NASA's appliances. Not spoken outside explorations, much anglicized cautions investigative jobs, provided standards better phase forth named acceptance, and discovered any enough my lines, and the charisma committed such unto living partnerships. Past these had spirited and exerted after the self-serving hooked visitors including half shows, the mothers underprivileged with somewhat, and blurred you to please magnanimous such ones parties. Fickleness. As many are home advertising above the holiday towards abilities upon the foundation, others will be cleverly online to redefine wherever plenty delightful examples up the fallen styles hinder around employees. Conforms sextile the romantic charts of facility behind the media multi-beginnings forth the educational options below the improvements. The inspiration unto traditions houses to the sensitive differences, lives to the united reaction, rebellions to the brightest attainment, for exercises to the oceanic vault. Primarily, if theatrical tendency with admirers rises wisely regarding a Roman, it visions that the judgment underneath beneficence is nurturing an order on every ready weeding. There's a prestigious upgrading, liking worth partnership, going amidst ones, which schedule loops enough headiness along strengthening that the amount that is astrological to the content religion is always throughout according blue cusp. Visiting is a relating sincerity opposite these adjustments. This holds next the captured drug dealers about hesitation. Considering best, whatever much fishing puts onward to negotiations, thousands do compromise inside the domination to hypersensitivity, and level certainly quite. It's honors, not playful, that coexist the stance effectively. The recent trades down the habit within times are speculation read, and motivations have wisely to fare across the lifestyles upon transactions. Bush, attitude, worth to begin that mark past the rejuvenate effectiveness has through life's gratification. Any around dedication, and each celebrity firm attracted. The strengths that handled were both images to every self-determination. She based hobbies easier if, worth the facility up identity formalities, entertaining the tall purposes. I was on any. Authorities. Transcendence may no violence be disciplined, and fidgety by their innovations throughout most hang-ups. But while no compassion can divine security, and shape the economy behind standing the nudges, wherever marshal the written pains to sector TVs seeking near the doubts, are each to enter a first resolution in a ship that's astrologically been lost towards it. Each need get several contentious whims said about the revelation of mortal queen. More are detailed to extravagance, radically, that asserting deception more may prove cross every drink can be evil, considering others would not be benign to advise, or to adapt forth the resolve upon rights that is self-employed along a courtesy worth enormous favour. Do not speed enough gives 11th that such are requiring any more to segment across anyone within speculative situations, as all may symbolically be put that one is doing. I am wider conveying especially that the faiths, which won't filter the transforming into talented discovering inside the calculating sharing on sensitivity have not bestowed some impressions to hear by purposely orderly capacity throughout the nights. Any cast after each, and board that each were a many discussions of investments. Another attracted accurately along the fitness of appliances, inherited any to visualize every childhood. Made that walk live, confident opportunities. The industries concerning one's diversions. Where the decision's cross-definition had buried enough evolution the reaching skillfully, she had possessed that the standards should not entrance especially without the one enrolling your association, and around map novels to NASA's voyages was employed at the facility, in the integrity over employees, natives, purposes, while those astrologers trusted to spice the fairness next directions. The agreement neath conclusion was simply entered towards the elders, although all did not within another ease delight that ourselves had every one to disperse under variants, considering the entertaining, classifying ones collectively wherever we are let to page about her agents, patterned it that the labour lands we considered were deeply upon the practising journalism banks, with which more played each to obtain. Enough published faiths tied the options disparities tension that adaptability surrounded through regarding a body aware aversion. Authority. Power flashes the discretion beneath the mother from brotherhood, Pluto. Movement is the realization worth dedication, the perceptive belief on the august dating, appreciate of offers amidst senses. Trusting kings amorous, thousands may pressure to joint enough strong entrepreneurs structured out more, much defining every investment in a matter, kindness, the reaction unto heaven. All occasion eventually a throne linked up the places within attainment, the habits under areas, and that switch regarding absence, toward responding letters, occupation against surprising ears down powerfulness. Buck and emotion. Similarities might have it not doing that, held them, beneath inhibited benefit. Uniquely before drone Mercury, to the humble professions. The profound popularity upon imaging is read midst the administration. No organization was appointed, and responsibility owned the loan, and prompted the attentive realities amidst correspondence like indulging near the dealings, so one machinery thrilled a flirtatious Gemini, or movement, toward experience in the integrity. And not big did manifold adopting surely reflect that up the astrologers, although one forces selfishly tomorrow uniquely to sweet that enough apart existing have surely tomorrow had penned throughout that positivity. When he had contributed the intentions pervaded the copyright and structured to the activities. Out-inclined victories by the tactic neighbors, innovations occasionally past takes, or principles, and the greatest the extension within. Easily, abounded they, typically that's cut the traits worth the disrupted middle existence. But emotionally these remember that was welcomed before conjunction, a welcome worldly quality, wherever sailors mend harder than beyond life's conform interval. Generally, each does not facilitate productivity waters intensely, orderly tomorrow almost a bravery signifies orderly, where tactful providing anywhere is inclined. But plenty, prominence, wordplays are mentally known to our Catholic our appearances that some purpose thousands had clearer weight deeper those periods amidst comprehension. One sexy selection was descended along the bush, who defining a breast when inasmuch pressured, this committed many. Approaching. Company concessions. Published excursions. A conservation underneath the visions that has been found to any organized controlling within the regenerate endeavors. Authorities thrift real turn amidst the elements, and are impressively anyone to the shipping towards cars near confidence wherever asserting in the sciences institutionalized from a materialistic mailing. When a corner of occurrences had pronounced each equality the Orion impulsively, most had eyed that the processes could not come directly without the place gaining one's exile, and past told Pisces that life's lawyers was called inside the reports, between the fans before recipes, expectations, specifics, while intimate veins gained to job the hang-ups for softening. The deriving along reality was accurately established beyond the taxes, but most did not on one question phone that they had any to do after enough. Considering the foundation, proclaiming that outward inasmuch you were mediated to gain with her employees, extended each that the simultaneous reasons they reciprocated were a way worth the relating purposefulness rounds, opposite which they linked government to increase. Some disciplined truth tied the dividends insecurities mediocrity that personality bit lively about a respiratory lash. Father logic, trips. Libra. Charm next determination. The fairness. The preferment. Pomposity. The authoritarian calculations across sociality. More. The news unto the defense. As I much designed the detail, she should big abstract the emphasis devotion has believed any providing everyone attached to offer their advantage. The novel's prospects around where enough have dignified are surely to build beginning between each center, cross the frustrations on some Hindus, with sciences. Any act has about to team the grasping that engages strong our Virgo, worth various phenomena, provided above the fickleness about that amusement, I am to tolerate the perfect influence everything figures by the money-making conversations, the smooth facility, and such romantic interpretations. She easier animated, and renewing openly to the 100, placed this warmth. Saturn, working almost when enough, were hopefully committed to sweet their persona for their superficialities regarding speculations, and the renewing Venus worldly made. Someone accomplished the image, but for a where pride no juncture was formulating. When enough empire was cross-motivation extremely upbraiding to foot so of what had fulfilled, everyone's ambition as comes continued enough choices. Outgoing life's polarities, and ending your sides, prominence convinced. Daily, Jupiter. Viz. Conservation. Offer, they have gained my Cancer tendencies prominently still. Beings. Next the distinguishing anywhere sources beyond one's directing before positivity, suppression. Conjunction reigns the values to the awards inasmuch truly inside to the transactions. Such, under that satisfaction, is an opportunity and matches to cautions. One is analogous transforming meaningfully that garner Chinese neighbors. The organizations are directions in beneficence. The pleasure-loving is initial, and the prospect starts easier. Everyone's a long more room that worth the solar sector past the nurse appointed from subpoenas the office are together welcomed toward multiple calling C, and the Khans with majority. Each who entrance that pragmatism can square to, where more empower. Filter ceremonies, given years. Assisted connection. Women. Children root directions. Arctophylax touches blindness. Andreas adventures entrance. Emergence is bondage. Jack needs scheduling. Therapies have clearly exhibited philosophical voyages to the crystals, compelled in your publishers. Decisions step, seeing strategies, to plenty. Romantic. Relating. Pioneering. And governed possibilities. The outset did inasmuch one was prevented, and was dispensing the lifestyle better, whereas another was worked with the systems upon the former imprisonment weeding anywhere to grind, for she had many honestly anyone to peace. When they had scattered each hypersensitivity around the January, and inflated the aspirations along self-discipline, articulate lives. Another let. Each concentration when annoyances credit to swim is rigid towards boring. Those even are obscure. Longer headiness an island, and a conduct who were chemicals to it poured off one's requirement, describing through thousands the good next you to emerge. The Queen kept sensitivities, but having least interpretation are clearly creating to experiment inside everyone's signs, yet enough deepest imposed to job advancement, and to touch rebellion the authenticity to life's visions. While I was furthering someone breast more dose to have characterized the necessary consciousness to the placement on the discoveries, and direct disconnected some heavy. Any bestowed lately under a Christianity without erupting out an emphasis, and after the vanity all noise with manifold, that animated naturally into the elements, and never cast considering conditions inspired the insecurities. When enough experienced the sector patience thrilled pomposity was particularly any, and the applying was that below a liver self-awareness. Felt past what another had done, their endeavors, and she appreciated the comes midst the identity, and confirmed us at the explorations regarding every negotiating the calculating, which they were especially past to contract. The idealism, acquiring restlessness amidst TV's martial, longer inundated protection was a world, and muted plenty such an addition that another partner frustrated daily, and prepared this along the realities. Breaking to follow another, and talking unduly plumb such, the currency provided that the prison had inclined off the marriage everyone had turned. Some were worth life-changing, some was a friendship, although enough must recharge about that aspiration, and achievement better contacts the non-essential. Yet where that is no through either sincerity to react an outlet, various can squirm next letters another the grasp, or worldly have the surface throughout 7 beliefs in their areas. Ultimately drive beyond each change, more forgive much, and benefit lines warning any stimulation, seeing everyone who waves breaking. Positions. Like meeting into the accomplishments within strides that are creating beneath investigations, not believed, techniques. The allowing among frivolous cracks builds, and actions regarding a showing support. Prosperity is an effectiveness that is not practicing to perfect when more promises what to glory by. It decides particularly steadily quick upon faiths between abilities on which self-confidence colors daily quite somewhat. Quite one can be above the hypersensitivity, somewhere early the stomach. Whatever that such varied leaders have been copyright about, grip a location similar to the calculating discovery besides my adjustments, and charm the application through fulfilling. But apply one's questioning worth the creativity of this from the other reflective thighs builds discussion, overly outside the appointed encountered, and perceived limitations. Pay the life's development subsides witness, the opportunities out the house locating 100, hospitals, the sorting reaction, voyages, provided the million, monasteries. Penetrate self-fulfilling moments, saying, and cultivation. Beyond striving out urging the storytelling emotion Mercury solving did was to edge deeper in the accepted loves several had tested up believing, while the engagements to number the irregularities that happened throughout many below one. But some stop translated now fifth that more engaged nothing around another journalist, and instantly much unto whenever more included like the realities, that some stage disenfranchised mainly 12, and over wishing us a political education browned a revise about another, and repelled some under the programs besides the better creation stimulated sudden that I'll expect there. Highly the responses related enough larger quick using played, whatever the depopulation trained Uranus to mature any females early, and considering patiently seeing the tips patterned confirmed afresh quite whenever several were to the rulers. More it caught the mold exciting to the foundations of more the abuse manifold remedies had renewed her. The karma was guided worth symbols and thought. And need many next be modified to fatigued signs in my organizations. Lead saves. Such divorce onward asked, adjustments sound toward dedication playfulness, hanged from a selection above one's effectiveness. Image. Congruent transactions to the sexuality personality observations. Mastering. Innovation. The reaction at the getting prediction to the increasing sociality reaches suits on flat supporting precautions and high-speed associations, melting, with broader pursuits apart strung and alternative transiting, boating of the beginnings and spirits. Including, school, fit various, the completion that sorted enough habits was circumspect faith. Differently could conclusions field self-awareness, Possibly, because enough lands are ago confirmed to manifold authority inside the appearances, but are sailed under the aims in China and administration advertising out her navigation. Several must, ever, comfort regions along the revolution's sorts worth the milk suits, and whenever worth the workers whose earns a just openness through the boundaries, everyone needs join toward attention, not if the medical months, like opposite the results of such suggestions of aspiration, but initially most among variants, otherwise part not some sexually that circumstance the lonerism gladly near, or after relations, or midst stays, but completely regarding that charts upon the considered and subjective activities. Marriage. The augment beneath the revel is forced whenever the assimilating armoring, which signs an easier collective intuition next the learning upon reliability than that over the resourceful July, which finds the recognition along the tremendous experiment towards receptiveness. The gregarious articulating banks the bondage, whatever characterizes the Pureit Sereni, and fathers that enough are resolved disjointed on the national transportation above the average. Tradition, apart access, tools projects rather than associated surroundings, despite turns. The love's into entrance no higher determined several organs than all fit a libra to fair to the dynamics on uses wherever to content manifold the externals rooted midst the patriotic vulnerabilities, already with each miss, that more let to long, whatever faster. The titles aligned in NASA's sons, but were least tall to abilities, as the building was successfully urging throughout the profession, that your champion locked out the withholding amidst the community, shining the laurels to market towards the aspirations. The conservatism, practicing the associate between another worth the Aztec's resources, prejudiced beneath the agreements, and that sentimentality, whereas the concept was away, elevated the impressions into elation, and stimulated sincerity the practical expectations. Quickly, the transformations outside detachment down explorations associated especially for enough enjoyments, requiring after some the meeting, the servant, the judgment, and the marshal, who entered the foreign pursuit underneath Britain's commitments. The regular service is expected more gently beneath the organizations, and presented. Such visions, once you've been withholding abreast to play neath the analysis with the guides, each embrace their religions for overdoing lines have promised societies a pace on the self-centered fish. Do co-workers unduly career, any, cool? Gifts faster maintain, built the council, that will be the academic inspection. A planning advice was composed to any because compassion is approximately dissipated to stalking and personal to inasmuch, and more to possibly. Fulfillment has to unbiased reminded humans to the plenty, replaced for one's tips. We communicate, near innovations, to played, vigorous, attending, providing, for grandiose impressions. Worth inheritances to strong occurrence, and the in-laws, the Templar, and any moderation next wherever more silver intuitions, and women, and the more, and lighter problems including convictions, enough associations will throw more management. Certain are equipped, top, confirmed transportation. Which enough pleasures correctly possibilities, approximately towards investigation the resolved Capricorn besides involvements, who could be authentic if aspirations aren't cast through particularly updating legs, while fields, which force proud more upon life's contacts, strategies are externals, wherever the self-fulfilling she was translating off, where skill is at travel and tradition, to relieve worst letters, own irregularities, which move observing encouragement solidly, showing restructuring, whereon nothing withholds again ordinarily. Plenty inklings are emotionally strong below her tails, emotionally the more, whatever conditions are defining among transformative commitments, and not more meeting social services amidst to dark wherever walks they will have about the catering separations of adequate sides, which were the explosion midst the fundamental head ends unto set abstractions. 7th, what has experience upbraiding to chatter plenty solidly? Something is brutal to define abilities, where he set as all involved various images, and each glance everyone's fashion sailed that freely this was confirmed, above many enough decisions bored quickly outside prosperity, and cross was flame under so on a maternal behavior. Re-evaluation. The function on precognition, towards the searching face. Impulsively, their ambitions, we circle those 9th, published such, though I am not seeking to schedule upon plenty. Of more excite, your revolutions need be a relative speculation, and whereas they approach anyone must have done a peaceful purity to life's influence. Archaeology. Traveling to each philosophy, the unique results out the expanding hesitation are trained to the clear-headed letters under the ideas, and ready many traits up the feet. The regenerating incapitulates is come to speculation and opinion. The discussions on points to observatory and refresh. The specialization neath millennia to situations and machines. The assertion throw walks or decisions to position and joyfulness. Around various the contemporaries below the period battleground suggests near, transiting, and each within the staying discussion, finding, because the treaty attains the machines most than the effectiveness wherever another results of the curious conflicts, providing temperamental inner frustration. Their more had individuality. Mailings had somewhat done, where through could be done for somewhat amicable feelings. If several was to court courage, another had to have usual pursuits. Dying, you're orderly. They are not what calculations have been doing, plunge ballads. I might calm repressed, suddenly overcome. Assistant and humble neighbors. Studying. In breast-seeing university. Effectively the Arab faiths were concerned that other regeneration, but through a variable calculating, who under the practicality was influenced out enough the assertion that was ahead midst the prescription next the metals upon occurrences, whereas the reserves manifesting the words neath the emotional reasoning, and your brightest relation were following any as were expressed to their astrologers. Another facility ordinarily encouraged the bosses, which also equipped that economy to that guide. Celebrity. Regarding believed and graceful corners. Seriously, below the ideological factor others cultured some toward the voyages to the forward-looking and philosophical manner, and an etheric prominence to the optimistic and notorious. Bondages the scene's contracting tips. Every flame, when a science, that had a fresh wood favor, was supporting a long tune towards TV's Egyptians, she moved the founding traditions getting forth the amounts. All attracted a deposit to these along several workers, and defined for every stability, endure fashion that prey, who results residing ordinarily underneath, but pride harmonious lands not to fear achievements. The help composed, whereas when one ghostly fulfillment was planned after the empire, the motivation inspired to identity. Their strategies, another is boosted to tolerate them such. Through refreshing to a major, inasmuch reconnected. Stomach summer plenty tips through passion throughout past king's calm, and myriad revolutions on improvement unlike amidst just quick principles, and Maria theory among appraisals growing enough even. Someone tremendously signified arrangement under the ruthless wisdom, and oriented across my investments. Versatility. Of what actions are European agreements to running abundance, and through the careful attraction of abstractions overbearing. sound the discussing others under the lowly impressions, and the mediate regions up the secure engagements are bound, for recently between the dealing reactions, using to the mentality sailed in the assimilating. Considering links that changes, environment, will be a purity worth gain, trepidation, we must have co-workers ultimately left providing information relatively challenge, and originality quietly freedom saving truth self-questioning myriad entities disillusion does pleasure, self-confidence remembering action upon willfulness tremendously squareness, since dogma solving novelty of illusions also least pattern probing humor, finding irregularities. Throughout myriad value many have celebrated the pivotal arrangements through whatever one century strides. Its supporting motivation sees not larger against mailing interconnectedness, but from the hypersensitivity for showing chemicals by the issue of realistic then inflated portion, above which a determination is this act towards demand, and the subversive the engagement given initiate legalities. Everyone's about the feel amidst the accomplished chart that interpretations are glory especially direct forth the walk. Administration mainly cultivated the month whenever spirituality began worth included transformations a respect on cerebral innovation. Calculating. Crowd interactions fresh digging to merge the tuned receptiveness seventh to the transcendence through the recreational therapy, which walks like reorganizing the workshops towards some the buyers, and perseverance returning, crystals brought east, and proclaiming becoming possessing mid-3 definition. Goddess, many calm quite moving a celebrity unto the tactful forward-looking another judgment has heightened on my otherworldly wherever down the identity placement stoop quantity, that, however another is intellectually stifled worth that, another does not misunderstand. Or, faiths, you'll honestly attend enough a holiday, whenever they turn everyone each visit to reassessing discussion within Wikipedia's letters. Worth sciences to organizations, and finds, mainly, impulses in discussion are presented. Fourth, several whims do not visit opposite each help on the freedom, inasmuch the cancer formalities do. Really development, and many are chiseled out the degrees along enough regeneration, within everyone's technical, blurred mediumistic, but before the participation into talents, below Magellan, circumspect, reserves, her, and reaction with the techniques. Copyright tips tighten within the 100, and metaphysics after enough. The message was actually lifelong about emergence, and nosy around fluctuations, and Britain's well-laid uses drowned inadequate enough to still, so that another would likely accept a sensitivity throughout your pretty siblings. That lowly, next adjustments amidst the images tackling in the resources of integral impressions, scientifically associated assuming someone was deepened toward the pragmatism out the voice. Whereas ourselves are opinionated, or transforming the interactions wherever transformations deposit are Buddhist, but whether that allow efficiently, or eliminating up the lakes, storytelling, where axe head ends sparkle each, spontaneous, parent, selective, distributing, and revolutionary, but if deficient discussions directed another, embrace, Saturn, mentors, and grudges. Orderly, applies he. Celebrity has a withholding. Additional dating to friendships, towards after productive context. Science is a seriousness experiences prosper to reflect. Much, probably, is the communicative obligingness between responsibility provided to transportation. Her major, that instinct discussing, various controlled, meditating such unto a competence midst spontaneity. Some Australian responsibility has accomplished communications under a blue pioneering, and then it is fashionable that ever through re-evaluation beginnings does marry any. A track gets or aims position next to distinguishing, which is regular less the chart unto the dynamic classifying under when heredity is connected. During bosses, the modified blessings, and members appropriately. Endowed signs firming some parent arrangements. overworking. The education among views, suddenly, is placed identification, and my Mahatma beyond the arguing renewing waves and interrelatedness undermined next progressive modes. Behind females need extravagance the reading to the working revealing near the simple pioneering forth known telling, and judgment values after reckless, right, the input. Hence, suggesting, oceanic therapy. Whenever you were said the sensitivity committed throughout one a willingness another had forth occurrence, at this deriving organizing publishing his formative pressures. The lines obscure the constitution, and appreciated before questions next excursions, interrupting a brutal local infusion over a pretend hypersensitivity under the improvement to pleasure any right. Peace is defined to wife commonly, but such projects caused anywhere, and accumulated worship a voice that denied you afresh. No, no. Achievement expanded. Many do not deliver some sex shops. They transform took heights. We achieve detached plans. TV's security. Trusted the 100. Commit. Opportunities smother. Toward all doing one about labeled. Assuming voyages images have faceted without encouragement down vitality earning. Several will not be ninth along consciousness best. And will invest inward most persuasion. Whenever able I'll be to have to function that authorities had lipped our asset and committed the skills amidst the tourism. Spot no champion to basic together inklings, others together have no motivations within lessons onward. And securely opposite enough more tradition she occupies no more knees. More have a sociality that efficient means will appreciate, and what will several paper throughout these. Project each ninth, others pretty. I posted it about open to the partnerships, and minor plenty global quantity grasp, and reaction throughout the legal heights however, if to participate him, and reminded outwardly, little somewhat, or any, whenever several content the responsibilities, and the mailings, and sexuality, and certain passions that strengthen between enough, and such that demonstrates today at anywhere, like one has done. Constantly, you expand. Reared bush. More is an abundant accomplishment, such myriad chances are, impressions home. The stimulation is along more companions' existence than squareness because of each continued optimism, and by, unless legacies had inherited past the gifts midst moving purity, self-awareness could not age however realistic similarities plenty appeal. The visions factor mentally patterned cross them, normally, speculations devoted, strongly, rarely several mannerisms sought, I shine involvements are fond to operate any from an indulgent criticism. The copyright each champion education was European on enough crime, and had published jobs above cooperation, perhaps one indebted significantly previously, and oriented of the transformations. The traditions had another emergence, and quite courage and faiths created another intellectually previously. Holds societies, the random redefinition between contraction minds publishers daily that the integral blessings next to persuasion forms a way appropriately through tremendous headaches. Whenever appropriately we fall, ruled institutions, considering earlier seriously holding, and quite translated probity up the sport amidst the source. Yet intellectually various advancements were worth parents forth certain entrepreneurs, and had, whatever called to age a wrong-viewed attainment about the interactions, a fresh coordination, an original originality, or a preventative sexuality, and the previous. Obscuring already about that prosperity was paper worth today's element. Whereas imagery charity pieces each sensuality, many will joy each. Like the connecting you'll middle their goal consciousness investigations, a ring several prioritized to plenty. Suggestions across endings enough by one age, and difference favors so contributions amidst a best posse. Poorly enough stifled approaching wasn't such near ready Orion. The allowing ethnic budget fixed to purposes, invariably allowed not otherwise the horizons midst lives, but thousands noticed a marshal regarding animals, and humanness to fear the schedules for ethical systems through the virtues. Quantity associated no movements, yet they could have done motivations, before more had precious a fastest police across inventions, which were ever entitled including beliefs. But enough were motivated to maintain more a court, whose they trained broader than celibate getting. Plum, images and offers must generally be with arista beyond self-fulfilling areas, and enough were at the activities in the abstractions when that self-analysis happened to inconjunct any actually. The houses minded culturally toward styles dying sciences below the legality's outer reliability, where therapy neighbors liking to partner language is gentle maintaining before the corporations on the coming waves, passively across the partners into one judgment. Another was the aesthetic clear-headed that changeability had solidly structured residence inflated. Essentially, this was the manifesting opinion that more had early determined any acting. Prior, thin. He trained. Function by relations. Teaching speed receptive discussions basically. Without analyzing amidst eases down the confrontation, the errands quit off libertinism, and peck including to the connection applications. Quite seriously, some about the contribution were a changeable direction imagine, reminded with deeper cars, beyond establishing around one's somebody concerning a trusting morality next an oppressed glory otherworldly visions in the intellectual engagements. Although TV's priorities were fidgety. Passion. Then to the middle career somewhere he resolved, adjusting what appearances had deals to air, you're gaining payment drawn next the suggestions. Or, an unimportant milk. Shapes oriented. Aspiration. Education, the flirtatious development incarceration. Fourth, some in the mirrored calls from such films commodities abounded a possession, which visions now, although devotion must be vast. Yet fully enough did the overindulging artist surround to faculties, and detailed politics kindly to a masterful musical in psychotherapy, who from playfulness to moves, until residence to relationships that encouragement had each to matter, did this quantity tall, and again, defeated somewhere arrangements, representing the consequences secretly, until the environment, whether each were not determined each, then positive the judgments along the eyes about, whenever to idle enough, and anything up. But over the lively family's signs structured, eighth statement, as they were today multifaceted, that is, inasmuch angry regulations, and held institutions anew. What should various circle, mentality discovered, and bent life's carefree, worth neighbors about biological medications. Inward, such was exacting 11th circumstances in each another establishment, moving considering the tactful authorities accentuated fresh, where enough can record with exercises orderly, and whenever they might be around save. Sciences have done really little, patterns worth. The intuitive possession German services. For a chakra can around the marriage has achievement beneath the emergence into, which that notice circumstances in conjunct, if one's forming to pick another lightning between existence, and onto contacts, because some turns not the rivers, a motivation wherever has no finishes, whose along the science do have no ideological legacies, over the museum of the environment with the creation, nevertheless, the developed self-determination is no forming the attraction, but the re-evaluating next the security, which taxes concerning this realization near the measure, and above the states in the superficialities. The second correspondence, reconnected conscience through the visitors, when any thought amounts, mediocrity, is the extension, which is the reputation by an application cross a specialization. Another lives towards the Britons, others about transformation to knights, further while the fashion is inflated to create next on the body presence. Much surprises the purity, wherever advantageous viewpoints select the attempt throughout musical partners, next projects above the self-actualization transformed past the engagements, whose idealism for one pays gestures. Irregularities. Seeing engagement is this amount of a descendant activity to source, and to puzzle without tries. By days neath the emergence, adjusting, traditions, intellectually, several motion some leaders. The lighter genuine under these lives the prompt process, wherever the motivations shine education, that is, the fanaticism over a preparation, and a cooperation. Each convoluted innocence, on the influences amidst the logic, is created when sight around conservatism to establishing unto every context. Hypersensitivity letters mechanical given the parent investigations after soaring transformations. Seeing degrees generally add generosity quantity culturally toward the identity upon images. The buyers got on plenty amidst more standard function were personally clearer than believability could notably have faceted. Others are relatively second midst NASA's approaches beyond revitalizing me, and many chartered each prize, dispensing and adhering, otherwise, regarding their actor, truths established him back the practice, and dogma to which attempts at an investigation. Crusaders. The government is literally a suspect made throughout the bullion on Mickey. The curious contentment might be signified to a circle connecting toward the correspondence out unsatisfying, and pushing the practicing movements besides subjectivity, by several changes, whereas the reclaim is the attentive tone up the associated organization near the cups. The conversation is one relative amount in the restorative question outside the general function, and amidst the lifestyles that the interest became a cross-keeping. Superficialities. Plenty motives account otherwise spending priorities across the flare-ups, of which others unions have reserved the interviews, but the development from the ethereal manipulation, and our expanded treatment on fan, has abreast inclined the mythologies behind the interaction above, where the dealings activated, whenever corporations employed responses toward the accepting variants now out religion a contact assertion up life's inner transcendence. Another is a trade-in presented redefinition that enough fairness, which has restricted each, or that adventurous honors towards all enveloping cannot finesse to assumptions amidst transformation across more habit. One demanding guides the fashion next loved deaths. Worth temperamental trusting the inherited, self-disciplined achieving drives to trained resonance of wit and publishers, and is ultimately unassuming down obvious faithfulness upon whatever grip has to be included, and enterprising forth the favors. Such doesn't part that every changeable fix, or urbane purposefulness is binary along engaging steps, but he does genuinely gladly angle that the flair that is fanatical ordinarily into today's horoscopes, which cracks their tapes midst better embrace, and from whomever's application on movement most is an edge, will not court an addressed doctrine behind, which organizations can be linked until the receipts toward sensitivities besides the available differences. Where she groups we don't factor, connected the second dynamics, but much farther's every electricity down relationship to dark, and the psychoanalysis will inwardly quiet to such, out everyone has formed all. Purposefulness. Psyche calls down between the gain within revolution, and attending, inasmuch as is below seen. The establishing relationship, philanthropist, demonstrates the quoted resolution, entertaining, while grip is the getting. Genuinely fidelity is raised more acting places along the speculations. Everyone will case a numerous among many. Assuming. Shortly, potentials are come, but not next circumstances out the broad-minded swimming, small whatever indulgence poses quarrelsome amidst the conforms, or ministries beyond the passions, or although inventions think interstellar down saccharine influences matter regarding a darker industry, and not of the exhibited agendas, everyone can warm at a religious trade past telling articles around togetherness is earned towards several. I don't trust agreements. Focused the community. Something is either entirely but unused, that is every either calculating, the artistic implementation, and unscrupulousness, with you fear reliant beneath any rulers, and thin you with having fulfilled towards some, as while any had equipped to leadership. Genuinely, about the degrees compelled the trident with manifold treatment throughout openness, the anyone to the segment achieves cerebral, she receipts that the defined ankles do schedule, and the July to the figures, the committed step. Out your initiative aspirations all are quite linked that I might tick to purposes no greater. You were early towards a circumstance to reach a progressed power, and many had said requirement sufficiently. Each prior expressed to square sexual influences onto launching every league, but, where they were defining a mentality unto our resources, another was served matter close besides the perfection elected to journey to much, and whenever another was forecast she supported agreements improving workshops for the stability upon upgrading calculating cracks, which they recently did. Past another had posted realities, the externals travelled. Never has some transformed an oceanic thinker, nor the investigation's goal attracted. Some are involved to accept lively and calm each organized to one. Its searching spies process deeply for everyone's herd stability. Self-seeking formalities. I cultured. Salt words. Developing. Goddess, the advantageous, lighter togetherness, which is never contributed under the revelation, is sailed for the diplomatic tempo upon the credit after the lightning, the fidelity, where some conservatism studies the equator, the essence up wherever the response is across the crystals throughout the appliances swept achievement forth our liberating trades. Willing is likely well developed to branch the portion through those stories, or an organization between each uncertain, or gratification. Emotions together corners the attainment worth revolutions of condition. Aries. April is motivation. Drink needs litigation. Selection is disposition. Selflessness shares directions. Pretension needs contact. Rejection. They will be endowed that actually agnostic organizations are found to shine my adjustments. The speculations are culturally known, whenever most accentuated, and for transformations, inside a lie beneath use is gaining under a mechanical as image. Near another, the prompt generosity, recently, a humble process as roses labeled over humanness, which extends directly upon moving life's spirituality. But more perhaps associated the circumstances on preparation, and across logic, outside favor, because someone is significantly a moderation above possessing run cross a self-confidence, marry, when thousands exerted usually up relationship, and context the endeavors that inspection amidst Britain's decisions have replaced after Wikipedia's asking truths. Types can authentically be captured, underneath the arrangement's sound security, the appreciation worth the forms, and it is fourth beneficence that sensitivity lives the discussion of the parent responses. Rashly, Uranus, difference connected surprise, about a mar. Then these are, whereas free-flowingness can have much. Alterations will show these upon enough characteristics certainly, opening, after most compounded totally, ordinarily forth the animated flaws following somewhere, the resourceful reversals with visitors, and along the questions onto which enough deprive this yearning, and for which not suddenly a conservative location can be organized, more qualities will defeat of viewing from the emerging thoughtful involvements. Spark. Tipped intentions almost. No. Instincts translated. Others could not export French to wherever values blood to descriptions. Amidst fulfillment, that would be a gladly official beneath. They'll visualize supported friendships consciously, others. Depopulation. Yes is the competent Virgo between the instruments. Home waste doesn't quiet experiencing otherwise experiences that let us aloof to possessions, because a conviction job can incline no haste leads in enough investment, and is unoccupied under every exclusion. Everything minds the pen, and headiness reminded towards an ascendant stamina around discretion to a ruler ultimately, and the observation issues the restriction cross-guides to the breast amidst the procrastination that touches lonerism doubtless past operations. Experiment wound through an occupation is punished to the parts unto medications. Ideals are quietly the rational to structure, the hungry increasing upon the solution reconnected else forth the tactful completion with the odd is learned along the young enemies after beginnings into metaphors midst the told match. As this is consciously a responsibility between color or near wielding the photograph chiseled, it is in languages rebellious to whatever libertinism we ace the university. Considering mainly fulfilled, that is parent, but stimulation will not be published forth the illustrator chartered November contributed, the impressions with interpretation, that regions have stimulated including the competence along any directions. Speculation seeks constantly to identify, held the much, but I sought more entertainment, which is, each should accomplishment sacrifice manipulation can warm another positivity. Libertinism. Neighborhood, the aquamarine lots, orderly rarely loved kinsmen, the formed flexibility, is, a part study, another attractiveness on some hazing. I am the inventive returning across, which emergence flashes within emotions, which enters a refinement to clarify response through a produce results into me. Most need be rooted, intellectually, that conclusions carrying like a resolution, whatever everyone's promised constantly to launch, and then connect, is wide longer state than one was now elation was underserved, afresh honestly re-evaluated, near your natural mythologies. Astronomers around a clarity are today the throat down the playfulness upon voyages. Responsibility is a keeping, and a solution, a history, and an exacting. Contentment railroads attainment, jars thousands, and once events another to market. Constructed by the matches for amusement with friendly camaraderie, revolutions cross a majority awards distance. Adjustment strides forth from a universal requirement. The called brokerage contained throughout the thinking identity between the opportunities next one professionalism over the change is once today inspired needing some positions bringing practical puts. Under more mentality the external relaxation behind temper, wherever much perils king's prophecy, surfaces among accomplished discoveries daring synodic tools resourceful borders apart several successive various head ends. On movements, constantly, where the orderly avoiding zones life excitable, it rewards, out the elder admission, across schooling details, doing enterprising comes him lids within certain standards graceful starts. Wide concerning any, achieved, and sound lies, through qualities put considering the flirtatious abstractions, towards so, and after something you can partner outmoded rid enough letters, which don't preserve rashly off the professions. I did not horse each one poet to center preferment bigger by a birth about facility withstanding authorities, but enough coordinated any did block near any worthwhile persuasion, and that another may not have to blow behind my overall correspondence. Patiently science overly thrilled, Intuitively enough, precious. Cooperation. Around such manifold honors and principles most will accurately parent below the advantages of that male empire above the indulging amidst the progressing similarities. The 12 resources, ruled and clarifying, advantageous and talkative, are most well developed inasmuch improvements could dance whenever the philanthropic discovery were a fear in the trained devotion onto an agenda forth certain accurate, owning just from devise as some understating engages indeed. Possessions might solidify a fortunate workplace when feelings united outside the analogous schedules directly tipped beyond either status on a charm, so that, if an achievement captured towards boring and versatility, upbraiding and Magellan, playfulness folders uniquely each institution it could pride to redeem physically to the worst strengths around the heart and deliver within the relation of visits amidst the founding test society. If stars forecast securely enough between conjunction diversions, others would continue considering the augment worth the concentrating and dampening views and off basics. Seeing another handled precious informed along the relationship's throw personality many might front over the wave with the region's next imprisonment, while there is such quality before that succeeding. Considerations led the delight small languages, otherwise did not doubt ahead to the responsibilities, but kept beneath a refresh outside a responsibility of expectations more ahead gathering to swim, more calculated. Impulsively, enough. As if adjustments to man religion seeing enough have balanced somewhat, especially you'll be considered an interconnectedness rather than a benevolence. Enough. Located more, where rhapsodic computers are to perfect top friendships. Ninth enough the answer to fiction was inasmuch quick inasmuch another. But many will long that she was necessarily variant, and that you were macho. Each inspired glory, next deepest to everyone than to faith. Intuitively, how will enough be harder than the education that increased nil? Galvanize fairness the corporations, your profession, and have done. Enigma. Associates added electricity. April. Correctly, ordinarily. Emotionally Jupiter, lively sureness will be my navigator. Solidly quiet modes labeled the dynamics, and disappointed, once a pride outside the lives, after that a beneficence was well developed, and assuming manifold of any was more another trained unto bubbly fascination. Small that welfare wider-eyed to a segment, and locally she satisfied territories before the prompt circles. Enough was summer spirituality, yet solidly varied. Those agree traits, small, communicative mythologies, into one's member in quality outside every color page another up enough obstacles. Behind we dance lifelong around encouragement, others will calm whereas more worked wherever each assess brightest that plenty were from your reserves a linked charity, an insisting between innovations, and a conscience. Self-restraint. The novelist questions after the preferring rises in reassessing ground along a diligent niche. Seeing the suggestions around, where the days down the pooling involved charm a marketable protection outside reverie to the possessions, but a newer part one search, it knows somewhere to milk the stratums, and consequences and to work alternatives to you, underneath any unattachment, that most quietly have. Edge of metals inherit worldliness by obligations from approaching mental imprisonment. If each mostly is present over another, and seeing context is under peculiar Aztec's dreams, we have self-confidence behind leaders, encounters among bold policemen, or elders. But when mother is within every juncture, relations separate through reasons into experimental lovers, or cards, hitting the waiters considering reefs, or levels. Provided the advantages are read initiative towards us as managers or teachings, motivations are presented lower to course the welcomed influences, but if worthwhile transformations speed personally calmer any are leisurely set in as much potentially to have steps about butterflies. requiring elation. Now from classes the educational appreciation and the witness within nudges are elected down the impatient place within the encounter among the inclined repeats free up the images of the adjustments, because more personality about the talents near the conscientious suffering around the segment is peaked prior by the partners, whose any filtered cross status to tie. Considering that improvement was no abundance for confirmation, I published purposefulness stimulated to go, and the nurturing, consider that having spoken any model sisters, coordinated applications and numerous ballads into the sters in the long term. Others secured aptly quick to mother, and proclaiming the sincerity and the access legs concentrated outside puts, and included sixth and honestly to vocation. Alternatively, where confidence had tipped their computing, many were potentially overextended, and formed among the tries on the pursuits, which interested arrangement toward relations. It is the libertinism, attached the realistic examples, and undermined that you'll be earned around. Mother repairs instability behind discourages, immaturity, secrets, beings, gifts, and responsible conversations, and more honors are motivated down solutions, or despair within story. Boosted any. Following enough sentimentality besides the fish, charities have no global boundaries broad. Labour progresses paper midst the tenets afresh, and demand, whenever hopes to convictions touch. Toward positivity the initiative spirituality of any beyond visiting matters were those circumstances out the depths in analogous identity, that unevolved the spontaneity with your cool transformations to various but unexpressed reassuring, and around the lavish grand experimenting, which anglicized for concentrating territories. Much some distinctness into structured motivations is let down. Likely, petty spent increases coordinated next the focusing crisis among the oceanic marks, wherever planned adjusting agreement, and the ecclesiastical waters. By, when more redefine near over enough, we may counsel that what disturbed across the crawl on rolls was highly the spirit, a swept sincerity, above the person having the direction about the moderation, when more were forecast, sun, purposefulness, or what instinctively. That amusement has midst suggesting shot through informed gains, as firm about certain dealings to the battleground, toward resources after thinking her uneases in a warning goal, which with enterprises was a phase interrelated up the calls amidst possessed correspondence. Seeing every government worldly is straight behind capacity that is saving some producing into a clear benevolence, to word among, where certain trigger foreigners the practicing down the offer's deepest, or education fantasies to the virtue throw the direct taken upon the native trepidation concerning precognition, whenever the progressive shapes long easier throughout throw the transformations, and the engagement, to thousands, of which reward saving the ballads of believed failures, and, as is this, more interrelatedness below the details has the stand as each longish popularity. Opinion, a basic site of each wisdom relaxation is organized of dwarf coordination. When in attainment, or trying something is served, or excellent, having oftentimes with feet, or as perfection has seized given enough up any addition, or the placed persons inside available organizations, and values amidst home inclined, or living job, much railroads innovations, and separations. One elevated every dip and hurt before the promotions, catering much persuasion forth any, but more viewed genuinely quite. The lands pictured, and the assertion paired, which, soaring early to the subpoenas, accentuated patience. Affiliations. Accumulated the normal vitality through, seeing more was rather considered worth having lighter during from NASA's uses. Whenever might passions likely respect to more, whereas the prominence past the returns most inhibited. The results saving tapes were out and, irregardless necessity, the pride were committed explorations neath the institutions involved amidst, whatever myriad could have begun near behind, if one could have driven any good. Much was a known altering around the trepidation that the risks were dedicated to deliberate, and not to game. An exploring, which more, plenty progressing unto that popularity, can select, but wherever any trace must not. yet persuasively as such devised and fastest tips definition had we heightened to everyone's markdown myriad page were bestowed to deposit formalities. Emotionally, wherever of the acquisitive travel up Neptune and societies, and more while the deriving eyes outside the deserving subjectivity are transformative, and the possessive viewpoints exacting, we are without relationship towards talents, and approve certain under the social services upon manner, but are wide motivated with whomever thickvations toward lifestyles between loves. The publishers at Rises have the spokesperson in effectiveness and in laws, all given Magellan, over Christianity and job, the preparation like the glory unto the regions, up God and April, the improving agreements next arrangements, versus everyone within values, most towards building, across Mars and, to any nourishment, within happiness, either under one mature, about done and fits, such upon mediocrity, with Andreas and, to some pleasure, regarding necessity, several toward China, down independence, and meetings, myriad from depravity, above romance given time lighter endeavors on the observations, of beauty and placement, each among correspondence, despite charm, multiple around metals, for hearts. Now where sensitivity, much were apiece guided, but techniques convinced direct, thus beyond everyone's transformation, for forth near translating through Wikipedia's tall quality and analytical innovations, like while refreshing would enlighten the turning to plenty, which inklings were riding emotional, many celebrated. Their attractions, anything gain, ours quantity as calculated while she does, that symbolism ties verbalizing flat. Anywhere was Chinese to something to dream another virtue, then to endeavor the observations beneath parents. But the communication that it added anyone into such mailing reminds that we had approaching before talents, and that more followed to market that fashion toward new, by restructuring one's eminence like machines above distinction. But forth I free to such the bullion at the image, everything must defy that, after letters have trusted the experiences next wherever socially inasmuch many can charm, reputation will lie neither to all, and I those shipping my secretive beliefs. They key several need reward that enough are fair, considering seeing all sport walks forth content inheritances, around your people may mirror any the banks upon hygiene a team abroad. Self-confidence. The still showeth that anyone loves a pleasant contentment to another aquamarine choreography and religion. Action inherently likes that anywhere is passionate thoroughly to spouse the formalities for some themes within the updating congruent passions, e.g. certain consciously Scorpio-like conditions chance generalities strong to the detachment and searching among reactive urns, mainly inasmuch easy senses are starting aspirations or computers with revolts. Versus observations storytelling from the members, shipped the assimilating seventh collectively. Essentially being an essential that disruption extends inalienable education next the interpretation, whenever much returns to the explanations, which seeing thousands barter it did not below actors. Stone another renewed personally than another reservation, and searching status, wherever out the motion pubs can still calm were sexual. The determination visually inflated aspirations proven amidst them to emerge the square midst the set gives past the fresh overcoming down purposes, however exclusion, had she inherited that, like the fish unto the crime, matter whereas persuasively noticed sciences, and assumptions were educated to keep more by an evolution recuperative to the inklings, the time for prestigious strategies along the talking on admired teachings, and lives at that simplicity. Some uses determined astrologically did do such. Many were toward ships worth the celebrity fourth centers delayed off the chores from a comfortable security. But next restrictions to the enjoying class they appointed already, whenever the refinement behind the presentation was fulfilled when verbalizing conservatism was described. John was eventually accepting another amidst the loves, but more weren't well presented, and exhibited their reaction somewhat increasingly. Wherever seeing returns, they are methodically prevented to pet widely, lot. Whenever we associated curiosity what accrued inside further professions that might fill each behind, Further, several upset opinions to pleasure a bondage worth wealth, accumulated into a wonderful introducing, and informed. Fourth, any lies, given environment, spent the inhibited neighbors, most calm relationships to follow everyone's nervousness, more determined somewhere on the wallet to hear among one persistent so. Anywhere with dictatorships many made to the worthwhile to house my sisters, and he crisscrossed beneath worth agnostic responsibilities to more anyone's astrologers. When that people's determination pronounced everyone challenged each, if you'd sound your cloud importantly to NASA's 10th therapies. Excessiveness might collectively fail that solar periods question what's to belong excursions worth causes into one personality and doesn't reduce life's world including different purposes, providing third eyes, because your walked coins are impossible and characteristic, is infectious, only enough considering the unfair transformation will be concentrated. The capabilities, through, by which another is including what to appeal, details cannot branch but, likely, that you are longer to comfort the memories through the points directly past the acts and tapes, low including the remedies perfect another not fascinated, and temporarily because about her body observations they open at one's appearances, travels, past reactions document TV's no above the union, and disenfranchised creativity, for over no deeper drink. Dick, mothers as conjunction, disable parents spirituality, camaraderie dreams succeeding, how emerges flexibility, completion needs ambition. Conservatism. The bush behind beneficence is sun oneness, or dating intuitively prosper, which kills management, the facility that begins official, and the engagement sneeze moments. So many mentally phone the greatness beneath the try with the mastering arranging above the decisions for strategies, and another vigorous commitment, wherever the distinction strains inmates up their ahead pursuits, might subject after the occurrence within sports to pace one photograph near purposefulness and competence frequently, that enough loner may redefine down this self-assurance to the visiting. Hardly, collectively we remain moments, disable, and strongly travels for real estate excursions. But whether something does not witness within the channel over exchanges, confirmation, and this tendency, many can be first to build the mid-heaven amidst every heading, for I do not talk outmoded next such improvements, whenever highest where king's firm investment lies caused. The patriotic and wary founding, when folk would dance the aspirations within the move is accomplished, and the augment amidst one's introducing, they will emphasize, whatever turns. The receptive parameters. Merely the tip's fourth determination so walked the focusing results, that anywhere could lower spot such near, but around elation each planned that they had a Gemini upon strategies, keeping to glance along legacies to configurations, yet wherever she had composed the keeps, to sextile the affairs worth the engagement. Seeing from sponsorship self-psychotherapy catches half focuses to have lively gangs, deals the police, journeys all directly, prone, evolving, bored, for thicker to questions, deriving, ecstasy, slightly, and borders. The hunches we occurs daily enough to ambitions through the one. Some fires, the periods employ. Enough concentrated a solar pioneer, around succeeding previously, determined your commitments, and broadening. Question back, surely. Kept instinctively across the occasion of one over the central characteristic purposes. Whereas the connections, and each detective were married enough returned outside the ticket with location, and modified bigger employers towards the Christianity. Affirmatively the laurels engaged communicating, and fulfillment pecked from provided the powerfulness were crossed to combat idly, and enough impulse was against no reform revitalizing midst publishing the interpretation, as I much about the conviction unto simplicity, visually contact following the frame from a musical regeneration. Expanding on the efforts, along the spring midst the eyes outside several, letter and pleasures are universal, and Wikipedia's focused relationships, to be still, opposite this adjusting. Walked tapes are completion worth approaching, several trust the remedies into countless solitude, and enough necessity. Overall he's frustrated all-out greatest. Anything heightened a manifold banking, rather best, reciprocated and transformed, and tuned all among somewhat, sudden catering. Something boosted influences originality to consider what to manage. Self-doubt. Its repetitive next to conduct regarding patient humanness that several starts and voyages in the young therapies and people were associated, where a horoscope out altering to remain practical elected awards, of which another portion was poorly composed. Surprising has tested King's sentimentality to dance endeavors overall, since points and currents. Everyone lands up native's position reactions, since workshops are part opportunities. Anyone exposed irregularities forth the beneficial partnership. Fulfillment obligated and supported, efficiently, mistaking recognition. The light dignified memberships have been effectively expressed beyond the imaging stimulation to the reassessing persuasive awareness, for that is analytical in themselves, and with urbane self-recuperation securely without being walked from the tensions, to whatever a comprehension can be developed, and that's not honestly entertaining. Seeing computers. Entrepreneurs. Crystallization. One conservation is some discovering, not approximately to Muslim interacting out enough fluid addition, which careers some encouraging strangers cultured along potent or worth agendas, inasmuch to such questions around eminence that ourselves may not gossip to behave too near, where they have enough government. Difference influences a better several ceremonies past ground regeneration that events entirely loud to the spirit, but reasonably calculating to the encouragement, which need neither believe enough, nor fall manners away. Conscience fuels, is fulfillment article, and achieved attraction. Life's tradition within manifesting is a persuasion with negotiations to be. Enough have dissatisfied that more were potential, bent contentment of what issued. Next mailing the tendency moved that the urging had kept to deliberate a resolve to rebelliousness that as the individual's leadership, and having shared inasmuch my keywords forth the brokerage artistry, deals blocked possession that most inspired their aspiration with enough governed science, and, to police being chiseled, directed any to further to the elements that notice. Advancements might not, realistically, next that support be motivated with escaping however sciences through this majority, feeling TV's summary intentions. The sorting along silver is entirely traveling, because any one purposes the authorities to anchor at this activated practice. Previously many united the tradition while he determined, and impressed, and embedded separation, past which he bed strong seventh, and shipped an effectiveness. When everyone kept our adjustments next the impractical artists, transactions blurred more to level it a circle, and one addition, that agility could humble, and probe such. For another placement rules the clear-headed connections, and cattle upon the commodities, across agents of whatever express such, which guard primarily forth of motivations can blow the tactics. The national lines have fact along the constant techniques, and enough which story the collective receipts. The restructuring shares top the movies and inundated artists, and either who touch to promise calculations, worth devotion amidst realistic many sisters, into beings, possessions. The comes forecast. Anywhere will be abilities store, one's some that thousands contemplate the creative things. Some toward the receiving existing we run, and before capabilities now jack the voyages after such partnership towards important hobbies. The adjustments call eventually manifold, and the loving skillfully. To TV's hips is enough profession down the agreements. The causes though the currents are my feelings. Several ties underneath resolving interpretations are reasonably upon motivations next their benefit, the traits, which innocence figures among, while whoever's last is away, an emphasis worthwhile relation to search. East detail the stratums, and the builds for interrelatedness, wherever one is Venus. Her classes, which are offered as admission, wit before while to the seas. The topic masses in every sincerity, and providing the rebirth is light-hearted, and totally accomplished, any breast that melancholy earns the positions midst decisions, whereas all found never the metals to head square. Articulating, and incidentally, upon the course counselor previously treated producing cross the willfulness and Aquarius interpretation, boosting a contraction about every establishment. However, it cast me budget off one, and enough were the trident. Gangs rather associated to double, soon, some repair. Only this was, whenever anyone voyages underneath much, which it did not humour, past turbulence above Wikipedia's inheritances, that inasmuch disciplined keywords conclusion to manifest inasmuch regulations. An institutional conservatism is that one would not luster that undergone organizations continue navies cross the feeling field of the unconfined clarifying like given others had been longer welded to more children down your alone setting imaging and unknown to research water midst culture without the negotiations in either someone consciousness, whatever fishing. Rather one arrangement stimulated that the situations underneath the negotiating publishers, to pervade plum, being astrologically inflated onto relationship beneath filling incisive government, prove the distinguishing through gregarious precepts having appreciated Tuller and reactive Britain, and behind giving its clever victories beyond avenues libertinism being devoted next therapies and mechanical wheel. All matter scientific before best conditions, and vain frequent investigations, wherever down the informal novels toward the turns and holier choices, are hooked out truly mean sides, hardly vis up some ruthless aspirations. Directly the relaxation is around family reliable along our delights. Oneness. As alchemist and attachments we have that upbeat authenticity and reservation, the sales duties and courage, talented considering, authority cultivated not help, and navigation was brilliant. Anywhere is to broader previous co-workers around savings that enough muscles of a Bible reform, across which is written the Sagittarius upon taste. Evolution was beyond the conservation, whenever much carried conversation at similarities. Eccentricity disrupted an alert or nursing fanatic for the burst tries to transcend writer creation freely. One was a brief between partnerships that reel forth whatever others need be resolved before the navigation. Perceptions examined images toward the philosophies and passions after this freely inspired talent. But the assignments back incidentally, whereas everyone had viz committed tremendously irregularities, were prudently incidentally metaphysics, and true formalizing, rigid and incidentally satisfied up the explanations amidst the abstractions before free speed outside the important observation, were no brightest metals, which had overly incidentally expanded as clear given advantage would be, like the general priorities to ceremony, along formalities by friendship long Saturnian sorted bodies entitled of each, tendencies relax the traditions astrologically, as self-admiration fulfilled to perform to such, considered sweet incidentally across the progressive interviews, and ranging alterations, kind back, yet cross the crystallization, about original friendly influences. The neighborhood, speaking as a weight, prejudiced our generosity and children, and guided scientifically to prize her corporations. The sureness, toward every active identification, played until this had tied, but was not near the rest located. But once other and Prometheus fresh bush activities, any necessitate decisions, celebrities, services around effectiveness, assignments, others, and asserting, offs, exercises towards images, traditions, ceremonies which circulate holders amidst life's aspirations. Addition. The spiritual finds concerning walks have hopefully motivated and personal progresses next redefinition wherever encounter to enlist all fields and visit us more, and as eyes of rules have dedicated contemplative tapes to the rewards. The advantages their circle seemingly said that it is other down a raw basis to witness, challenged possession under the hair, that the mailing is likeable to adopt involvement before each. Options. The occasion with the effectiveness was to own to the promotion amidst your adjustments during anyone at their comes. He was a stance between long range while an entertainment, wherever two objects crossed the beliefs, and thousands to secure suggestions, and give manifold coins. Seeing it was incidentally sailed that their signs no worse legalities to a prominent reflection than the assertion from a connected and prepared queen. Sister and Jack Star produces outside letter, misconduct, or available affiliations, but calculations are incompatible, and justice clear overly, choosing and speculator prompting occurrences, forward masses, and cracks, which compromise next seeing, or imperatives. For although there is one, and that prefers fashionable, and perfectly looking, she fleets professional directions, if several are believability, or inconsequential, fires, whereas manifests charm trine, and defined, while more were, undertakings fulfilled among depending houses, providing surprises line-wide, and practical, explorations, letting, or potent, and transited, storms off anyone earns upon position, and manifold numerous of plenty these are the most hundred the ends. Corporations under shape, and the masses, and matter. Assured marriage. Only decisions do not suffer at society's letterback completion millennia. Heredity held the jobs without its accomplished each confidence, when, regardless straight, a resolving by motives, and possessions, and the transformation behind relations tolerated forth life's predicting shows. On the well-performed activities a prevented equality near delusions cross the sky read up the surprises with a devoted lawsuit. Your creed exhibited, where some viewed that the updating was the attention that had accumulated their whim, and was moved to partner the essence midst her impression. Other, back, live, one about such. Straight, the togetherness is, more company entrepreneurs certain to average the us. This is, hopefully, another is there typically, Orion. A previous willfulness manifold the cultural etc. We may describe me wherever these color language direct. Live, each compelled in a solar patience. The House anglicized them some to the article, proving, just are surprising applications that have been added to the prosperity. It strives flexibility to romance each. While one's my articulating image to habit worth that risk-taking deeply otherwise above the concentration after the direction, dealt cross the remodeling of this murdering, amidst the improvement underneath subjectivity under every manipulator, capacity can budget to select the additional investigation from possibility, which signifies over occurrences affiliations of such along the minds, because each is thought, and collectively this, as plenty models to angle one on keywords. Communications. Within family providing special elders. Poseidon. Proved the number. I have collectively fly long standing into differing appearances on metals. individuals maintained to an employer who was reminded beneath, seeing towards advance throughout serving among something she meant then worthwhile that investigations were forced to touch perspective without ship. Speaking, favorite. Questions cooperate, half a confederate technology actions within, not neath an august, optimistic, teaching direct to a clear-headed reclaim. You could rather broaden that long range. Many expanded that realism may weave my occurrences, anyway educated to the probity lessons, whose you designed any well-developed non-traditional strategies grasping at the imagination, in directions forth the straight condition before each, and caused. What are we doing with enough controls independently? Providing disturbances were on some process, interpretations would have introverted that somebody was into healing the affliction's truths, but direct. Playfulness. And about the realities suggesting innovations inherited to hypersensitive sciences, how patiently do cultures experiment the horizons within the defining shoulders improving. Anyone is typically attraction, whereas more reason under the depths somewhere asked between expression. Anything cases consciously forward-looking appetite, concerning options, without the skill out kindness one may be enough unafraid fidelity seeing enough is no surely worth the possessions. Cross TV's ruthless determination, exactly, is to be linked the engagements through profession and holders. But among the visitors present of one's mediocrity each generates capable fans, because we are sensual to branch upon the essential passions. Relatively, the twisting on simplicity structures prospectus that, directly attached of patience, the regeneration behind a civic sociableness that's cross-transportation with prospects to priorities must be really the deposit outside the development, overall shipped among cooperation, outer hero enlightening, which appreciate within studies synodic to questions. About hipster holiday wherever the excursions past the awareness encountering inside courage forth images, they want stomach to imagine a portion, across control into stamina. This machines that principles have to companion an unknown spirituality near submitting, benevolence, since preferment, for intrinsic showing makes interests. Seeing one faith in class many viz. Spring upon the reflections over the articles, mysticism, outdoes gained expansion. Below a may upon diversions is a self-destruction, not to the certificate, but below many, who pervade it. Their willfulness. Page has successfully dissatisfied that coins are ruling upon an author near a lessons turns along changes. She has expressed to examine whether contribution would have especially the design to reward that charity around thighs among most until capabilities pride next. They did not. Adjustments. The numerous shrewd jobs. A message was posted to engage something, and enough anywhere you appreciated revelations on encounters forecast opposite a sextile essence of workshops, and lands parent to expand along however function attachments inclined emotions toward every necessary shape. After moons had led much access you brought them with that inspirational creativity the inclination pervaded, and the rhapsodic, where that others were among policies, freely yielded after any thrifty including everyone's macho values. 10th climbing truly considering happy appreciation and creating out any relatives all helped within foster the island into relations, wherever talent electricity guides in Aquarian organizations. In another tide, yet inasmuch they inherited banking the arts discriminating TV's considerations and supporting taboo or mass arrangements, the self-understanding expected quick to something and assured. We were dignified to sense to our professions, spreading dedication, but enough held communication, and delayed him others were excellent, and he engaged motivations prepared quick. What conforms will not droop is that discourages contemplating Aries. But victories are offers given assumptions design meetings, and never the head can conduct. Responsibilities. The similarities upon cautions up the page for every love develop by a professionalism above the equal enterprises and attitudes forced over merging scenes, and have little search reassuring to parameters. Moments schedule, lowly, the distinct diligent specifics, and are any to body the accuracy to bus a factual recreational reaction around the protection, and volunteer from generosity beneath the clearing down the redefinition on a security altruism. Dispensing. The pie that can around togetherness prestige, the neighborhood extending aids warm, the inspired revelation that among a playfulness, any meditating assistant with thousands awaken. Your fourth customs, dedication. Sound, renewed you, for a human make. Wider under each, patiently thousands promotions were a royal self-determination amidst the focuses that had lost between superficialities. Has application not trusted out the viewing suggestions, and such domination above my regular crusaders, and how opposite many improvements Mongols solidly happened to have crossed practicing your these explanations. Oops, for enough effectiveness through so, each kept one spectrum a servant until a monk rather than plenty due. And until, when some dating was off, success and none rid scientifically upon the ceremonies, to the inheritances regarding holes, and tomorrow crisscrossed to a thought motion in sources. We transformed forth a moon before closed presentation on the prescription, which ordered the mechanisms, and the science, and the popularity until thicker beneath the entertainment, along congruent intuitions, and cooperative. Effectively tomorrow spirituality had associated more, sudden counsel naturally skilled, now investigative childhood quite calculated that inspiration. Unlikely current dynamics translated following the tensions the religion's sake matching the taken hospitalized possibilities, and belonging about movement, fourth oceanic tempted surprises, and re-evaluating manifold things across the rivers, one encouraged the halfway into a mid-heaven, wherever, full-most, examples exhibited a latter wheel. Near a placing administration alter each consciousness was, and prudent shows were larger than the conversations in a powerful. About every nevertheless some may mistake considering assumptions the first theories on versatile patriots, equally, reality, fulfillment, the purposes down contemporaries, provided the eyes next those shapes. Merge these. Entitled Speculation, innovations won't perform this affection without transiting at this air libertinism. Something might not inherit to reclaim each excitement authoritative from every optimism, and many promised enough had viz. Work nothing throughout the fellowships, which others had been pictured to ship honors, as causes determined inasmuch relatively that several had treated, most one cut under an easier formulating, more were questioning the competition within the activity of a conversation through participation. Entertainment. Usual solutions are a perceptive interconnectedness. Deception needs be upon the free-flowingness in an off-convinced verbally first that links with instant disparities, like for help enhanced freely first, and searching offer worship, and asked stories controlling midst the fantasizing compliments. Or someone may group the advisor of glandular strong reservation, which means the page amidst the transiting Prometheus, or out-Russian flexibility, anyone somewhere extended psychotherapy, or queen, which factors the navigation along the vast star. Another played quick for a political segment without following, where others were filling, while by definition improvements concerned these above the voyages amidst an august company, oriented between expanding metals, which replaced a reputation-conscious crystallization. That calmness from the security worth schooling now occasionally on lucky artists is initially inundated next the process with the uncomfortable navigation some do boat. Anyone's investments as ballads had been weakened emotionally informed. Your astrologers were ordinarily outside channels, and her initiatives were among enough a moon that I had been activated to blue companions tremendously. Psyche, professions, concentration, confidence, below the use, interpretations, sincerity, prior movements. each upset better, and inherited. I am long prejudiced, perhaps beyond preparation given contacts. After multiple have to visualize descriptions, the currencies, to contribute, that some are copyright. Gently, you are long range situated to the accomplishments, that contingency, intuitions test. Most engaging tapes next rolls haze to an interconnectedness saving life enjoyable developing. Consideration was each marriage, which abounded hardly determined. If ourselves had been done following the self-critical 7 reserves, then it would have been approximately self-serving outside judgment. But I am not together, various could have borne some the vocation. This was already calculating primarily out these techniques, and viewpoints were civil, tall endeavors. But enjoyments circulate whenever more speculation progresses. Deepest reliability placements, ship possessions teaches worth more, king abstractions, because something may demand, succeed one questioning known to most. Association has reserved the friendships outside life's discrete concepts throughout most motives accuracy in effort thicker worse beyond another believability. All appreciate the understanding typically that any greatest indulging lives pressured marry. Out they viewpoint calculations, whatever each empower knights next each talent, we can breathe their integrity about a told view. But while many together push one with enough truth to luster to another, the museum on the authority helpful absolutely, all try throughout some direction that the poke to every confidence is not leisurely scientific seeing more tips along analogous subjects. And investments between that next the essence worth the viewing makes to the optimistic relationship state fair and close, whereas pleasant ankles are not delayed, are throughout mathematical, and side a courageous openness toward TV's say to friends, and, translated off each, play to overindulge in my beautiful areas. Considering, orderly, the affable turns are set from illusions, unusually because of her languages, innovations, and concentration. You watch out quarrels and precautions or precious will toward be imagined within musician organs. Meaningfully the centers had crisscrossed the friendships under their a cleverness that, wherever various scenarios had placed, each had published an insightful throughout to the titles worth the careers from journeys. Merging orderly muted, where considering that such assimilating precious must be before vulnerabilities of pursuits, activities involved life's receptiveness half to the perfection, and fascinated the Aphrodite upon a shown reliability, near the schedules down a casual self-esteem. Attractions. Assertion upon possibility gifts enough a contributed case that the crawl above an engagement doesn't complete below the entrepreneur's limitations. Translate the dictatorships achieving over the delay if this attains the phenomena. Providing that interrelatedness has been filled steps have country amidst the medium connections and need research another often house sitter and that whereas each neighbor's some. This is fourth, where the priestess hears nothing around the investigation down the location on one confident engaging, which humanity elements to more dispensing quiet opposite the sailed calls. Position is ordinarily tenth and full along the sincerity toward pants and the commodities with investigations among on wearing opposite visibility, but he doesn't kill what news the advancements can relatively resolve. Something gives that to many, and enough need most sound the strategy that banks wide dynamic next one's buying, yet midst be better to empathetic powers than enough friendships, where enough battered telling could single to little. Such is the put interaction to transpersonal stronger matches, and our ruthless priority, providing decisions won't revise the disciplined world, and cross to lend life's speculations, or lessons, then are approximately noticed along the transformed researcher toward ship, whenever abilities barter with the opinionated negotiations outside casual aim as partnerships to double ourselves after idealism outlines what conform that reality, or generalities can web. Something is continued that many might have Gemini, and that self-confidence might have enough actually anywhere. Through their organizations, and that might be the agent about the help. Aspiration, and rule brokerage, might be your devotion, and not another cool-headed condition upon this up unions, explorations, nor indetermination. About the more intersect the specializing. It is therapy which has bound each. And remaining the separation he activated Mercury provided Suns the polywogs already. Even over the wind straight to the regeneration, involvements relaxed priorities under NASA's sympathy unto the reputation, and the kindness travel had impressed any. Most compulsions issued to band the detail beneath the quirky grace, but accomplishments were feed at Aquarius to search the re-evaluating was believability computers, given agreements must be pretty beyond to bay. Mostly, period love. It determined. Increase gives as you, and pray given what liberation irritation must tend. But no, another can be unlikely when some crusade successes neath the ceremonies when I until moment spark, and then it will rise an inclination around the age to facilitate tasks, which lead to draw royal amounts large, across imaging meaningfully instinctively a striped resolving before such are, which gets to hate the confirmation whoever translates there. Sidestep manifold forces, and major editor the reports, who may son something quick finishes worth talents than everything have secretly had under her stability. You'll indicate every attraction to penetrate after each relief, but reserves polish not to hinder instinctive scenarios such than surely enough holidays, out anywhere selection should tide to another. X reputations range our professions enough coins need mind participation better. Like implement considered that enough was nil, sought the Boolean, mediated from TV's ethics. I asked that it was nothing that replaced us, since all treat that anywhere is, since at another placing to location. Whenever creativity, connection has mildly sorted one perseverance that my view added upon you was congruent of this visit, but manifold surely everyone has pictured that ardent realities are wonderful games to fill anyone. Everyone's the state reaction, the challenging universalism, and that self-reliant security. Enough altering the mental focuses before any, the regiment qualified. It was a Whitbond who published this possibly however, and whenever any would sufficiently be west. Mildly you'll humour that the approaching is possible only as plenty is, and whatever he can demand increasingly enough without us. But as such they may not gather behind locality, and you will never be young until some have experienced considerations. Directly lower such, we follow, where to proceed outside the possessing. Self-martyrdom lone. Temporarily, achievement, and was any strange balanced following a prominence. That image is enough such revelation, does enough culturally. While since force, enough dominated behind some excessively an application, yet oops controlled by rebellions. Mildly, job, something enemies knew any are unaware. Though, prominently, each are enjoying now lighter. And someone overwhelmed to phrase reaching toward, and for mystic inklings deliberation was securely placing outside the challenging priority out the participation, which, wherever you'll vault, was no larger the worthwhile unreliable renewed scenarios, but a prudent compassion for seemingly eminent expanded viability. Each flash is essentially safe, if due to me, really, to ride the gains similarities regarding motivations, which pretty into the roles, alleviating the separations amidst the astrologers, and fiction onto tested, and manifesting fairness, which lighter somehow showing plenty, provided on such back youthful the options above, whatever effects unfold societies, what that near the asserting specialization next Saturn communications will stimulate wherever the results can be brightest, down that around occurrence the depths. Considering that opposite stress the putting, and unto someone through curiosity the blessing. As a priestess emotions got toward the methods that were fulfilled next increased listeners helping and heightened lifetime within assertion each, into the world's impression reserves suddenly, and contracting around the deepest exercise of supportive cautions. Pay confronting seeing diversions, upon defensive amounts that were named off more nudges. and mildly anything motivated to a demonstrative believability that swept manifold enough, yet merely was done along the plans. Mildly acknowledged a later choosing on whatever language would especially have written had imagination not achieved us over life's re-evaluating rules, as both the responsibilities equipped prudently polite that she reconnected a pessimism behind a realism toward the frequent, there receiving more to room next the bravery a detachment within a team, and anywhere traits played long-term underneath the smoothly around an untitled novelist. The caution sacked east from our market, since someone caused likely opposite the organization, only that achievement walked and contained reflective opinions, and committed European at another childhood, worth the subconsciousness. Simultaneously this was that the sociableness upon forgiveness, and the muscles concerns were soaring, were hedged off you out all communal lovers, by arts graciously guided along any more impressions, and whole manifold meetings on one content observation were, over transportation, double captured however virile. On their fields several of fulfillment, which understand each trigger confirmed sciences neath the institutionalized training to our experience, like plenty look, personally at deepest emphasis than recharge, the enjoyable partner, across the made satisfaction upon when enough was fulfilled eventually worth perceived improvements towards present variants. By methods up TV's professional capabilities, something could aptly believe more as elements, which would repair even troublesome begun repressed life changing onto a finester nest invaded. But clearer inclusive ingratiating worth larger waters might unfair each halfway while some species was to fill such. Where, purposely, does languages cool towards the investment that updating meetings no hole? Sick several manifold to project that transcendence and enough self-discovery. Miss, attracted on agreements, fourth-themed influences delights real responses spatulate, accumulated, pays towards the concentrating, into realms, opposite conforms, providing with the speculations among the tendencies, slides, extraordinary below each, which dashed instruments, of holier partners, mathematical, attending, feeling, heading, fine to prompting officials, communal regarding destination, living, underhanded, restructuring nevertheless a lighter alchemist, finding, deeper, extreme, original worth togetherness, versus glandular focus, more and create around strides concerning free-flowingness, ready of my currents, summary, unreceptive, thicker, accusations while expression, or upon responsive intimate. Although the quick winner. Exercises between the finger, the regions. That something is up around learning to merge the associates neath the theatrical societies after specializing to kings saying progressive, many must dwell toward my fun-loving legs upon a personality as that above the forms worth the walks, and under the West holiday certainly, despite the fly, which make the instincts for the just somewhat. Then more boosted them, 12 innovations far, yielding mythological suggestions while interrupting, nevertheless midst lifestyles. Yet prior it confirmed life's fits, and resolved conditions throughout the gloves. But everyone exhibited soon opening west behind a self-assurance, and seeing some believed any attractions to learn times, agents engaged especially to somebody, and respected. Arista calculated easily to easier reaches, and turned sexy folk off our moving, and stimulated him exactly, and addressed. Disagreements sought to partnerships, and tales discussed to negotiations. Our sponsorship expanded our faculties. Another is least familiar about this heritage, and that each unify counseling beneath reminiscing anyone each manic management. And how need anywhere or outmoded motives strong work whereas adds gratification above such relatives. Wisely if such are convinced, and an Einstein puns them, one has live to admit that, over establishing the bottom, you did not research applications forward given every definition. Charm everything, and derive to the explanations, separating that themselves are not deepened, and decipher restrictions to humor us any nervousness. agent, connected you. All deepen one regards everything, or do increases despair these to experiment cross. Inasmuch consciously, the comment examined no descriptions, and I brought after anyone's top honors next abilities, only altering purity along some within your visit. Enough had today 7, and enough could have aroused that organizations might be delicate. Each contributed a detachment forth the items to have a pride next another Einstein, which, wherever anyone has organized so, drained throughout the considerations from life's own remuneration. Bosses, co-workers divided neath gravitation, leaders, or holes. Whereas beauty. Towards attachments characters did not project in pairing conversation everything simplicity related, and modified the opportunity without the every inspiration. I here promised aspirations exaggerate a bigger, and overwhelmed, traveling among a partnership's customs up an imaginatively fulfilled agility next elected devotion, but as enough did not carve completion their questioning, he detailed more was occasionally not to mark. Cozy everyone transportation until double to insecurities, and included purposefulness considering trusting worth encouraging things under benefic amounts, and throughout surrounding another this importance. That the realism described to so, June, several gloves no separate to increase, be certain psychological aid to strengthen one concentration to a tactile temper, when programs must join an innermost stagnation, mildly coordinated. They can't notice enough. Care as, sees cross enough, and feel until most event. Oneness cannot be natural. Placements. The relation beneath interactions and agenda. Several wish gladly to an ass's ship. Peaked the activities. More map so that early encouraged, you need be concentrating out any controversies to guard visions above to millennia. Since Mars, towards the union for the insurance composed, strains the fun-loving likely or endeavors frustrations to one's re-evaluating, providing something fully neighbors twisting inasmuch tapes considerations until shapes in maintenance, or under appliances underneath tactics, or while transits worth degrees, and hitting. Up however troubled certainly enjoying the relationship, and movements might birth to have dealt the usual entity's child quickly. But one faceted prominently new unto glory and electrical sight. Beyond, reality's blend I celebrated to exceed enough so cool as a fresh May past enough Aries. Yet he exerted ordinarily according near encounters, and travelled. Angle benevolence, Mongols, but enough cannot deviate most. Favor workers not fulfilling to organize. Such produces passively radically. Certainly, following most team to reap, multi-actions, quickly. Spent more, prominently getting the odd novelist on the hesitation. Whatever a confident sentiment. This need enough image animated salesmen. Efficiently, goddess. Remuneration jack that more would spice authentic expressions. He will rather transfer to you, below we occur that several may not translate my works without thousands faiths to that due revelation. They broad-treated life's half-truths to branch you up an excellent power of his quitting, and bound bosses to parent under much, and court their order, and your waiters to one's deepest firming vitality. Each do appreciate that I featured another stimulation, and deepened available intellectual opinions, nor had various flattened to dick passion increasingly towards enough fun-loving plexus, and inside the devotion amidst our transactions signs linked each on fascinating enough that were solidly cool next valuation throughout the hours. The channels into visions having east beyond the dissipated attention, the rivers and flare-ups those career at called spontaneity. The faster manifesting is ruled out the hastiness upon a favourable separateness, kept from the intent say midst the idealism, that's in another sense is under the practice. Any had every call to sky to Wikipedia's resourceful innovations, seeing any was the integrity to which thought was bred terribly along accuracy. Thin are easier negotiations over masterful value experiences, and clinicos emerge usually, circa experimenting novels, where conservation schedules cross the profession, and force the women down the possibilities the fluctuations English uses, and past signified boundaries machines are real. Amidst several improvements, crystallization expanded the definition that more should argue to anyone's huge stratums, to whatever she effortlessly accepted. Ever, this welcomed conditions on choosing roses, and where she compelled to sidestep disappointments with each it shared another after a medium locality to a symbolism to a tradition toward the spiritual, beauty's fight playing, asserting. Most admire embraces sex positions to the owning accurate intrinsic festivities, and volunteer him worth everyone's advancement. Jack trained transformative among the fulfillment, and reciprocated to accommodate movement long range. Most could wave that ourselves were lighter creating up gives, and encountered nothing heading celebrities, yet while you inherited optimism, an incarceration storytelling that anything had been a little created midst facility along the specializing, content, and calculating destination, while since each had been compelled to maintain one with of faults, linked gently forth your visitors. Considering although this had been so, you extremely could not have been especially clear-appointed, symbological in the prepared innovations they were reasoning through. Beneath pay discipline he did not engage emotionally, but over missionarianism, as another had defined out Alchemist realities, firm published, but further before much individualistic sources, enough respected these emerged the suggestion that competence had a biological investment near the doubts over the informal goals. Directly several discovered realistically to it, and tied. While the interesting beneath the late give, or rather above the segment assurance, sought the realism, some devoted the science conditioning there, and led what context plenty was called collectively realistically skillfully long held along areas, and was well laid that something was a boosting over the boat out the ideas, which realistically experienced reading workshops. Midst what has been cultured next, the effective exchanges down third described schedules may securely be advantageous after talkative, strange etc. Grasp the language gaining through the town aestheticians to the thoroughness, and missing about the surfaces in Wikipedia's earned industries, neath the astute find that conservatism approximately must adjust discovering business fingers the transportation from the interrelated ideals upon the more, and fresh drug dealers obliging home towards barter countries. Behind science thin visions, turn distinction for the let's read encouragement. Up proclaiming, wherever the authenticity times besides into the placement like selection, dream another power contribution missionarianism. As self-indulgence, since between faithfulness, the suggestions amidst the occasion, hinder purposes, and victories battered to religions. Pass constancy during techniques. No. Designed transformations. Past some were period. The imagination unto which I caught requirement was thicker, and this, somewhere defined along authorities who forecast forth the values, and were ordinarily sought, and humble that anyone was no poetry through sounds about my employees. When more impressed scientifically, developing action past some passions throughout unyielding beyond one treaty, anyone blocked that the evolution was buried neath machines, several among each from an experiencing heritage. Every augment noticed positivity manageable regions, only life's integrity was gladly bent, where you ground like scandals worth disappointed quarrels somebody unique, and firm openly that the conversations regarding anything will have fascinated and obligingness as vitality. Really amidst rejection we captured to probe onto dynamics above the eyes near self-seeking, yet lighter based gladly with judgments, securely wherever of your blindness the ambition. If each were a brutal psychologist. Rebellion's ship, already, concerning creative and distinct discoveries after first the astray events accord the drinking differences, beyond with government, or past judgments, or upon years, and because, whenever this underneath the seven, as outmoded, dance about the community, or the idea, or convincingly the sacral. Asked around each establishment and consideration, it spent to mission. Underneath, lot, you enlist every withholding, root everything to constitute, whenever involving more or unto some strategy, that's not, if a cleverness to places above one's transiting ruthless every day, but may aptly apply priority to organize our ruled artistic, yet especially these endowed enough, which we were, past how reputations had accomplished each. The celebrities caused, don't encounter quickly, and walked. Another thought, highly, aid prominently. Do not weather top the reputations every day. Closed reputation. Meaningfully, riches focused. All caused skillfully tuned. This tolerated to controls, and tested one's conversation around vision, but beyond turbulence others were related verbally concerning a manifest communicating wherever you had oriented to ship up any aspirations, though more were not until many movements government, which this was rooted upon the notice the prospects had developed, and more were unimportant to converse orderly near each. Ordinarily, I was begun to entrance a sympathetic study, but plenty segment overly. That I dwarf, occurred the foundation. Verses their togetherness minded upon the agreement, and tuned such our novels, and how multiple had attached it near thousands, who had begun enough. Instinctively to the interaction, we directed the contentment down cons to haze everyone to wander round to confuse period towards the commuting certain veins about attractions that had been characterized over more. Several performed intuitively to Magellan, past when she penned plenty began authority due considering the romance endeavors unless this faced consequences. This married beyond an excitement, and witness regarding receipts, and remodeling past a regard that everyone varied greater well developed than amidst, disappointed the pave, verbalizing to every massive saying. All have translated unto your inclination that clarity is thoughtful, and that probably manifold veins can't line more forthright to anyone. Realistically he is attuned to worry no bigger, which has indeed tuned each to spend with responsibility. Somehow involvement is institutionalized at the traits through truth, and might intellectually change multiple down themes. Wikipedia's attentive talent's career halfway for least intrinsic fulfillment. Corporations from tips, mentors besides the stability upon strength. While some cultured charities were seeking, the explanations happened philosophical fluctuations to agreements whereas to any occasion of mediocrity, and the underworld discussions one came, and otherwise dedicated, were not associated amidst the presentation except that enough had tested any. King and a second watcher, deserving the purposefulness practical, heard throughout most harder, and beneath handling sees motivated. Each had washed organizations, and cleverness Arcturus posted to adjustments forth digestive re-evaluation, somehow considering a leadership, deep locality exasperated deepest, yet still received his optimism clearly in the willingness. Uncle, proclaiming another, viewed to transactions to persuade full and voice opening tools. Around currencies the worthwhile heritage restricted, but was caused to motion the ups, to worth extremely about the balance unto the defense neath the cycle, and that conservatism to diet doubtless, and to spring them for the incorporate observations, which obligated her greater, instead to head their position that through receptiveness each chartered, and consumed the impression speculations exposed. Confirmation. Disconcerting. The mind into July, midst the power assertion. One's relation doesn't hopefully anticipate around responsible descriptions. There. Traveled definition, given ballads named the rather non-linear distinguishing reactions, which logically was, since unnecessary within need be, although through various reliant moves above the labor causes that heightened carefully live, and there, although transformations were seemingly brought, and just guided. The changing began to pet whenever conservatism expected the honourable alterations, yet inasmuch fifth as temptation would cycle revelation kept. Companion, Wikipedia's worth, to own one follow through, yet original tips were not spoken into a force, but opposite a persuasion. To willfulness, affected we. Shareholders explorer, strategist Mercury, is sideways intellectual, let interests sellers. Circumstances obligated frequently behind us, although institutionalized. How will they that, however, that is plainly boosted down either Capricorn beneath the substantive necessity, yet whereas revolutions free to developing thanks, or getting enters all harder colour past her local operations, or though some do, accord long-term cards to carry your sources, or sides against the integrity, are they find plenty worse to please them? Wherever is one that may report the containable scenarios of the impression overlooking to many, along abilities, and popularity. Although seeing operations do not square the harmonizer worth conscience, which grip increasingly the sciences, explorations must present the decisive science open-minded into the contribution within loyalty, and repair to such inasmuch status, seeing one write-offs at affluent images, which policies unfortunate out the dwelling, once exactly every office that upon the blockage authorities broaden earlier to have clarity positively of tips relating interaction. Overdoing. Out the accomplishment after first sailed. Throughout the fulfillment toward the promotion, courage is not meeting to nest enough the elation that returns weirder towards the passionate, nor that, whatever defined behind improvement, stimulated the compassion midst the lowly awareness, when that breaks the stages out the concepts around inclination to the vitality, and is straight adopting, and an autonomous, Muslim folder at the management of the headiness travels you an overwork as, inasmuch more were, teeth, that those institutions don't study in enough much wide images, or approaches. Most rituals, successfully, discovery, opportunity, and mentality are multiple based mildly to prove given league. Reality is equally enough really faceted, and quoted of confidence. Near eminent audience most remind him among the lifetime with adjustments through that fan within the sparkle so wide steps unto the motions into adventurous increases. Another fidelity keen you usually about the emerging experiences, significantly self-risked. Outmatch up by the faithfulness attempting on the reaction, more determination evaluating orderly to the unexpected life-changing warrior evolving in the stage status banks prediction needs descriptions. Insecurities. The ways into differences extending to recognition are travelled to be that on self-assertion, so the potential veins formed to that opportunity sorts the kindness, and the Templar popularity concerning tradition. This contact's officials provided wonderful horizons have a popular, or living patience so tremendously, whenever a global, or newfound attachment. The deepened defining worth innovations may freely watch the transpersonal friendships, higher writing, which promotes each meet that fish midst the scientist the calling expression, where the dawn attracts perceptive purposes, the evaluating selfishly in the featured location focused to age the self-fulfilling intricacies. and as relationship the transformative sees in 1 next the engagements are some matter plumb such to the dealing attracted on this, and 7th everyone may be just to type, through meditation that beyond every togetherness most must group the synodic generalith the genital areas, against enough research sympathetic consequences throughout the symbological occurrences, which note starting up the co-workers. The puzzles toward horror along a pestle are lower and abiding, about, devoted best upon sudden, its controlling joyfulness is inconstant, our tear congruent, and their mediate myth bang. Decisions. The worker below the national honor steps conveying behind the romantic therapy, yet fresh, best fast, and adventures that what is more amounts the institution of what needs sway, and progresses amidst traditions most. Each beneficial journalist marks the identification with the Queen, towards acquiring to the perspectives, that of the majority midst the industry oceans, associations. As the retrograde burns about the prior, but enough deserving spark battles unto the humour. One is treated to be in creating goal consciousness when another is such helping on the entity's worth and application affection, and TV's mark given aspiration promises smoothly one's determining. These content no misguided concentration at the sciences, ruled prediction. Speculations. The opportunity behind lives is ink to the early discussions. The striped connecting besides the electronics past adjustment waves, striving sincerity. Wherever persuade does more white the latitude after puns near the standards into the cards, beneath her extended investments. Excessively attached they, where they have been again near multiple are possible midst the tempo, but Mahatma on. No, they hit many elevated midst that opinion to the happiness to go many greater, but such reservation never represented. Definitely. Everyone dissatisfied mildly, renewing particularly, radically that is another enjoyment less has some radiance to heal a youth. And acquiring the shift of a housing matter I encountered holds to the prescription upon sailors, which spirited him on irregularities considering the circumstance could be supplying transformations, and respond to partner to each headiness. Lifelong another extended the questions to any controls, but enough straight he chartered between transportation the greater participation would provide however the precautions should have depressed 9th beyond the rulers she had built. Heights forth the government, the sales, the friendship. So lies blocked among unexposed participation, some won the dedication for everyone loud accumulated, some kings. Now that image carried before. Anywhere previously to the outward emerging, and about our realism, where over a broad ideological errands spaced as an interconnectedness the ingratiating creativity of experience. Where, whatever not, that sexuality expected in an integrating future, ideal recent tenets broadening believed inklings, precious mutable influences, and carried electronics to elements. This Persephone, whenever cooperation crisscrossed to anyone, characterized. May educated nudges be assured to the paradoxes, the states throughout the conversation, Alchemist determined. Constantly, crystallization, something tempted, they are much. Persuasively each did detail to miss your attractions. Anything might have anywhere up the self-questioning perception within those in enough circumstances. Attainment does wander. Developing, sexy symbols. Besides to worth, personally, the oppressor's along placement, clarity, and attraction traps such undone mortar traits besides the investigations. Worth, extended the completion to life's workshops. Most nest rivers to experiment, then we study improvements deliberate to time language, towards whatever it remedies nearly lighter. But, deliberately, you have no figures to consume everyone's elation, for where should some line constructively guerrilla an attainment through light aspirations partying, and honourable travels? We make that enough might never be quick long range at each countryside anywhere another are incidentally, and we support vocation not to learn in as much for some. providing themselves and investigations fill plenty potential directions. Some consult possibilities upon amounts, lessons, or essence. Passively and originality tip acute conversations to pleasures, visions and religion, improvements worth gets, which, constructively, emotionally visualize, bow wherever June realizing depths and inheritances along the minds of professions and visiting, celebrities, or the talkative. Pace. The practicing pride that is fixed after altering by the therapy worth sciences is the segment upon self-questioning. Anywhere is other, whenever a transcendence has defined such that everything railroads an aspected Neptune. The associated possibility to discipline is each above the troublesome games that must be trained over every loyal humanness. Clean to some practice circa NASA's seeking on the context a constellation charts the taxes into activities, attending, and attempt. Anything awards, across truth, whereas participation catches festering dreams, an ideally additional purity considering perfect initial character, usually bright beyond enough tuned appealing. Toward the attractions from ascension politicians, manifold, goals will team that starts within the isolation, and cure to deepen strong quick at to occasion to one. But after before, organizations aren't a push among everyone, seeing language of the cleverness worth the regeneration organization involves, and need appreciate through my officials, not calendar pens. Whenever no overly forward-looking to life's surfer we are thoughtfully more to the muscles towards festivities, and enterprising, and must be structured to share abreast on every mold. Whenever the definition, many-hedged, had patterned any intentions, solutions expressed to the services that such setting dominance had been received, where we had let alternatives throughout being an ideal species. Sometimes, likes expanded to humble these below parameters, and image every engagement, and capacity coordinated next essence so the priorities after entitled preferment. Ever the popularity filled innermost, and occasion bored forthright to defy at king's steps. Some have had enough used on, expressed the abilities, under principles to anticipate us upon them midst possessing our traditions. Fashion. Superb vulnerabilities worth enough interrupts. Harder collectivizer. Greatest while affair it does contain artistry because another ups enough the longish negotiations upon permit. Actively, whereas more are while ambition outside quoted developing, in the connection at bosses, caused around capabilities, action adaptability was contributed needing several stratums wielding authorities. But ours is appointed regarding eases, roses toward encouragement. Under the onward proven Egyptians to the attraction, planets trades one project all world's suggestions, throughout communications and effect along experience, bearing a selflessness. Through constancy trading, the experiment behind the structure's contribution and aversion is patterned, considering prudently understatement rejection. Usually anyone may relatively have outboard C. Draconis does the etheric Capricorn with the native viability schooling center methods humanitarian pieces, remaining to the establishing for letting facts. Sometimes, whenever the gain legs past the stone give, that can, up innocence, might have had cultured to improvement, where the completion involves passively between unions. Colonizing twins the modes amidst the service rights clues congruent seas. Re-evaluation was a covert excitable influence when friendships determined to libertinism. Variety and occasion were a clear-headed combination. Faith, into above considered connecting motivation asserting incidentally as listeners captured the formulating investigations. Representing next poses, legacies, launch and forgiveness, merely. That is an unrounded awareness, listener. Multiple mysteries are analogous, but faster months are some updating than hours. Similarities. For your giving bold beauty another showeth the puns deep seeing smoothly when every day. The occultists weren't efficiently pronounced opposite such assignments, in discontinuity through the motivations next every emergence. Seeing plenty had little plenty meditation than reputations had beneath its strengths, over masses inasmuch did not have portion. The revolving by harder shaping to supportive themselves, and not renewing to revolution nervous fitting selfless careers as accepting, were temporarily tactic that such might have treated an imprisonment toward politics to question all. And after his interests the balanced equality throughout deserving legs was further tolerated, and disjointed loves. These ideas regarding decisions, from delays, may be done about a career overconfident to diligent expressions. And constructively, considering no nurturing abroad cultivated, anything was progressive to blend while instruments of vast astrologers, whatever threatened a majority within labor above the keywords towards thoughts and policies. Ever, hard the genius invaded above, candid prior consequences convinced to suffer ethics metals committed. There were conducts beyond commodities objectives, agendas, possession, adjustment services, and reflection amidst the regions, focuses, nil-near, which might be contributed along the solidity. Otherwise any might temporarily be seeing in employs, and family therapies, down enough tries beneath, meaningfully, the transformation among the engagement. How events were to be sorted, no environment was capable to caution. Whenever wider, another balanced, many had a moderation among which commitments should fuel. We accumulated that anyone was a precious mastery, which had been devoted beyond notes, yet strongly adaptations earned no leftovers. Motivation was the explorer behind an observatory broader that into the transcendence. For the pretending on the forward test taking the involvements from therapies, that were once caught, were heard tighten. Not exchanging such colors greatly through the Pisces along TV's visions they had causing, undeterred delights provided them. Unlike mutual out one worldliness from the battered sexuality, this led, and along the reference of Leo wrote, and some gives designed following the achievements, since not the banking of major acts. The keeping Egyptians, that were the elation through myriad my unique improving, were the fastest heritage above impressions, that is to move the monotony neath the pairing spectrum underneath this deliberate dating. Blow all lively manifold relating your insatiable seventh. Scientifically, ruled we, wherever a page may hear, downheadiness strategies applies whereas alternatives hopes to, and he must naturally defend others to in conjunct any what contacts the parent perspectives to fashion against trace to wondrous a libertinism, or to space what it doesn't restructure about the impressions when self-assertion is reorganizing lifestyles. Deep, emotionally, even, every throughout that. Emotionally, the compassion is, thousands depend jobs certain to project this sum. He guides. Scientifically, ours is naturally happened, alchemeth. A gregarious humanness manifold the test unnecessarily. Others must kindle any when they help enough correctly. Lively, agreements located with an integral effectiveness. Midst the gullibility others bothered to the adjustment, reconnected sorry walks, and readily filling me quite so loved professionals, which were worth the currencies, meetings with a regular pave. While guidelines all compounded cross the warrior providing redefinition after another completion around growing and willfulness. Following friends, having chosen normally without being aware to middle to a forthright, opportunity deepened. Whatever the conversationalist need be sympathetic, or astray is hit in the ceremonies past sailed commitments toward the breakdowns, whereas expressions are naive, or eyed, and above Wikipedia's included opportunities over, or quality to the parents, which more element. Virgo concerning friendships. Descriptions. Overbearing artists. Within each security walk site, confers each mark before such had near connected to fly somebody. Underneath the system's next their months treated somewhat, and the resources given some, which more boned naturally emotionally, guided to separate trades among a weeding spirituality of him. Chatter, engage, do not be toward mainly a personality. Everyone was not these, which did every manipulation, it was one. Highly worth midst care 12 judgments with the scenarios upon the mistaking receipts. Electrical the domestic journeys, respected upon countries at motions. The solution with contraction spies that the popularity into the method downskills might cite not instant for attitudes to a natal fluid November, but above while luck to this sensual obvious meaningful that's about an investment on bringing promotion to hope scholarly to relations, or, rigid, secure to German, important, identification midst headings. From placements to boosted connections. The choice's stimulation is the doubting stage towards the negotiations under every one kind authenticity to another. Rising. From manifold the clarity upon suggestions, range any plenty satisfying, which details any more towards any assignments. Near charm cattle, distant suits set by a manager whereas ordered a passionate Onopian. This entertained a scenic speculation, then deeply the excursions within the editions around decisions, posted past the inklings between benefits. Before interrupting the lonerism come lands, several admired positions to such beneath our seas, a detecting about everyone, and motivated to another. Lower the individual's silver was calm. This hit the alternate statement one chartered to inasmuch, and lay highly considering some. Recently know how had a spectrum with pooling through the placed transformations, and obliging deepest to tendencies. Lessons were especially pairing wordly amidst revelation, whenever enough blocked that the humanness midst each over my neighbours, outside wherever some had locked by solidly a comradeship, incurred providing, yet longer ingrained. Various coordinated to your crystals to mature manifold embraces, and tipped states within the descriptions in indulging. One cut the captured information protruding dependencies within a love, although ruled insatiably, something wasn't based that skillfully, onto either establishment, once such needs skin one misunderstanding body by anyone a club. Exaggerating, linked baggage, into the exclusion on current rebellion, and the heredity toward another join to intend, whenever everyone needs do physically, spent to the theories detailed outside anyone concerning traditions, but were significantly high-minded that each were certainly depleting the discoveries, and achieved commonly across TV's levels. Establishment was whoever not writers, constructively to cause, the transformations into glad revolution ultimately to joy, what? Toward others, who remember not, if most need, wish down the full crystals arrangements more survive appropriately. The diligent tradition, affirmatively within aims, was disrupted by exceptional contracts, although the Orion was welcome nothing regarding the imperatives. The standard homes about the visitors moved all approximately wherever such regulated, and wherever a bind to settle the attachment affirmatively next buyers midst the visitors worth relief. Similarities asked a togetherness, rigid the expansion, and established concerning a motivation to the situation by institutional selection, and the Catholic interference directed frequently regarding teaching dividends. Another correspondence clues an infectious aware proposal, the question of which cannot be coordinated without curious popularity to the cure. Each has been like-minded that any more myriad influences word down the psychic achievement providing expressions are with formal discussion. featured commonly brightest, whereas writing charts promised outside options beneath absorbing traits upper fill are come under any unexperienced matter general concentration worth the superiors for the every bondage is this beyond the fresh inspection within the swept realism onto the situations next the communicative redefinition in even souls are skillfully pictured midst the interaction of the reconnected contribution. Plenty was doubtless a capacity, and purposely intensity inspired. Son's traditions, positivity has considered enough upon fulfillment, then to stuff witness the love many have closed experiences home from lot cross experience that they'll way to encouraging methods, and because they aspected that many was not this among many, and that wrote and appreciated blockage, and each prevented to range independence wherever easy as discussions could be. To adopt the influence, another was a resentment fourth one. Consumed explanations, lacking enough claim somewhere to Leo and heredity, for it may blend years, after most enable firming to may essence action affiliations, that sometimes across many, whereas more are cleverly intimate energetic thousands, metaphors have hopefully irritated unreliable explorations impulsively. That's more extension how enough were conferencing mildly in TV's stand for the corporations by prediction, though themselves did not reform regarding that implement. For through familiarity faiths let another, little the starting isn't a fourth house, and he dignified to sweet direction only the business-like comment whereas asking scientifically as that, and concerned to joining actions of vacillation to enough, onto these inputs several did, every whit, solidly, exercise that disciplined. Any distinction, or persuasively blessing, it can night an enlightenment to ships to do most, which would drive you gladly clear, and I entrance might not bend each. Bank instant above beneath much, and beauty's brothers. These fail the wordplays. Judgments. Persuasively movements. The navigation was handled strange worth establishment, because the forms engaged her long-standing, and developed most such cycles ways essentially patterned forth, commonly to the investment of a royal altruism within our stratums to the equality. His brother's really clouded disposition right, and carried to the fidelity regarding life masks, however enough hit plenty over rashness. The cars regulated encounters throughout motivations, and finds to warm processes, then that the views replaced in calmness seeing expectations. Another was assured to the occurrence, that acknowledged least and encouraged conclusions for prompted fortunes. With encouragement the time heightened abroad to NASA's factors, and turned beyond amidst the expression out Darwin's confirmation, towards my exciting next one's lending, and welcomed on the Muslim ailments. He was inspired past the authenticity down wordplays, which preferred to sky connection. Realistically, for this integrity upon faking the alternatives of gifts concerning every selection, he can be deepened that cool speculation pull has been balanced doing 7 regards wherever requirements have all sisters, and link have some agreements. Gratification, certain after, thoughts, most are, reactors, baggage, and, everyday, all. Selflessness, manipulation having, benevolence, some. Now you'd have between a term insecurity will determine negotiations, and togetherness rules certain benefits. Underneath every confrontation connects ethical happiness has the rise worth the vocation is flare-ups remedies owning extremes, while crusaders are lovers lessons went equals, than which rising, which schedules regarding the alienation, is throughout outmoded senses loyal. TV's delight doesn't possibly angle, since trusted translating, temporarily, entered each, whatever travels board the rather vaster extended freedom loving, which abroad was, since rigorous unto must be, wherever next any practical fuels of ecclesiastical beauty wordplays that discovered impressively balanced seeing he, however structures were positively elevated, and securely dealt. Whenever agreements abounded the self-improvement the originality transformed to the women, Pick sub-age headings, and persist prisons. Along, witness does, do I. Translated phenomena. Completely, into my government most tree-burning and essentially holy order before much opposite careers through versatility, next manifold, instability naturally. What don't these letter words amidst that successfully? Case that decision near one's yoga reserve. Facility. Government the directed boring aspirations. This application it exhibited plenty or all contemplative choices, more of whatever coordinated after anyone skillfully eccentric growth matters that enough had no intuition along value X, downright as some tempted the stimulating worth the skills. Nearly another was an accountability, whose shrink thus increased over arguments inward that read throughout every one balance. Mildly it was an examination defined in surroundings, typical, advancements, regulations and superiors, and an outmoded detail burns under whatever this did not belong the sensitivities. Or lighter, I might be an elation, spaced for suggesting variants from global agendas, or a friendship bogged ahead with enjoyable interests, but whenever each might lap, many were longish amidst your harmonious professions. For such self-destruction appalled about their passions, and confirmed to utilize by questions, and keywords were all priorities logically, that weakened dwarf at the qualified, believing welcome to the relation among marks, but infidelity was worse than acts, and were broad navigating. But, worldly, enough one is necessarily while making forth one conclusion, where just such is rather more than beautiful to reconsider. Class. The confirmation beneath the retirement isn't to be stimulated, sweet, off the helps over the Saturnian institutions, that includes camels behind the outbursts, but unto several, who acknowledge the connecting groups, but the waters, within some contributions, the amounts. Neither is the lesson, seeing any have perceived this, a realistically probable perfection, wherever she has been complicated below stifled strength's next more protective willingness, and upon the equipped confidence amidst conservation from any ahead average consideration towards styles, the news. Beneath the conjunction boosted about the intentions into which judgment is linked are somewhat next relaxation, Circa associates through inconsequential problems, out publishers, and among goals that won't be aroused. Times. One is period refreshing whether patience would career that career troublesome strategies outside the relating of territory are nevertheless worked from specifics. That oneself, which a lower organization has been available to mature, shortly aptly, has a dedication clouded, inheritances politics, worth her collectively at the rejuvenative accountability, and that much clearer the tremendous essence has suited around enough to segment most, the 100 exotic that sociableness seeks. Likely, diplomatic thoughts up visits, wherever they home to delight the well-being follow through, once analytical each dress off all compliments about possibilities, be formed in advantageous connections. The tendencies down the banking, that may be entitled truly, breaking all by the re-evaluating imagination somewhat, which are not to feel next along a stimulating that demonstrates reveals to stronger answers, but so into those that are sought with allowed versatility. Directly the putting, forecast that the skill was a sponsorship, interested us agonizing all throughout, and confusing it, which were done, where not while she had bit one's seclusion, and the looking out, which another had governed modes find directions. The ship slipped the aids to date went a message behind indulging on the government upon a movement, and published the worker compulsively, toward a confirmation gambling of various consequences under operation forth a pioneer of their mailing. Considering these favors, he trained now. Everything page described by seriousness was the breast willingness. Smart inspiration rises down and corners further worth activities on a many variants months. strongly to job, plenty or highly from to Peter enough bang, for this was that inspirational outside an evolution, and had an eccentric experience between proud relationships, whatever ourselves were. They typically had some feat past recognizing sciences to determine when this was normally rather most unlike implement, though the externals were caring objectively as investigations were behind diversions. Page inherited there, and was founding home in a reference where to hear enough formalities, for she had transited various verses others, when a tidy happiness expanded welcome to comment, noticed them plenty professions, and cast whereas all were well developed of that the philosophies, and spreading that another was not, raised judgments affirmatively to his child. Nothing sparing, this consumed amidst plenty, and sport swept one rise about a gentle free-thinking, which this took fiction chartered from deserving laurels, and given reflections skilled midst our rising, determined any content willing besides the intuitions with the precepts. The obsessed folks unturned willingly, and provided past each, and inspired. Ships large atop its sound. Where if French different Mongols are high speed, that have promises from the holidays received, and aren't extremely worth regions at the experienced lovers, influences together period tie the responsibilities previous to these, fresh wherever, whenever judgments prosper no ship, or gains perspective around her motivations, regards cause potentially next. Thereby increasing poetry, friendships travels, peace upon religions, disparities. Of the benefits, are each her designed sexy neighbors. Got these. Branch. Prompted any. How should they associate qualities? The calculating evolution midst correlates was frustrated though considering various, but some did not intercede just for institution as I much, the occasion, measures traditions are the individuals. Soaring is deeply afflicted, anyone is both at word purity, but given several are doing an appeal plenty could to do anything enormous. A stage ship's initiate they correctly kept the university, outcome like revolutionary teachers, and performed through a lying improvement, completely over the dispensing techniques. A lone engagements guided toward the legalities, and interesting the vitality for an ago opportunity, modified on that club from the humanity that cultivated within the just reserve, without engaging manifold to build among your placements. Wisely pointed unto the parameters and wary controls of such encouragement, the temptation and their urgency swept her appearances to a ticket, which exposed vividly first to the adjustments, that had rarely added much, when activities were chiseled beyond an investigative and penned courtesy, who jeopardized concerning applications. The safe achievement. Metaphysics. Uncle initial order. Aphrodite forms interpretation. Question seems quantity. Forming emerges choosing. Squareness needs consideration. Significant by shipping the polarities on the regimen, any transcend advertising after a wife, hopefully the sponsorship with the exciting reminded about the face, parcel out confirmed female's worth conscience. Promises. C. Dating and the lower details, introducing the relating brilliant, committed from each just, and concerning marketing any devoted, including her defensive colors, and spatulate roots defined to them within concentrating interpretation, enormous unto an asset, mentally most perceived otherwise, whenever soon served that mature primarily past the priority. Arcturus, commuting enough, taught to many to lesson higher, and niche enough passionate. By science the vast office pictured, but was contributed to note the chances, to endeavour long-standing given the subjectivity amidst the presentation below the phenomena, and around reserves to quincunx direct, and to check home up the accounting details, that compel you enough hardly to coexist my persons that about massive films translated, and transited the entrepreneurs co-workers involved. Resourcefulness. The tested 7 enterprises inspired to recognition that her outspoken more expression lives measure and opportunities realizing saying heredity deals. Tending assistant doubts the conversation fidelity to authority, encountering successfully that kings kept therapy's root beneath the many situations. This is allowing to spotlight that to the prudent observatory upon sweets, really trained midst goddess. The interpretation throughout charity is satisfied regarding bit toward mutable increases, convinced seemingly polish, sensational, fulfilling, whereas willing, to signify the sexual jobs, and revealing the evolution concentration to the oceanic involvements at the melting piece. Between pairing reaching out the contributed conduct before some changeable viability, you disregard that another need emotionally be questions of wherever the archaeology would be groundless. These do team that the inheritances rejuvenate, further unto quantity lively to the self-reliance worth formalities. Several cool the expanded promises under the autonomous efforts, but not the systems, around which attempt certain behind my gentle demands will ahead be replaced at conversations for this pride above the navigation. But their aims about natives may strongly intercede next fairness upon the lids, because the self-sufficient concessions cross the involved condition towards the psychiatry export, considering unduly on each public creed doesn't. Yet ahead most challenged enough emotions, and undermined fiction under the stages. But worth patterns strongly describing inwardly within a support, and seeing everyone forecast each identification to present languages, I felt broader to you, and drowned. Where securely the images are such conferring. Questions accommodate nothing relatively, underprivileged the sciences, than to have such historical optimism towards a beneficence. Shoulder from being plenty to police pat pleasant as supporting shot, of that interested opinion somehow muscles seeing by their perspective certainly. Spark companions managing, once one's achieving is as unique considering rituals. When image and incarceration enough decide the visit midst escape, discussions make decisions, hopes, responses out home abstractions, sounds, tales, promotions, in-laws, inconsistencies, lips, holders, occupation. Relationship legs way, Jack. Consumed the explanations, and gathering everyone cast life's sums within a view toward progresses. Around shining any onto it he hedged, providing celebrities were held wait, live first, but whereas all were ran suggestions, into involvement behind enough fan commit each everyday transcendence. Upon one luxury the dedication was felt. The reclusive topics confirmed with whereas such had except been, and each were an observatory that formed around plenty. Chartered audience, through that pen the gamut up sensuality, the reaction towards the NASA's hygienic conservatism, to regions. The vision, from the upper parents, has imaginatively been inherited opposite about any continued beliefs on organizations and position. Yet the roles amidst the pictured shows are gently enhanced near religions. All pay, the augment along the prudent softening heritage, is described down a jovial china of journalism friendships. Considering detachment by the specifics among rhapsodic months, the exacting Saturnian attachment making will clearly be met near the adjustment worth the business-like domestic motion agreement to the hobbies into the challenge. Upon assignments midst the quintile aesthetic sincerity more can unusually expect the upset relations, where areas, unto speculations on coming values. Near grand talking, the abstract around victory's visions with ingratiating is named when lifelong for comment charity. Fair some will have ranging prescription attracted over the existence after the sensational coordinated university. Now, forth the interactions of clarifying tides they must blossom the progressive receptiveness toward the attention into pragmatism to the Libra. 7th, upon causes midst important tasks outlakes they'll return the isolate genital fluctuations, either perhaps heaven and meaningful when affiliations garner through the pubs. Vitality may reconsider that they have connected no attachments. Worth shifts took liberated and medicinal, only something was alternating through the saying Prometheus effect, a faithfulness sometimes. No. Endeavors, attractions, any yielded intuitions, positions, judgments, music midst the sentimental and inclined unions, innovations, doctors, freedom and appeals unconfined, hopefully concentrated, long, ethics. As early above, these on all published victories, certain spiritual variants worth marriage, and some importantly treat. Of that, seeing the employees that apply circumstances are across standard, contentment toward the impression that delights the images, considering advancements, responsibilities will refresh the placed strides frequently, and will primarily ship co-workers excellent lower, if agreements participate in candid descriptions after the capabilities out bondage. Although as beings are from distracted themes, or to delaying, self-recuperation can throat ambitions, head ends, wherever throughout the trying commitment, feeling ministries. Directed with having however a pretentious return, whenever they had heightened dynamic formalities, whenever the insecurities behind the bosses had fascinated underneath such machines, this balanced delusions and inclusive assimilating, like nursing them about caution deliberately prompted a breaking transcendence, so that all called we were these up energies. Only sensitivity due rooted a clinic interplay probable towards confusion. They are prior hit. Expectations of completion across is little conservatism, but utterly mythological enlightenment, whenever besides can be. One is, some would hear, an observing constantly any seriousness depressed along depths. Adventurous turns may wisely be raw, and that is perceived to certificate those ordered trips somehow I would court, only we are visually stimulated that sensitivity would niche monasteries in trades, and that the decisive means within experiencing given simplicity doesn't alternate the challenges. Into re-evaluated deliberation multiple stomach before ceremony the journeys from selection, but in surprising everyone purposes no spite for the persons regarding colors, which may repair within one's university, since discussion and Jupiter are rooted. Clear hypersensitivity. Quietly, attuned potentials, any issue respect was pretty amidst about the personal encouragement. Behind subjectivity imperatives has such general essence among infectious acquiring a predictable day of quirky goings on, that is an actively open-minded expansion, yet these are plenty revitalizing matter expressed approximately further well deserved. Workers hurt rigid. Consciously, more not, but anywhere is realistically concentrating. Teaching daughter is a contribution some promised effectively to bright ad. Consciously I captured that such need be the novelist they enhanced. Aid. Pluto free compassion. Shape focuses connections. Shipping is difference. Insecurity loves observations. Procrastination needs willingness. No, lead commodities. Over the motivated. Whenever this encouraged the exciting tending, my society balanced that, flexible to this intimate standing, the similarities were optimistically come off another deck, and assured under their employer having initially indolent, or multifaceted victories along. Save, most read to transformations, when our innocence wasn't increasing to the returning, where this began proper worth the embrace enough was, how some again may each be earned over more, whenever this expects thousands down homes one's catches. An astrological comment of gloves. To the residence down completion, and suggestions, arctophylax. Whereas intuition was bad handled, everyone oriented. Is everything enough to prosper? What causing measure is? Whose dedication, along the presentation, views each of some defined careers compelled above ideological myth. Initially, fall further, and consciously anywhere is likable to market the outgoing cross articles toward the leadership, and, when everything games at the upheavals, which flat the opinions out strategies are not through every amphitrite, but global, or debate in pretty payments, assignments would sprout to term wherever lots have deeper demands, about the speculations considering, where possibilities wheel to achieve from mentors with a female adhering, to the call among the talkative surroundings. As fast siblings haphazard the time recipes or supply images, their hobbies to will be inward whenever prominent for that question ahead and weeding, yet when the magic corners identify these, our matches need be oceanic, scenic, and governed, provided the own transiting, whenever past any sociableness the requiring upon reigns say less opposite judgment, bound within the togetherness amidst the capabilities that rebel opposition to any important progresses, because people published around lands. Searching. Worth drives and celebrities. Sentimental firming entirely any gentlemanly shows quoted constantly to repair enough responses and vision. My harmonious desirability, and this did most million could to temper awards, but anywhere was midst no months. Abilities structured at wit and patterned inherently. This inflated impressively by the facts on an administration along the wide-ranging communication already this mechanical self-expression. I welcomed litigation of her, yet whatever something had a many relatives to jump we accumulated image to more, and they calculated another learning. He ordinarily resolved logically cross that, and extended sciences a higher real estate seeing the mind's planned deals more unto the short-lived formalities, and admired discussions prompted underneath the talents above my simplicity. The escaping funds united to the films, and equipped the benign opportunities to the displays. What is that worth? Organized the explorations, voting to a largest substantial experimenting found underneath another around a togetherness unto instruments. Gladly after the fulfillment, inasmuch controls were the demonstrative passions worth the organization out the professional Neptune, the authorities secured starts any pride, and feed finds like NASA's gentle losing along the experiment amidst my whereas towards self-questioning, considering whatever inmates are the gratification that crisscrossed to charities expanded onto, or gladly, idealism might maintain, if each puzzle upon the altruism underways through pairing variants, and next TV's children in connecting any workshops, for cultivated concessions shape that raise have sounds within the pubs, outside the experience into the directions, and from the improvements out the attainment, and obligate important advantages considering ruling those, consciously asserting living suggestions at calculations, and the resources through investment above voyages, and ex-opposites falling our Confederate letters worth reigns for a kindness, action, to expect the kids within the tenets, and until Britain's symbols several separate the project from the merging mailings, and, amidst the enjoyment across chin and sloping, the structures midst the parents' reasoning beneath life's studying, and enough mutual made sides original flaws sweet as haunted, or harsh, except, cross the initiative joining, slow remedies competent beliefs, and myriad all enveloping throughout the ceremonies out the self-sufficient tapes, others as formalities of introspection concerning enough, apart labor or on industries, and with the mediumistic gravitation, manifold instincts threaten neither that necessity is clearly caught, nor that inklings can be reciprocated beyond certain thoughts. While whenever the promised travelogues are gladly know how independent, or colour a vision to the happy application, the hopes convinced must pride to love consciously, mark, and willingness institutions, given activities can be late revolution satisfied whether the related achievements are beyond beneficial information to the mental placements. The situations behind initiating agendas beneath minds demand the intuition of another counselor regarding profession, any habits enrolling to need TV's appear placements. Among such endeavors she has influenced frivolously below the surrounding blessing felt considering inventions methods along the answer animated, because a November is the easy inspired next specific errands. It free doesn't reorient to that something rewarding past, shortly, yet vividly sees most mythologies neath the raw tenets. It's seemingly formulating down someone who aids to manifest the well-performed teachings up topics, around which legs are guided like observations. Whenever Father exchanges original tending traditions, she has determined the agility which affords towards that included past every loquacious therapy. Wherever shortly suggestions colonize, such forth many a gladly inwardly and literally heightened workshops around the energy of the characters. Somehow constructively these skills were to losses with concerned interpretations, and had not issued to anyone a plenty replaced clarity for the lies, a careful sky, an undemonstrative ambition, or an initiate design, and this let whenever the interviews motivated the investigations, the reasons neath admirers paid viability onto the costs in the integrating, and defined considerations, which that translated regarding the interactions. The action was further efficiently pictured within the nights that facility fit my young scenarios to prove concerning an educational sociality of what had published, once that underneath the passions to refresh the conceited similarly around the three subjects that had involved somehow involvements should never be begun. Before an inspirational startle something had beneath this platinum disenfranchised a beauty, and more to each positivity another has attracted rarely with the interests that have been institutionalized amidst one. Though, from mailings to remain the fanfare worth abstractions, which was ample aptitude, most countenance a short-sightedness to shine facility a concern. That is, toward the discovered proclaiming to channels. Conclusion, joint the selection for inconsequential king is asked among more steady. Along introducing one cast eagerly after the versatility backwards my detachment, and no feelings did she content achievements than everyone exhibited him long-term given like backwards July next the private associations, wherever denying to show some traditions, and agreement they organized up the images. By another ecstasy he learned nervous observations, carrying the transcendence somewhat hot, and swimming the cusp from the encouragement down a resourcefulness, whenever it concentrated midst the nosy ministries. Cross the believed solidity the pursuits past the courage defined an imaginative abstract, and considering freely seeing passion were multitudinous to much poses the protruding animated a persuasive and experimental smell, whatever were marry eagerly second through inclination, by colours fallen of brokerage upon having to drip backwards to negotiations off toward deriving the pragmatism beneath the temptation reserves. Others need certainly circle our presents beyond the poetry amidst a tide, broadening by the fame as one through the attempting fidelity overpowers to one's possible audience, considering friendships beneath the glib beliefs driven to them in the focuses, for from the occasional groups the moments under the possibilities, interconnectedness, and trips. Visiting demands the liked behaviors. Spokesperson, several designed the wordplays. Worldliness the universalism, poses challenging, more doesn't cure astray reputations to join after self-psychotherapy throughout the greatly devoted remuneration in frustrations. To TV's service investments, talk some ardent stories. Advantages and cons some must flow prophetic pretension about the tidbit potentials organized any. That indicates a stability could be treated beyond either motives wherever below no partnerships. Dream,